Good morning to everyone gathered here. The fourth session of the third National Conference on Cooperation, Mutual Aid and Solidarity Economies, experiences from around the world. The theme of this session is Agriculture, Livelihood and Social and Solidarity Economies. With immense pleasure, I welcome our chairperson, Dr. A.K. Prasad, Professor, Department of Economics, University of Kerala. Dr. Prasad secured his PhD in economics in 2008 from University of Kerala and has published many research articles in recognized and reputed journals. In addition to this, he has also spearheaded large number of academic programs at the department and presented multiple research papers. Sir, it is truly an honor to have you chairing this session. And now I hand over this session to you, sir.
Morning. Good morning. Respected Head of Department, Dr. Shrija SR, Organizing Secretary of Seminar, Dr. Christabel PJ, my dear participants, students, and friends. Today is the second day of 3-day international conference. And now the fourth technical session is going to be held. This session is named as with the theme Agricultural Livelihood and SSC. You know that as far as India is concerned, agriculture sector is an important sector. Though the share of agriculture sector to GDP is declining continuously, it has an important place in the Indian economy. Given that more than 60% of total workers in the country are in the farm sector. I think that the total number of workers in the farm sector is close to 48 crores. So we cannot ignore the farm sector. Right from the beginning of land in the country, so many policies and programs have been there. But the sector's performance in terms of its contribution to GDP is continuously declining. In this context, a relook at the progress and performance of the farm sector is important. This session has 4 presentations. The first presentation is by Veena Ranjini KK. She will present her paper on the FML clause and India's apprehensions in agriculture trade. Actually, this paper is an attempt to analyze the highly distorted market behavior experienced from European Union, USA, and Japan in the presence of mass trade restrictions. I invite Veena Ranjini to present the paper. Okay.
First speaker of the session is Dr. Veena Ranjini, Associate Professor, University College London. She will be presenting her paper titled The MFN Laws and India's Apprehensions in Agricultural Trade. Dr. Veena completed her PhD in economics from Institute for Social and Economic Change, Bangalore. She has published 8 research papers in regular research journals, over 16 years of teaching experience. Welcome.
So I hope it is clear too. So how much time? 15 minutes. Okay. Once I'm very happy to be here. Really, I'm so shocked to see this institution, this place, this seminar hall. I feel like I'm back to my alma mater with a lot of nostalgic feelings. And beloved teacher, professor, and lot of other teachers who taught me in this institution, and my senior colleague, festival teacher. So I'm very much happy to see this institution and all of you. The second thing is that when I am standing here, my memory is flashing over those days where I used to sit like a student and listening to the presentation of different people who are coming from India and across the world. So now I am in this position and you people are students. So may God bless all of us to take over the charge of academic circle or the chain of academic circle one after another. So with that nostalgic feeling, I take this opportunity to thank the organizers for giving me a chance to present my paper, and that too a session which is being chaired by my teacher professor. So with this introduction, I have tried to explain the relevance of multilateral trading system in India's agricultural scenario. So the primary focus is that with the framing up of WTO, the whole trading mechanism is focused exclusively on a multilateral framework. And the coming up of WTO, or the intention behind WTO, is to give an open platform for each and every developed and developing countries to exchange their goods and services, or you can say that to export their goods and services at a level playing ground. Therefore, these economies should also grow in global trade. So it may be with this intention that MFN clause has been introduced in the WTO system, in the WTO framework. Slide move. Okay, so a brief introduction about WTO. With that introduction about WTO, I'm going to MFN clause. And what is MFN clause? It is a most favored nation. So in simple language, you can say that even if you are a developing country and you are exporting to a developed country, that developed economy cannot differentiate your good, whether it is coming from a developing economy or a developed economy or whatsoever reason it may be. So it is the basic idea behind the MFN clause. So MFN treatment is the basic principle and one of the general provisions and obligations of GATT and WTO. Now, each and every, so now there are around 185 members, and each and every members in the WTO, while encouraging trade, they should apply this MFN clause each other. So there is one way where they can apply this clause, they should apply this call in all categories. That is, in the application of customs duties and or any kind of charges that is levied in the case of exports and imports, and the method whereby they levy these charges, and the rules and formalities whereby they levy these charges, and any advantage that taken place between these bilateral trading countries. So it is this particular MFN clause should be applied in all categories of mutual trade. Now, where there are certain occasions whereby this particular MFN clause can be denied. And if the two countries are in a, the trading parties, not two countries or more than two, if they are in a customs union or they are in a free trade zone, there this applicability of MFN clause does not matter much. And or in other words, if they are in some frontier traffic situation, there also this particular situation of MFN clause does not matter. And moreover, if MFN clause is something not applied in the case of some government procurement or some security related issues. So otherwise, the basic principle of multilateral system should take place based on this MFN treatment. Now, the question is, if there are advantages and disadvantages, and the main purpose of WTO in the introduction of MFN clause is to encourage trade. The question is the trade sometimes prohibitive or it is quite often positive? Now, the intention is quite often positive, but there are, after the formation of WTO in 1950 and seeing the trading framework across the years, it is understood that there are situations whereby this particular MFN clause has been revoked. And that may be because of certain strategic or certain political reasons. So what I'm trying to tell you is that there are certain political economy questions over here whereby these particular conditions may not be applied in the case of commodities that are being traded. Now, I'll tell you a lot of some examples to consolidate my argument. The thing is that United States have been using the granting of MFN tool to achieve its particular and economic objectives over various countries. Now, when US-China trade happened, this particular condition has been revoked. And India has granted MFN in 1996. But Pakistan doesn't reciprocate till 2011. So 2011, what happened is that there was need for an energy crisis in Pakistan, and the country has no other way out. They have to rely more on India. In that situation, they have brought this particular MFN clause over there. So that is one case. And very recently, this attack of Pakistan in Pakistan at Kashmir made India to revoke the MFN status. Now, recently, the Ukraine war, as all of you are quite aware, that has prompted most of the Western world, led by United Nations, to revoke this MFN clause. So what I'm trying to tell is that though all these clauses are applicable in a multilateral trading system that we witness in India, right now, there are certain situations whereby this particular clause is being revoked. Now, the question is that, so since what is happening in the agricultural sector of India's trade over the years, right from 1995 or the formation of WTO. And as we all know, India is one of the signatories of WTO, and we are there right from the very beginning to be in line with the arguments that have been WTO forwarded by WTO to enhance the global trade. Now, what is happening with respect to our economies? To argue that point, I am taking for my analysis the case study of fishery sector. Now, the fishery sector, fish and fishery sector exports constitute a major chunk of agricultural sector exports from India. And moreover, to quantify or to analyze the implication of anything or any particular clause differs from one commodity to another. So each and every commodity has needs a specific treatment to understand the intensity of the issue that is persisting over there. Now, given this MFN clause, what is percolating in the India's trade scenario with respect to this particular sector is in fact non-tariff barriers, or what we can say it is non-tariff measures. And when coming to the point of NTMs and NTPs, they are more or less used synonymously by most of the trade researchers, and there is a way whereby in the formation of WTO, when all these member countries should change their NTPs or NTMs to tariffs. That is what is called tarification process. Now, how effective was this tarification process while explaining explaining India's agricultural trade with respect to this particular sector exports? Now, are they trade creating? Whether these NTMs are trade creating or trade distorting? The thing is that when coming to NTMs, they are basically qualitative restrictions, not quantitative restrictions. And moreover, as we all know, to understand the effect of a qualitative restriction is not that easy as to understand the effect of a quantitative restriction. And these qualitative restrictions differ from one country to another. What I meant to say is that these NTMs that are applied to India by United States is different from the NTM regulations that are being applied to India by European Union and the other country, Japan. I am taking these three countries for analysis because right from the inception of trade from this particular sector, it is understood that these developing countries are our major export basket. And what is happening in this particular sector over the years is that when speaking about the non-tariff measures, non-tariff barriers or non-tariff measures, it comes all the requirements like the security clearance requirements, the FCCP standards or whatever European Union standards they are speaking about, the technical standards and the labeling and marketing standards, the packaging and the specification rules whereby the commodity is to be packaged. And so all these matters. So in that case, how can a harmonized trading system be brought about to trade in this particular economy where even though the MFN status prevails? Because in MFN status, if you have tariff of 5% with one country, that should be maintained with other country also. There is no way you can discriminate. But in that situation also, with the persistence of these MFN standards, the qualitative restrictions differs from European Union to USA to Japan. So all these three economies are different. Now, I had an occasion to speak some of the exporters who are centered in Ernakulam, Kochi area, and they told me that once your plant is efficient enough to meet the European Union standards, then that commodity which is being exported to European Union can be exported to any other country. So how will you understand that these particular standards are not being materialized while we don't have a vibrant that kind of a sector to facilitate the trade requirements of these developing economies? There comes the importance of what is called the method to quantify these non-tariff measures. Now, in non-tariff measures, we have basically sanitary and phytosanitary requirements, technical barriers to trade, and the third one is, so sanitary and phytosanitary requirements are in A category, and TBT, technical and requirements, TBT, technical barriers to trade in B category, and shipment requirements in C category. So the immediate way whereby you understand that you don't have a vibrant export sector in this export sector, which is competent enough to meet the requirement of the developed world, is the rejection of the consignment. So what is pathetic situation where your plan is being set to meet the situation of the European Union standards, and that standards is being consistently checked by the government of India authorities and quite often by European Union authorities. And one fine day, the consignment that is being exported from India to that particular country is being rejected. What could be the mind of a processor and an exporter who has undergone all these trauma and is waiting for the revenue to come and is meeting at a situation? Before explaining that, I'll just show you the percentage of rejections by European Union, USA, and Japan. See, it is consistently decreasing, that is fine, but still rejections are happening. So over some 20 years of trade, we are not at all able to reduce this rejection rate up to a zero level. Or what I mean to say that still with all these mandatory requirements being met, the country is not able to reduce the rejection of consignments at zero tolerance level or zero level. So they say mainly because of all these reasons. The reasons cited by one country may differ from other country, but still mainly they say it is because of the presence of heavy metals or microbiological contaminants or veterinary drug residues. So it's not at that level the issue is to be tackled. The issue is to be tackled at somewhere else, because right from the farm to fork, the standardization or the harmonization procedure should take place, and there you have to standardize the product. Now, this particular commodity is a natural gift, and ocean is getting polluted, because since ocean is getting polluted, that may be coming to all these items also. So precautions should be taken at the environmental standards. So the environmental standards does not solve your problem. You have to maintain certain standards, how to catch, how to process, and all those things. Now, as I have mentioned, it is the method whereby we can quantify this non-tariff measures is very difficult, and because it is highly qualitative in nature. And it is basically in these three categories, that is A, B, C categories, that these qualitative restrictions are being centered around. So each and every commodity has to be seen whether this particular item comes to A category or B category or C category. And for that analysis, I have used what is called frequency indexing of non-tariff measures. And it is like dummy variable indexing. So I have downloaded data from Comtrade data at 6-digit level, disaggregated at 6-digit level. Then I try to understand at 6-digit level which are the commodities are having this kind of A, B, C qualitative restriction categories. And the frequency indexing method is of the formula Dij into Mij divided by summation Mij. So ultimately you will get as in percentage terms. Now, after saying these are the main category of items that is being exported from India to the rest of the world. And mainly my analysis concentrate with respect to European Union, USA, and Japan. And out of these three countries, European Union standards are comparatively really very high when compared to the rest of the two countries. So, and for that purpose, I have taken this 6-digit disaggregated classification and applied the case of European Union countries. So this the product specification I didn't brought, but product specification you can check in net or you can check in DGCIS data site or whatsoever it is, and it is found that in the first category there are around 82.35% of the items is being affected with the case of this qualitative restrictions, or you can say it is non-tariff measures. And In the case of the second category, 0 to 11 to 90, it 45%, and third category 33.9, and fourth category is 90.7. I'll tell you a story here, because in this category, it is mainly we are exporting the curtains items such as prawns, shrimp, and that kind of items, which are highly demanded in the global market and which fetch a high export market, and that is highly affected with non-tariff measures. So if that is the case, and since we have a comparative advantage in export, in exporting this fishery sector items, what could be the way out, or what could be the solution whereby we can enhance our trading behavior with these countries? So having seen that, one more thing, once they reject the commodity, they are supposed to write or supposed to give the reason why the commodity is being rejected. And to collect the reason behind that is also very difficult, because these NTMs are quite hidden in nature, and they may be understood from either from GATT notifications or from some import refusal, because once the consignment comes back, this report has to come, and that takes some time. The import refusal reports, the customs tariffs, laws and regulations in which we export that particular commodity. So therefore, Therefore, how to increase or to make this particular sector vibrant enough to attract these developed countries' market is a question to be addressed. And so it has a lot of research potential where you can think over the solutions whereby we reach a level of zero rejection rate. So one of the things is that all this comes under the food and food safety standards as prescribed by WTO. The second thing is that the quantification of these particular restrictions is very difficult. So results suggest that they are more, because the presence of NTMs are more trade distorting rather than trade creating. And as I told earlier, once I have spoken to some of the exporters, they told me that once this commodity is coming back, what they are doing, that there is a lifetime for this consignment. So if that as a consignment comes back before the lifetime, what they used to do is that they will rechannelize this particular consignment to mainly to Gulf countries, and they somehow channelize the revenue. Now the question is that the plant is in European Union standards, not in Gulf country standards. But still what we are doing is we are not meeting the desired requirement, but we are meeting, somehow we are managing the loss by channelizing this to some other country. Therefore, a new concept in trade literature is now coming up, that is what is called trade deflection. So trade deflection, we can think over of like has a lot of research potential while dealing with India, any country's agricultural commodity where it is being affected by all these kind of non-tariff measures, or what you can say in general food and food safety standards. And therefore, at last we can say that India's fisheries sector, with all its quality assurance and food safety measures, remain truncated, and therefore existing fields need to be examined for identifying the ills and shortcomings to fill. So you need to bring up some policies whereby we should understand where the issue lies over, and at that institutional level, you have to find the solution. It is not with the exporter or not with the person who catches the fish and brings the thing to the processing sector, but something beyond that, the issue has to be addressed. The second thing is that in an internationally changing trade scenario, so India is to be reckoned with the global trade, and moreover, this particular sector has got a comparative advantage. These exporters in this particular sectors are to be educated in terms of accessibility, affordability, and quality. And there are institutions like MPEDA and other export processing. So not many institutional sectors that are working under the government sector. to catering to this particular requirement. But still, the story happens like there are frequent rejections, though the trend is coming down. So in that sense, you can say that it is not like quite fine. So there are still apprehensions exist in India's agricultural sector trade, especially with regard to this particular item. With this, I think I conclude. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. And now we have Dr. Mitesh Madhavan and Dr. Ajna KP presenting the title Tapping the Potential and Glitches of Farmer Producer Organizations in Plantation Sector. Dr. Mitesh is an assistant professor in business studies at Srinarayana Guru Open University, Kolkata. His research area focuses on financial planning, financial management, microfinance, tribal and plantation studies. Welcome, sir. Dr. Ajna is currently working as an associate professor in business studies at Srinarayana Guru Open University, Kolkata. The focus of her research is in the areas of strategic finance, stock market, and financial management. Welcome, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. Am I audible?
Good morning.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Hello.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Yeah, you are audible. Yes.
Okay. Respected chairman, head of the department, organizing team, dear delegates and students, myself, Dr. Ajna KP. First of all, I'd like to convey my gratitude to Christabel ma'am for giving us this opportunity. Tapping the potentials and glitches of farmer producer organizations in plantation sector. I hope the presentation is visible to all of you.
Yes.
To begin, first of all, let me give a brief introduction about FPOs. There has been many collectivization efforts, especially for rural development and agriculture. Farmer producer organizations or FPOs is an important movement among the collectivization efforts. And FPOs basically promoted as an alternative to cooperatives by Ministry of Agriculture as an appropriate institutional form where farmers and producers to collectively leverage their production and marketing efforts. FPOs can be registered under Companies Act as well as Cooperative Societies Act even in case of companies, there can be profit-making companies or non-profit making firms. Basically, the intention is gathering farmers and producers together, which allows them to accumulate their produce, where primary, and by that primary producers can benefit from economies of scale. And when it comes to agricultural marketing, FPOs will assist in breaking up the network of middlemen, which means FPOs allows the producers or farmers to avoid including more and more middlemen in the marketing process. Moving on to the background of FPOs in India. I'll just give a brief about the backgrounds of FPOs working in India. Basically, the history of FPOs goes back to 2013, when Ministry of Agriculture in India had put forth the policy for promoting FPOs. There are around 6,000 FPOs in India, of which 3,200 are registered as producer companies and the rest are registered as cooperative societies. In 2021, Government of India has launched a scheme, a central sector scheme for developing and promoting 10,000 new FPOs until 2027 and 28, and this has allotted around 6,865 crore rupees for the scheme. And organizing farmers into farmer producer organization can help small and marginalized farmers to have more or easier access to technical information. This could aim to help in crop planning and management, input credit, availing input credits, and post-harvest management, creating value additions for their farmer produce, and even creating marketing infrastructure and having more market links. Moving on to status of FPOs in Kerala. Currently, there are 103 FPOs working with a strength of 51,094 stakeholders based on NABARD's statistics. And recently, based on a case study of FPOs in India 2019-2021 supported by NABARD, the case of FPO in Kerala suggests certain inferences. The major three inferences are: the FPO is limited to few number. FPOs in Kerala are basically limited to few members in number, and they need to increase their size in order to acquire financial or any other support from the government or through NABARD. And there are sustainability issues related to agriculture, which has not been investigated even in the case of FPOs, which means that even though initially FPOs are being structured and incorporated, on later stages, they are not able to carry on with the functioning, or they're not taking up any other efforts later on. And thirdly, holistic development of members has not been visualized by FPOs. When we say FPO, it is not only for the members or not only for the farmers who are part of it. It has to have a more wider viewpoint of creating a better place or a better opportunities for their entire community. Moving on to the reason why we introduce the concept of FPOs. The first thing is minimizing the operational difficulties of small farmers related to the purchase of inputs and the sale of outputs. Inputs in this case, we mean that are maybe seeds, harvesting support and all that, and outputs are farmer produce. Collectives will help small growers to improve their bargaining power. And next is cheaper inputs, better prices, and informed decision making will lead to higher income for farmers. Adoption of technologies and agricultural practices will improve the productivity of farmers, to increase access of capital, and it allows to monitoring the fund in a better way. FPOs also allows to reduce the cost of production and avoid market intermediaries. This will help to increase earnings of the farmers in general. Now I hand over the presentation to Dr. Mitesh.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yes.
Thanks for the wonderful introduction about this FPO. And you move to that methodology slide. From the methodology side, okay. The concept of social and solidarity economy refers to the economic activity that involves producers, workers, consumers, and citizens acting collectively and in solidarity. Actually, our total study goes based on this solidarity, because these collectives are the strength of that particular area. And this is the core of the SEO moment. We use both the primary and secondary data. Cases and interviews with the stakeholders help us give a more clarity about these FPOs. We have visited the 10 FPOs and 30 growers in coffee sector. Basically, we focus only on the coffee and rubber sector. So we visited the 10 FPOs and 30 growers in coffee sector, and 20 FPOs and 50 growers in rubber sector. We didn't consider any other crops, just only these two crops. How stakeholders benefit. So from this point, major prospects of FPOs. They are offering higher price than the market price to their farmers. That's the ultimate aim of the every FPO. They want to give a higher price than the market price to their members. So basically, they are more focused on this price differentiation, and they need a better market for their produce. Processed coffee and rubber help to provide a high price to their farmers. This is the very important thing that every FPO is considering, because there are a lot of middlemen in between the coffee and rubber. So they try to do the processing by themselves, so they can take the advantages of the benefits. So in that way, and they are trying to start to process the coffee products or rubber products. Even if we can see the same similarities in other crops also. Organizing as a FPOs will ensure financial support from the government, other subsidies, and other benefits. The other main aim is to get a benefit from the government, unlike the subsidies. So you will get only subsidies once you become a member of that FPO. So otherwise, individual subsidies are very less. But if you are in a collective form, you will get more subsidies and other benefits from the government side. They will also not only in subsidy, other infrastructure also they will produce if you are in a collective. The aim of the FPO, we are already told about that the government have a different policy about the FPO. They want to promote FPOs in that way. So in that way, most of the benefits are distributed to the FPOs. Both have a role in helping and to market their products. Every crop have their not every crop for the coffee and the rubber they have their own goals. They have a huge experience in the entire process of their rubber. Actually, they have to help the all producers or even small or large. They have the role in coffee sector. They have a export market. We already before the 1990s, we know that all the crops collected by the coffee plot and they are exporting. In that way, they have a good connection with the global market. Okay. On the other side, we get comparing, but we just point out these factors which are associated with the FPO. On the other side, the rubber produce RPS, that is they are called rubber producer organization. So they also they have a connection with their growth, means the rubber board and the growth. And the last one, input credits and subsidy price benefit the members of the FPO. We witnessed one of the FPO. Mainly, there are different types of FPO actually. As the Dr. Ajna said, they can register differently. So in there we witness that the process is also different from each other. One of the FPO mainly focuses only on the inputs. So they are giving the input credits and they are making out of money also. How they are making money? So then they are buying bulkly the inputs and they are selling these inputs to their members when we smaller than market price. So in that way, they are making also profit. So they're making profits. It's only benefit only for the members of the FPOs. And the subsidy price. We also witnessed recently the state government of Kerala provide some financial support to the coffee crops. So that was also distributed to the FPO. So the FPOs are distributed to the growers, those who are members of the FPOs. How in that way they are connecting the growers and the FPOs. Not only connecting, they are promoting actually the FPOs. That is the collective. What are the major weaknesses? So when we come to the one of the important problem of every FPO is revolving fund or working capital. Actually, many of them, those who are failed in the failed because of the lack of working capital. They don't have any money. They don't have any collateral securities to raise the fund. They don't have much infrastructure, and they are unable to run their business. So in that way, normally it's going to debt. So that's the important part is that the working capital. Then lack of infrastructure, facilities, and finance are the major challenges faced. Finance, we already said that they have issues related to finance. Many of the FPOs mainly depends on the fund provided by the government to the NABARD. NABARD is actually providing this money for the initial 3 years. After 3 years, they are not unable to continue. So they need more time, I think. We think. Then come to the next point, there is a lack of ability to procure entire produce, especially in coffee, by the FPOs. We witnessed that those FPOs who have a export market, they are unable to collect all the coffee crops of the growers because the demand is less. They have a fixed quota. After this quota, they won't accept any coffee crops. So the growers normally depend on the local market. So they will get only small prices. So that the FPOs should have the ability to secure the crops of the members. But here that's not happening actually. Then come to the distance. Another thing is actually they have to travel a lot to the FPO. One of the growers said that if they travel to the FPO, they won't get any benefit because the FPO provide only a small margin of the subsidy, and that will be compensated by the transportation cost. So mostly these problems, problems because of these problem. They are unable. They are normally not going to the FPO. So cost of production is high, and there is a labor shortage. It's not small gravities. They are not actually necessary, and they basically depends on the rate and labor shortage is timely timely unavailability of the labor affecting the productivity. So that's the major another issue, and most of the FPO do not get any support as per their. I already said that most of the FPO they are not getting any exposure to market their product globally or in the foreign market. So then other is one of the example which I put it here that I already said that NABARD is providing fund for the initial 3 years, but there are certain rules and regulations. When an fund is received from the NABARD, the FPO should have follow some certain rules and regulations. One of the important rule is they should give a 15,000 rupees for their CEO. They should have a CEO and CEO should be paid by 15,000 per month. But after 3 years, they are unable to pay this amount, and they don't have any CEO currently right now when we visit there. Unawareness of the documentation procedure and availing government support. When you register as a company, they have the responsibility to submit different documents.
Mr. Mitesh, your voice is breaking. Your voice is breaking. Is there any internet issue? Can you be much audible? Sorry for the interruption. No, the voice is breaking again.
Ma'am, it's fine for us. We don't face an issue. It might be some problem with your system.
Okay.
It's okay for us.
Thank you.
Okay. Is it audible now?
Yes, you are. Thank you.
Sorry for the interruption. Maybe it's because of anyway, I'm continuing. Unawareness about the documentation. Many of the FPOs, those who are the MDs or chairmen of this particular FPO, they are unaware about the documentation and timely fail to submit their documents, and the NABARD or any government agency, they are given a fine on because of the not submitting timely. So that's also another issue, and FPO fails to provide sustainable quality and taste to the consumers as that of MNC. This is the important thing. When you everyone knows that if you go anywhere in the world, Nescafe's coffee is same taste. Okay, but when you go a local shop, when you visit a local shop or coffee, they are giving a different taste. So that affects the market and the brand quality. Just because of the brand quality, they are unable to keep the quality. So that's a fact there. So the FPO have the role to keep the quality of their crops. So and then poor access to capital and monitoring of funds are the main challenges. I already said that they don't have a collateral securities, and because of that, they don't have they are unable to raise funds through the bank or any other agency. They don't have any asset or like fixed asset. They are unable to pledge the. They don't have any document to pledge the bank or financial institutions. That's also major issue. But yes, competing with MNCs, FPO need marketing support from the government agencies, and the concept of lab to land, land to land, lab to lab, and land to lab has to be promoted. Basically, they need more research. R&D is huge expenses, as we know that, but FPO in the initial stage they are unable to do this. So these parts should take care of by the government agencies, or they have given fund or facility to the FPOs for doing better. Then bank does not provide any loan because of lack of collateral security. Sometimes I think bank can be government agencies can be collateral. So or in other way they have to help get some amount for the successful functioning of SPO. Usually, NABARD provides the financial support which is extended later to release sustainability and success of the FPO. As I told earlier, when the NABARD withdraws from the support of financial support, as means of support, the FPO get into the defense. So I think they need more time to be successful. So government, if the government give more time to them, they will be successful. FPO should have ensured domestic and export market and try to create a value addition in order to form it globally. So when we think about the global market, we have a as a FPO, they have a great competition. So one of the global told us that if the local market or domestic market, they can do they can do only anything in the domestic market, at least for the initial period. So they have to create a local market, and it have to be created or have to be promoted by the government. How they can promote? So the habit of the consumption of the coffee, I mean the coffee, increase the habit of the consumption of coffee. So that will help them to create a domestic market. To conclude, the road ahead of FPO and the possible values need further exploration with the help of empirical evidence to draw clarity. We know that we need more clarity, so we would like to do more in there. So we are expecting more comments on this particular presentation. But policy making institutions and the government must create a clear operational guidelines for the FPO. Convergence resources at the state government level and coordinate system across key state departments, including agriculture, cooperation, panchayat, health, finance, forest, and environment, commerce, and rural development. Efforts have to be taken to tap the maximum benefit out of the FPO movement for the marginalized farmers for whose benefits it was born. Here I am stopping, and some of when I think Dr. Hajna will add some more points to conclude this. Dr. Hajna, please answer.
Thank you, Mitesh sir. I hope I'm audible.
Yeah.
Okay. To conclude our study, I believe that there are schemes that is meant for supporting farmers and marginalized agriculturalists in India. But the thing is that how it is reaching towards its actual beneficiaries. So I like to conclude our session by saying that whatever schemes or whatever measures the government has taken for uplifting those sector, it has to reach to them rather than agriculturists or small farmers reaching out to upper side or the authorities for help. So it has to be happening the other way. The measures or the schemes of government has to reach to the persons who are the beneficiaries. So I'd like to conclude with this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, ma'am. And now we have Dr. Sunita Vijay, and she usually is presenting the paper titled Crop insurance in India, is it a way forward to effective risk management in agriculture? Dr. Sandra is an assistant professor, School of Business Education, University of Kerala. She secured her PhD in 2021 and has to have produced 7 paper publications, 3 national and 5 international seminar presentations. Welcome, ma'am. Sri Vishnu PS is currently pursuing his PhD from University of Kerala. Previously, he worked as assistant professor in economics at NSS College, Ottapala. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, all. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're on.
Thank you. It feels really great to do another presentation on a section chaired by a professor, and I render my heartfelt gratitude to Christabel Miss for giving us another opportunity. This is a joint presentation made by Vishnu PS and myself, Sunitha Vijayan. Is my presentation visible?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Okay, thank you. Our topic of presentation is crop insurance in India. Is it a way forward to effective risk management in agriculture? The presentation is outlined in the following manner. To begin with, I would like to start with the words of MS Swaminathan, where he says, if agriculture goes wrong, nothing else will have a chance to go right in the country. So I think crop insurance plays a pivotal role in saving our farmers in their hard times. To begin with the introduction, uncertainty and risk are typical features of agriculture production, where farmers face a variety of production input and other related risks. And they have adverse effects on the critical determinants of farm income, like output price, quality and quantity of yields, and input cost. They negatively affect the overall economic welfare and technical efficiency of the agriculture sector. And risk management in agriculture helps farmers in this perspective to make proper plans to confront the adverse situations and achieve the highest possible returns. And among the risk management tools, crop insurance acquires a significant role in efficiently reducing and as a loss management strategy. And it would enable the farmer to take substantial risk without being exposed to further hardship. And crop insurance involves the basic principle of loss by few, shared by many, and it helps to revive the farmers from the bad years with resources accumulated in the good years. Moving to the statement of the problem. In the specific case of India, Indian agriculture is inherently a risky venture due to uncertainty in production and volatility in price. And FAO reports has ranked India as the most disaster-affected country by crop and livestock production losses. However, the small and marginal farmers were naturally the most vulnerable groups to such uncertain agriculture risk. And these farmers were resource poor and they predominantly operated under rainfed conditions. The government departments of India have helped the farmers to cope with such agriculture risks and weather uncertainties through the provision of subsidies on inputs, waiver of crop loans, and crop insurance to compensate the losses. However, the risk management strategies adopted by Indian farmers were still in the premature stage, where they rely on traditional risk management strategies to mitigate the risk. The concept of crop insurance was discussed in India ever since the time of independence, and several crop insurance programs were pioneered over the period to stabilize farmers' income and mitigate their risk effectively. And according to World Bank reports, with more than 25 million farmers insured, India's crop insurance program is hailed as world's largest. Nevertheless, due to delays in claim payment, 85 million farm households remains uninsured. Henceforth, here we attempt to judiciously examine the crop insurance schemes introduced in India, focusing on their achievements and pitfalls. The analysis facilitates to perceive the viability, reach, and success of the insurance schemes implemented in India. The methodology adopted includes the data sources, mainly the data sources that was being taken was from secondary data. And the secondary data was taken from Agriculture Insurance Company of India Limited, various publications of Economic Survey, Department of Agriculture, Corporation, and Farmers Welfare. In this presentation, we explore the foremost performance aspects of crop insurance, focusing on the following research questions. That is, what is the trend in coverage of crop insurance schemes? How is the financial performance of the crop insurance schemes implemented in India? What is the penetration level of the crop insurance schemes? And finally, which crop insurance schemes displayed the best performance on comparison? The major tools used for the analysis include to examine the trend, the compound annual growth rate was used, and to evaluate the financial performance, the claim premium ratio was used, and even the break-even ratio was also used. And to analyze the penetration of the schemes, the penetration rate was being used and was calculated by dividing the farmers insured by the total farmers. This slides just describe the major tools that is being used and skipping them. Now moving on to the analysis. The table represents the major crop insurance schemes that were being implemented in India over the time. And the seeds of crop insurance were sown in India by J.S. Chakravarti in 1920 through his agriculture insurance scheme based on rainfall approach. The first crop insurance schemes that was launched was the first individual approach in 1972. And later, Professor V.M. Tandepkar, he is celebrated as the father of crop insurance in India. And approving his recommendations, the pilot crop insurance scheme was launched by General Insurance Corporation. And the implementation of crop insurance schemes in India was initially entrusted with General Insurance Corporation of India and was later transferred to Agricultural Insurance Company of India Limited. Now we are trying to evaluate the performance of the major crop insurance schemes that was being implemented in India. First of all, first we are trying to analyze the performance of comprehensive crop insurance scheme. And this scheme was compulsory and only for the lonely farmers and was based on the homogeneous area approach. However, it was discontinued due to its financial non-viability with high claim premium ratio that reached around 5.7. It means that the premium that was collected was much lesser, while the claim paid was much higher, which means it costed a high financial burden to the government. And calculating the CAGR, it indicated a positive growth rate for all the indicators, with the highest growth rate in claim paid over the years. And over to the next insurance scheme, that is National Agricultural Insurance Scheme. It was a multi-peril insurance scheme that was being implemented, focusing on an area yield-based approach. It was a insurance scheme that is compulsory for farmers availing crop production loans and voluntary for others. And it got the reputation as the world's largest crop insurance program in terms of farmers' coverage. However, it was withdrawn from 2013 and replaced by the National Crop Insurance Program. The average claim ratio of this program also stayed at 3.9, indicating its financial unviability. And calculating the CAGR, it indicated a positive growth rate for all the indicators, and the highest growth rate was seen in the claim paid. And the average of all indicators was found to be higher in the Kharif season than in the Rabi seasons. When analyzing the farmers insured and farmers benefited, it was found that it was highest in the states of Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, and Andhra Pradesh for the scheme concerned. Now, the next insurance scheme is Modified National Agriculture Insurance Scheme. It was an improvised form of the earlier scheme, that is the National Agriculture Insurance Scheme. The average claim ratio of this scheme was around 1.13, and the CAGR calculated indicated a very low growth rate of the indicators over the period, but it was being positive for all the indicators. And the average of all the indicators were higher for the Kharif season, and the farmers insured and benefited were found to be highest in the states of Rajasthan and Andhra Pradesh. To the next crop insurance scheme, that is weather-based crop insurance scheme. It provided payout against adverse rainfall incidents, and it be deficit or excess rainfall. Here, the basic idea of weather insurance was to estimate the percentage deviation of crop output due to adverse deviations in weather conditions. The average claim ratio of this scheme stayed at 0.79, indicating its financial viability. And the CAGR calculated indicates positive growth trend with highest for the farmers benefited. And majority of farmers insured and benefited were found highest in the states of Rajasthan, Bihar, and Andhra Pradesh. The coconut palm insurance scheme was implemented on a pilot basis in the areas of Andhra Pradesh, Goa, Karnataka, Kerala, etc. And the farmers insured and benefited was highest in Kerala, followed by Maharashtra and Tamil Nadu. And the claim premium ratio was found to be highest in Kerala, followed by Tamil Nadu. And analyzing the recently implemented insurance schemes, that is the Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana, it replaced the existing NAIS and the modified national insurance scheme. And one of its peculiarity was that it proposed a uniform premium of only 2% to be paid by farmers for kharif crops and 1.5% for rabi crops. And the farmers insured and farmers benefited was highest in Maharashtra, followed by Rajasthan and Uttar Pradesh. And the claim ratio for both the seasons indicated a financial sustainability. Regarding the restructured weather-based crop insurance scheme that was implemented in 2016, it aimed to mitigate the hardship of insured farmers against crop loss resulting from adverse weather conditions like rainfall, temperature, wind, humidity, etc. The average claim ratio of this scheme also indicated a financial sustainability. When we analyze the crop area insured under all schemes over the period 2015 and 16, it was found that the highest area covered under crop insurance scheme was for the states of Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, and Maharashtra. And we can see that in India, the total area insured during 2016 and 17 was just 28.63%. And while analyzing the crop-wise area insured, was seen that the area insured was highest for the crops including paddy, wheat, and oilseeds. Moving on to a comparative analysis of the crop insurance schemes in India, it was found that the average indicators were highest for the National Agriculture Insurance Scheme. That is regarding the farmers covered, insured, or the sum insured, premium, claim paid, etc. The National Agriculture Insurance Scheme stood first when compared to all the insurance schemes. However, regarding the farmers benefited, it was highest for the weather-based crop insurance scheme. Regarding the claim, comparing the claim premium ratio of the various crop insurance schemes implemented in India, it's found that the high claim premium ratio was observed in all the crop insurance schemes considered, most of the crop insurance schemes considered, and it indicated that the schemes posed a high financial burden to the government. And the only viable schemes that was being noted were the weather-based crop insurance schemes and restructured weather-based crop insurance scheme and Prime Minister Fasal Bima Yojana. Moving on to the penetration rate of the crop insurance scheme, it was analyzed to get a clear picture of the scheme's reachability. And it was seen that the average penetration was highest for the National Agriculture Insurance Scheme, followed by WBCA's Coconut Crop Comprehensive Crop Insurance Scheme and Modified National Agriculture Insurance Scheme. However, it was less than 1% for all other schemes, stating that the average penetration was extremely low in India. And this pointed the disastrous plight of other insurance schemes implemented. Hence, the time has lapsed to take a serious outlook on crop insurance implementation in the country, as the savior of farmers had reached the stage to be saved. Now, when we compare between the CAGR of the various schemes, it was found that most of the schemes shows a positive growth trend in all the indicators. To recap the crop insurance programs in India, it can be seen that most of the schemes exclusively followed the area-based approach for providing the insurance support. However, the area approach too was not free from fault, where its major drawback was the basic risk, that is, the possibility of indemnity being less or more than the loss actually suffered. And the major allegations raised against the crop insurance schemes implemented in India were the loss assessment never considered the individual losses, and the low indemnity rate, delayed payment, high claim premium ratio, lack of or inadequate measurement of average yield, etc., were the major criticisms raised against the crop insurance schemes. Now, to conclude, playing with different roles and designs over the period, the crop insurance in India has reached its golden jubilee with miles to go for achieving its ultimate goal. Majority of the crop insurance schemes initiated since 1970 were mostly unviable and served a very limited purpose with a very low penetration rate. From the findings of the analysis, it was realized that the crop insurance schemes implemented depicted a positive coverage trend. However, with respect to the financial performance, the majority of the crop insurance schemes implemented in India were financially unviable with high claim premium ratio. And the penetration rate was also found to be extremely low. To sum up, the seeds of crop insurance failure is in its very design. Rather than adopting policies to rectify and modify crop insurance schemes, the root concerns related to structural bottlenecks should be addressed first. And the success mantra of a crop insurance program lies in its acceptability, and it depends on acquiring the confidence of farmers to save them at their bad times. Hence, crop insurance should be designed in the mold of simplicity, as the targeted population happens to be millions of illiterate farmers. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Our final presentation for this session is by Mr. Vera R. who will be presenting the paper titled Another Welcoming and Incorporating Indigenous Communities into Governance. Mr. Vera is currently working as research associate at the Center for Good Governance in the Institute of Management in London. Her areas of interest are labor economics, industrial economics, public policy, and gender ethics. Welcome, Mr. Vera.
Am I audible? I hope I am audible. Thank you for the warm welcome, Ashwin, and I would like to give my sincere thanks to Dr. Christabel PG, the coordinator of the program, and also to everyone of the Department of Economics for the opportunity extended. So I may now move on with my presentation. I hope my presentation is visible. Okay. So, pardon?
No, ma'am,
Yeah.
I was just about to ask you to put it in slideshow.
Yeah, I have put it in slide share. Is it not visible?
It's visible, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much. So today I am presenting on the topic Nammadu Vellame, incorporating indigenous communities into governance. So Nammadu Vellame meaning our agriculture in the tribal language. It is a pilot project implemented in Attapadi by the Scheduled Tribe Development Department, Kerala Development and Innovation Strategic Council, and TANL, an NGO. The period of implementation of the project was from June 2019 to March 2020 and was implemented in 3 phases. Prior to the implementation, initial assessment was conducted by the advisory committee comprised of members from TANL and KDISC. So before planning and implementation, initial assessment was done, and based on the need analysis, the pilot project was developed and approved by the advisory committee, who then recommended it to the KSSTV, that is Kerala State Tribal Development Department. So it was launched on June 2019 by Dr. P. Pugalendi IFS, Director, KSTDD at Vellur Uru, Attapadi, organizing Kampalam, which is a community celebration of sowing. So before I go into the project, I should first address why take Attapadi? Why Attapadi? So the tribal population in Kerala is around 4,84,839, and of which 48,972 people are alone from the Palakkad district. And Attapadi is the biggest tribal settlement in the district with a total population of 64,318 people, where 32,035 are females and 32,283 are 32,035 are males and 32,283 are females. And the total number of households is around 16,865. So, given this, we are looking at Attapadi, and Attapadi is often being referred to as the Bermuda Triangle of Development. As you can see, these are the various newspaper reports and that have come regarding the malnutrition and the infant death cases in Attapadi. So this shows the discrepancy in the government data related to the infant deaths in Attapadi. So as you can see, the blue line indicates the government data, and the red line is one by the NGO data by an NGO called Tambu. And they have been stated that consistently over the years, the deaths are being underreported by the government officials. So the tribal population in Attapadi area is estimated to be 44% of the total population as per the 2011 census. And in 1951, however, their representation was 90.26% of the total population. So we can see that there is the graph of the tribal population is tilted, which is due to the mass influx of settlers both from nearby Tamil Nadu and other parts of Kerala. So the tribal population is dwelling in 192 Uru or hamlets in the region. So there are mainly three communities in the valley. They are Irulas, Mudagas, and the Kurumbas. So the main source of income for all these scheduled tribes who are living in this area is agriculture and allied sectors and collection of minor forest produce. So the major chunk of minor forest produce collected in Kerala is from Attapadi. And several issues are being faced by the agriculture in the region. One is lack of irrigation, deforestation, and there is excessive dry spells in the region, which is also another problem. And another major problem which is faced by the region is malnutrition and infant mortality. So Attapadi reports 121 child deaths despite rupees 131 crore financial support in the last 8 years. And according to the officials of the health department, 99% of the infant deaths was due to congenital anomalies or genetic factors, that is, they are genetic diseases. So, but on contrary to this, the records of Kottattara Tribal Hospital show that 7 out of 9 infant deaths in Attapadi were due to underweight and the remaining 2 were due to congenital diseases. The Kottattara Tribal Hospital and Vivekananda Mission Hospital are the 2 hospital facilities which are available in Attapadi. So according to the Dr. Anida A.K., the district reproductive child health officer, infant mortality among tribals in Attapadi was just 4%. However, the infant mortality rate recorded at Kottattara Tribal Hospital is 33%. This figure is very alarming and is well above the state average of 6%. So weaker health of the tribal population in Attapadi was pointed out as a reason for increasing infant health. So according to a doctor in Kottattara Hospital, over 50% of the tribal women in Attapadi are underweight and they have expressed concerns on the deteriorating health conditions. The tribals are also of the view that land alienation is the key issue in Attapadi and that the infant deaths here are indirectly linked to it. So the immigrants have started slowly gaining control over the domestic land and have displaced the original inhabitants to dry wasteland. With no land to cultivate the traditional crops, they have started depending on food materials from ration shops. They were also made to adjust to the mainstream lifestyle. As a result, their farming techniques got greatly influenced by modern farming techniques such as cultivation of cash crops and use of chemical fertilizers. Their lifestyle was turned upside down, they became jobless, and their traditional protein-rich food was replaced with rice and curry. So this made them weak, and with a lot of free time, they turned towards alcohol and drugs to pass time. So this is stated as the reason why, despite having 30 welfare schemes and spending nearly 1.6 lakhs per family, the health conditions and living standards of tribal population at Attapadi remains pathetic. So the Minister for Welfare of Scheduled Castes, Scheduled Tribes and Backward Castes, Sri K. Radhakrishnan, reflecting on the folly of providing food for the people till the end of the world, expressed the need to make them self-sufficient in order to take care of themselves. According to Maruti, the president of Thaikula Sangam, if the government has any concern on the issues faced by the tribals, strict measures must be taken to get back the lost land and promote farming among them. She also urged the state government to make use of the Thoilorappu project for promoting farming. So this is the reason, this is actually the background, and it is in this background that the officials have taken step towards infusing agroecology into agriculture and thereby bringing about nutrition sufficiency in the Attapadi region. So now we may move on to why agroecology and how it was infused. So it is a bottom-up approach for sustainable development, and it is a contextualized solution for food insecurities, poverty, and hunger. It also delivers the social benefits such as poverty reduction and community empowerment. So the agroecology principles were evoked in the project through revival and support of indigenous farming techniques such as Panchakrishi. So Panchakrishi is one such traditional farming method practiced by the various tribal communities of Attapadi, which is capable of delivering increased food production at remarkably low external inputs, and thereby enhancing food security and nutrition for the community. And the objectives of the projects are nutrition sufficiency. So the project aims to end hunger, achieve food security, and improve nutrition, as well as promote sustainable agriculture. So by connecting food to farming and restoring tribal food systems and agriculture to maintain a healthy community. Then second one is revival of rain-fed farming. It tries to restore traditional practices and to reinvent the rain-fed farming using technology wherever found necessary. Then climate resilient approach in farming. So agroecological practices will be utilized for climate resilient practices. It will work towards balancing emissions with sequestration and developing a carbon neutral farming model. Independence of tribal communities. It aims at reduced dependence and indigenous planning with low external input, engaging and building community collectives through family farming and sharing responsibility. Coming to the health component, it envisions a remedial program to support improved nutrition for those suffering from malnutrition. Then implementing innovative provisions of food security. So it attempts at implementing innovative provisions of National Food Security Act, such as the buyback provision to procure local food materials and distribute the same through PDS system locally. Adaptation of NGNREGA. So it is another major step taken for land development and other actions through consultation with the LSTD. Information, education, and communication program. It is an appropriate and comprehensive program which is planned to be implemented under the project to raise awareness and improve the practices of good nutrition and health. Then peaceful coexistence with nature. Implementation of innovative practices identified by the tribal communities are undertaken to minimize the loss due to wildlife foraging while strengthening community cooperation. Gender equality. The programs to support gender equality, especially within households among boys and girls and women and men, were also planned as a part of the project. Now, stakeholders at play. So, the project involved high level of convergence of governmental and non-governmental organizations. The project was implemented at two levels: government level, which will provide the implementation support, and community level, which will look at the implementation. So at the community level, the decentralized form of tribal Gram Sabha and its modified alternative Urukutam were established, which were consistent with cultural practices so as to strengthen traditional systems and capacities in a sustainable manner. The development plans and major decisions were taken by the Urukutam, which involves the Urumupan, Mannu Karakaran, Kurutala, ST promoters, and tribal beneficiaries. And at the government level, to facilitate the implementation of the project and to ensure public partnership, 19 young field coordinators with an educational qualification of SSLC or +2 had been selected from 19 hamlets. They were given basic training in agroecology. Gurumutams had multiple meetings to understand the needs of the community and their ideas for developing the project, thereby helping in ensuring the community ownership of the project. So, my objective of this study was to understand how Namadu Vellame has been successful in integrating indigenous communities into governance. So this has been taken in various phases, in 3 phases of implementation. So the first phase was implemented in June itself, and several Urukutams and awareness programs were conducted to attract more people into the project. Fallow lands were cleared and tilled for farming. The sowing festival of the community called Kampalam was also revived as a part of the program. By the end of June, 493 farmers completed sowing 686 acres of land. In each stage, the implementation team monitors and give guidance to farmers regularly. An amount of 4,050 was given as first installment for land clearing, plowing, and sowing. In the phase 2, monitoring and evaluation activities were undertaken. Frequent inspections were conducted by tunnel team in these 7 months. Organic farming and organic pest repellents were introduced to the farmers to manage pest attacks. Traditional methods to guard against wild animal attacks with slight modifications were also brought in. Rupees 2,000 was given as a second installment in the second phase. In the third phase, it began by the end of November 2019, and it was harvesting the crops. Traditionally, the crops are stored, threshed, processed, and then sold to organic sellers. But in this case, majority of the farmers chose to store and keep the crops to themselves, not only due to the pressing needs of malnutrition and food security, but also since they have been cultivated after so many years. So now we may move on to the outcomes which are being generated as a result of the project. So the first one is preparation of an agricultural calendar. So as part of the project, agriculture calendar was co-created by the Tamil team to portray the traditional agricultural events of Attapadi. The calendar starts in February and ends in January next year, and it encompasses the details of the procedures of farming, the reason for adoption of such practices, and the time span, which is highly beneficial to the beginners. It helps them to know and learn about tribal agriculture. Each tribe and region have their variations, and hence different tribal areas have different calendars. Calendar act as a tool of support to farmers and a guide for field coordinators and tribal department officers. So it can be used as an effective tool for both internal and external communication, and also as a textbook for reference for agencies and department to know about regional or tribal farming techniques. Now, coming to the restoration, second impact was the restoration of agricultural heritage. Around 619 farmers from 19 hamlets have started indigenous farming in their 897 acres of farming. Though 897 acres of farming were bought, land were brought into farming, all activities and harvests could not be completed in all land, but all the land was cleared, plowed, and converted from fallow land to agricultural land. And now, revival of farmlands and farming families. Around 71.13% land was converted into farmland after 20 to 25 years, and 57.91% of families were returned to agriculture after 20 to 25 years. It brought back lost varieties of seeds and customs. Along with reviving indigenous farming methods, traditional varieties of crops were also revived. A rare variety of millet named Panje Piriyan Pandi was revived and cultivated. Also, around 21,000 kilos of nutritious food, including 20 varieties of leafy vegetables, tubers, millets, were produced, consumed, and distributed among the communities of Attapadi. Impact on youth. As a result of the project, more and more people began to show interest towards farming. Irula, Muduga, and Kurumba are the three communities, as I've mentioned. They are the three communities settled in Attapadi. Among them, the youth from the Irula community had altogether given up farming due to low yields and mere earnings from agriculture, and had gone to work as construction workers or to any other unskilled jobs. Through the project, the field officers were able to bring back such youth into farming. This has been a progressive and positive development for the region, where young and aspiring agriculture enthusiasts come out of a deteriorating social situation. Then community building through systematic monitoring. Since the second level of the project implementation, the tribal communities began to feel empowered as they got the power to make decisions necessary for their development. This was enabled by providing opportunities like Urugutam to speak for themselves and to take part in the project. Then coming to the impact on agroecology and sustainability, the project supplies the sustainable food systems approach, which prioritizes the need for nutritious diet. It brought back age-old traditions. The Panjakrishi happened. Then they were able to revive many traditional festivals, such as sowing festivals, such as Kampalam, which is a lost ritual in the community. It was practiced after 35 years in the region. And now coming to the integration of government activities, several programs and activities of state and central governments were integrated with the projects. MGNRA GA was implemented for land development through consultations with LSGD, as I've said earlier. The buyback provision of National Food Security Act was implemented. Then support to farmer was also extended through direct benefit transfers. Then certification of organic farmers. 540 farmers have been registered as certified organic farmers in the PSG portal of Government of India. It was a fully decentralized activity which was done by trained tribal youth and community. So as these farmers became certified organic farmers, their products could be sold into premium markets. But though there have been a huge impact, there have been certain limitations which are associated with the program, which is first one is delay in funding. Farming was hindered in many hamlets due to delay in funding due to treasury restrictions. Government support for fencing was delayed, and as a result, 135.14 acres of crops were destroyed by wild animals, and around 38 farmers faced the loss. And there were lower engagement of youth. Though more youth could be brought into the program, more resources are to be made available, and more policies must be undertaken to orient new generation of tribal people into the farming. The sustainability of the project, sustainability of farming should be maintained. And inappropriate management policies, the current management system is inappropriate and it needs to be reoriented as a facilitating and community building system. Timely financial support and handholding needs to be ensured for the success of the program, and adequate marketing and processing support is required. And inadequate skill training to tribal coordinators. So field coordinators need to be skilled and upgraded to tribal agriculture extension officers for managing the project in various hamlets. Now, the second objective of mine was to identify how the principle of indigenous economics were incorporated into the project. So as we all know, indigenous economics is that area of study in economics which puts the indigenous communities at the center of development. So it goes beyond the economic realm, and the principles of indigenous economics are reciprocity, that is honoring the gifts of life given and giving back to the sources of life, and generosity, that is ensuring that the benefits of the projects are received and are felt by everyone in the community, and distribution of resources. Then mirroring of creation and natural principles, that is the land is the basis for cultivating a healthy and harmonious relationship. And finally, diversity, ensuring, and finally, cooperation and collaboration rather than competition. So the project has not been a one which address the pressing problem of the community using an outside idea. Instead, the project has analyzed the traditional practices and customs closely and tried to bring solutions based on these practices. It had a well-functioning team which improvised and often rectified the inherent problems within the age-old system, making them capable of resolving the pressing issues of tribal community. Thus, the project was developed central to the area of indigenous economics, wherein instead of trying to squash the heterogeneity or practices different from the mainstream, the government officials in supporting NGOs showed endurance towards indigenous ways of life. They successfully integrated indigenous community into governance without forcing developmental policies which are not suitable to their needs or aspirations. Thank you.
Ma'am, can you please stop sharing your screen?
Yeah, I've done that. I've done it.
Thank you for your presentation. And now the floor is open for questions. Both online and offline participants can post their questions.
Friends who have joined online may post their questions in the chat section.
Any questions? Okay. I now invite the chairperson of the session, Dr. A.K. Prasad, to make the concluding remarks.
They will ask questions. So, dear participants, we are going to conclude this session. So, 4 papers were presented in this session. The first paper by Veena Ranjini on MFN clause and India's apprehensions in agriculture sector. So, she raised a lot of questions about the MFN clause and India's apprehensions. Actually, I have a question for you. That is, say, you are of the opinion that the spirit of MFN clause is being reduced by the presence of SPS requirements. I didn't get the point verified. Okay, really, your paper examined the analyzed highly distorted market behavior experienced from European Union, USA, Japan, in the presence of masqueraded trade restrictions. Thank you. Okay. Second paper was about tapping the potentials and the glitches of farmer producer organizations in plantation sector. The paper was presented jointly by Mitesh Madhavan and Ajina KP. Okay. The paper was also highly informative. My sincere thanks to the paper presentation. And the third paper was about crop insurance in India. Is it a way forward to effective risk management in agriculture? Okay. And really, this paper has explored the situation of various crop insurance schemes implemented in India. And the issues have also been highlighted. Say, the paper percentage sum up that the seeds of crop insurance failure was in its very design. Okay, Sunita, can you explain at this point whether the design is not in a good form? I don't know. What are the problems associated with the design of the insurance, design of various insurances? The last paper was about Namuth and incorporating indigenous communities into governance. So this paper is about tribals and their issues. Actually, this paper aims to look into how Namuth has been successful in incorporating indigenous communities into governance. You know that tribals, they are also known as Adivasis. They are the most downtrodden segments of the society in India. Say a lot of schemes are implemented for their welfare and development, but still their situation is very pathetic. So many studies have been carried out. Okay. But none of the suggestions, I don't think that the suggestions have been taken into consideration by government. Still, their condition is very, very pathetic. Thanks. Once again, I thank all presenters. I think that in the chat box, questions may be there. Veena, you can also interact with the participants. Okay.
Any more questions from the audience? Okay. Thank you, sir. I now call upon Sri Lakshmi, our second MD, to deliver the vote of thanks. Okay.
In fact, I just wanted to tell you one thing. Now we are in a multilateral trading framework, and the clause and alts and every provisions that are being ascribed in WTO is meant for trade creation. And MFN clause is, of course, particularly there is no way you can discriminate between a developing countries and a developed countries export. But what is in reality, what is happening is that there are certain very much instances whereby we can highlight that. So the MFN clause has been revoked, and because of this particular reason, and that you can raise in the WTO forum. But the other side of the thing is that because of, even though this is being operationalized from this perspective, there are instances whereby, especially this less developing countries are unfavorably affected by some kind of policies in one form or other, which has been taken up by the developing countries. That point is something 100% specific. And we cannot deny that fact, irrespective of all these provisions. Okay, that's it. Okay. Thank you.
May I answer the question?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So asked me about why I stated that the seeds of destruction means the seeds of failure of the crop insurance lies in its very design. Why I made such a comment or concluding remark? It's because majority of the means Indian crop insurance schemes, that the schemes provided by the center is based on the area-based crop insurance. But that provided by the state crop or the state is individual crop insurance schemes like a state crop insurance scheme. So farmers are, when we take the case of state crop insurance and center crop insurance schemes, we can see that the majority participation goes for the state sponsored schemes. It is because it is much more easier for the farmers to understand its premium and means indemnity slabs and all. In the case of center schemes, it is a bit more difficult because as it is an area-based analysis and its conditions are a bit more complex. It is difficult for the farmers to understand what is the premium that they have to pay for each crops and how much indemnity they get when they face a crop loss situations and all. So that is why I made such a remark. If the design is being made in a much more simpler manner, in the thing that the farm, it is much more easier for the farmers to understand the premium and indemnity level. That is, it should be made so much more simpler because the farmers who are taking this insurance are illiterates or they don't have a higher level of education level. So they should just, it should be much more clear that how much premium that they are being paying for each of their crops and how much indemnity they will get when they are facing a low situation. So that is my answer, sir.
Now, and now we have come to the end of the session. I now call upon selection of Renegade to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good morning to all. Such an honor for me to propose the vote of thanks on this occasion of Third National Conference on Cooperative, Mutual Aid and Solidarity Economics, experience from around the world. First and foremost, I would like to thank the chairperson, Dr. A.K. Prasad, Professor, Department of Economics, University of Kerala. Thank you, sir. Next, I like to thank Dr. Veena Enjeri, Associate Professor, Department of Economics, University College, Tirunelveli, for the paper, Emergent Process and India's Apprehensions in Agriculture Trade. Thank you, ma'am. Now, I would like to thank Dr. Desh Madhav and Anjana KP, both are assistant professors in business studies, Srinarayana Guru of University, Kollam, for the paper presentation, tapping the potential and riches of producer organization and plantation sector. Thank you. Next, I would like to thank Dr. Sundar Vijayan, Assistant Professor, School of Distance Education, University of Kerala, and Vishnu P.S., Assistant Professor, VDM LSS College, for their paper, Crop Insurance in India is it a way forward to effective risk management agriculture. Now, I thank Shreya R. Menon, Research Associate, Institute of Management and Government, Tirunelveli, for paper, number 12 and incorporating indigenous community into government. Thank you, ma'am. I also wish to express my gratitude to Dr. Shreya Issa, Professor and Head of the Department, Dr. Christopher P.J., Organizing Secretary, and all other teachers for their endless guidance and support. Finally, I would like to thank each one of you for your kind cooperation and support for making this event a successful one. Thank you. There is no limit to what we as women can accomplish. These are words of Michelle Obama. Good morning, Manalo. Respected dignitaries, teachers, and my dear friend. I am immensely glad to get an opportunity to welcome you all to the 5th technical session of the 3rd National Conference on Cooperative, Mutual Aid, and Solidarity Economies, experiencing from around the world, organized by Department of Economics, University of Kerala, India. This section, we will look into the aspects of women in priority. It's a pleasure to start this auspicious session by welcoming everybody. First, I heartily welcome chairperson of this session, Dr. Bushra Begum R.K., Director, Center for Women's Studies and Assistant Professor, Department of Sociology, University of Kerala. She secured PhD in Sociology from Department of Sociology, University of Kerala in 2008, and also she worked as Research Officer of Kerala State Women's Commission. She presented a lot of papers in various national and international conferences. Much of her academic and applied work has investigated the experience of displaced seeking to integrate the perspectives from sociology, anthropology, and social work. I take this opportunity to welcome you, ma'am, to this session.
Let me thank, first of all, let me thank Dr. Christabel PJ, Associate Professor of Economics, University of Kerala, and then for inviting me to chair the session in this conference. Thank you, Christabel, once again. And then this is a second session of today, second day of this seminar. Then in this session, I have to chair 4 papers in the list. Then it is almost all papers related to the women and women's activities in different groups like Kudumbashree, then women's empowerment through self-help groups, then empowerment of fisherwomen, then women who are engaging in the MGNREGA scheme. These are the papers that we are going to listen in this session. Then we already know that Kudumbashree and self-help groups, that actually help almost all the poor women to realize their full potential. And also it tries to make some microcredits, and sometimes it acts as a subsystems of the main banks sometimes. And it helped the women, poor people, particularly the poor women, to participate in the implementation, monitoring, and other activities of different schemes. We know that there are different good activities, good aspects in related to Kudumbashree, self-help groups, and women's group, etc. But at the same time, there are a lot of impediments also existing in these groups. So that let us listen these papers of Vimal Raj and Manju, etc. Then another paper related to fisherwomen. Fisherwomen, we know that fishing is the most precarious job in the world. At the same time, it gives us food, revenue. Then at the same time, men are engaging in the fishing activities. At the same time, women are engaging in the selling activities. So this creates a kind of disparity between the living pattern of men and women, fisherwomen and fishermen. So that let us listen the empowerment of fisherwomen in that paper. Then MGNREGA is another scheme that we are going to listen. MGNREGA actually it ensures 100% work for poor people in the society. Sometimes it raises some kind of criticisms in related to the MGNREGA work or activities, whether it is promoting the creative skills of people, or it is just for implementing a scheme for the sake of government or authorities, etc. So these are the papers that we are dealing in this session. These are all good topics and themes, and I appreciate Department of Economics to select all these papers, and this will definitely raise some questions, some debates related to women empowerment. So let me first of all invite Dr. Vimal Raj Assistant Professor Department of Ambedkar Chair, Indira Gandhi National Tribal University, Madhya Pradesh, to present a paper on social capital formation through bonding and bridging, a case of Kudumbashree program in Kerala. Okay. Over to you.
I would welcome Dr. Vimal J, Assistant Professor, Indira Gandhi National Tribal University, Madhya Pradesh. He completed his PhD in economics from University of Kerala in 2017. His research areas are tribal development, tribal health, gender studies, development and vulnerability, social capital, Dr. Ambedkar Thoughts and Philosophy. I welcome you, sir, for presenting the paper on social capital formation through bonding and bridging, a case of Kudumbashree program in Kerala. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Anla. Thank you so much. May I audible and visible?
Sir, you're audible, sir. And visible.
Yeah.
Sir, could you please share your paper?
Yeah. You already I sent to you that you can share with my PPT.
Okay, sir,
it is possible.
We will share, sir. Okay, you're audible, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, it's visible. Yeah, thank you. First of all, I would like to thank my mentor, my supervising teacher, Dr. Christabel PJ, Associate Professor, Department of Economics. And also I would like to thank this great opportunity to give present this today's paper. Then also my thank to our today's chair of this this technical session, Dr. Bushra Begum, chairperson of this technical section, Director Center for Women Studies. Thank you. Let's start with my my paper. That my title of this paper: Social Capital Formation through Bonding and Bridging, a case of Kudumbashree program in Kerala. Next slide. Let's come to social capital. Social capital, according to Robert Putnam, 1999, social capital refers to the connection among individuals, social networks, and other form of reciprocity and trust which arises from them. We can call social capital is the key component to building and maintaining democracy. And also one more person, Bilibov et al. 1990s described the social capital as a individual personal networks and allied institutional affiliations. Also, Robert Putnam again defined the speak of two main components of social capital: bonding and bridging up social capital. Why that social capital is important for this society, civil society? It is weakening of civil society in inequalities generated by new liberal economic development, and also necessary condition for modern liberal democracy. We come to bonding and bridging of social capital. Bonding social capital network, a homogeneous group of people like criminals, gangs. Bridging social networks between socially heterogeneous groups like chores and blowing gloves. Without bridging social capital, bonding groups can become isolated and disembarrassed from the rest of the society. Bonding social capital is a necessary endorsement for the development of the more powerful form of bridging social capital. We come to know about that social capital formation and Kudumbashree in Kerala. See, Kudumbashree was started in 1st April 1998. Its Kudumbashree is today one of the largest women empowering projects in the country. It is also partnered between 4 major actors, and also the major objective of this Kudumbashree is multi-factored women-based participatory poverty eradication program of government of Kerala. Next. The prime objective of the Kudumbashree program to eradicate absolute poverty from the state by actively involving the poor in the planning, managing, and monitoring of programs for their development. It is exclusively focused on women in family, women in society. The Kudumbashree also community networks was extended to cover entire state in the pace of during 2020-2002. The Kudumbashree network by 15th September 2021, they had 2,94,433 energies affiliated to 19,489 ADS and 1,064 CDS with total membership of almost 40 lakh 85,677 women were that participated in this program. Kudumbashree membership is open to all all adult women, limited into 1 membership per family. Next. In this context, in my study, it's it's related to that statement of problem. Kerala has gained international acclaim due to its development experience during the second half of the 20th century. The striking characteristics of this development experience are that is has gained a high level of social development despite low level of per capita income. The expertise have knowledge the achievements of the state as a viable model of development achievement through fair distribution against the background of the relatively low income group. On the other hand, we can take into the on the flip side of the model is that some outlier community are still marginalized and vulnerable, particularly women. Next. In this quarter, these are my objective to examine the factor affecting bonding and bridging of social capital at the grassroots level in the context of Kerala, to also analyze the role of social capital formation as the way out of economic vulnerability by presenting microfinance as a viable model. These are my hypothesis. Microfinance effectively as a tool for social capital formation for conferring inputs and service to the vulnerable sections. And also microfinance help enhance the resource base of economically vulnerable women. Next, these are my methodology and data collection that both primary and secondary data were collected this study. Next, the sampling techniques were used for this study. Quota sampling method was used for this data collection. 4 major districts like Wayanad tribal people, the slum dwellers from Tiruvandhuram, plantation workers from Idiki, and Muslims Malappuram were selected for this study. The 2 panchayat in each 4 districts were selected. From these details of this panchayat, details of 80 energies function under Kudumbashree missions were selected. These are my analysis plan. SPSS for used for the analysis. Statistical tools used: percentage, high score test, and factor analysis. Next. These are my review the literature. Next. The research from the view of existing literature, it is found that the studies on various social capital formation through bonding and bridging with Kudumbashree program are not seen in, especially in the context of Kerala. Hence, we intended to explore in the earlier this one earlier. Next. Now come to the members. You can call it. Now that members at the time of formation in the energies were selected in the 4 major districts. That social capital formation is essential in is to contribute the energies in any area. It pays the area economic and political participation in the society. In this context, this study shows that in each group, it's more than half of the group, like 53.8% have 15 to 20 members in the group. Only 33.8% contains 10 to 15 members in the group. Only very few, it's 6.2% of the had members in 0 to 10 respectively. Next. Members at the time of data collection. This along with that, same thing happened for this data collection time. 53.8% of the members in the group, 15 to 20 members at that data collection time. Next. The age group of the energies, age is the most important, that major important in the study area, because that belongs to that about 60% of them belongs to age group of 30 to 50%. The members belongs to age group of 30 to 40 or 35%. Another 25 to 5% belongs to age group of 40 to 50%. Next. Family profile. First of all, marital status. The universalization of marriage in the Kerala society is reflected among the sample population. About 96.5% of the women in energies are married, and the rest of the women are unmarried. Majority of the unmarried women belongs to younger age group. From the field, it is observed that the married women are more active in the type of financial institutions, so as they lot of responsibility play in the society. Same trend prevailing in the more rural district like Idiki and Wayanad. The Malappuram having the almost the same trend was, married. Religion is as a of social control, especially in the maintain the social order. The study observed that 55.7% of the respondents who are members in the energies are Hindus. Only 37.7% of belongs to Muslims population, and 6.6% belongs to Christianity. The district-wide data reveals that Idiki and Thiruvananthapuram have more Hindus in energies, and other remains few only. Next, come to the community-wise. The community-wide members in the different energies, the various districts, it is found that the other backward classes, OBCs, are 44.2% community takes the part of group of surveyed. Only 9.2% of the members are group belongs to that general category. Then next. No. Okay. That saving part. This one. Come to the savings and credit and training for that members in the energies. It is central part of energies model. Actually, only on the basis of savings amount, loans are sanctioned to the members. In short, the basic functions of the energies is the mobilize own savings in order to create an own fund to rotate among the members. In this quarter, total saving of the members on the basis of saving amount are sanctioned in the members. Data shows that 34.7% of the members still have savings range between 1,000 to 2,000. Only 34.2% of them savings are below 1,000 rupees. Another 24.3% of savings between 2,000 to 4,000 respectively. Then total credit, we come to the total credit of the energies members in the study area. One of the most important functions of the microfinance industry is to render credit to the poor sections of the society. It is found that total 35.6% of the people have not avail any loan at all. About 40% of the members avail loan less than the 5,000 rupees. These are the total credit from that energies in the study area. Let's come to the training. Nowadays, energies are not only giving credit and collecting savings, but also they are also giving training more than their members. So training, which is the members receive through microfinance, is an asset for them, as many of their understand educated or unskilled, undereducated, unskilled. About 20.2% of the women have admitted they have received some the kind of training from the microfinance organization, while 79.8% have not received any kind of training. But due to the traditional settings, as in Malappuram, very poor background, as in Wayanad and the other also engaged in the women could not participate any kind of training. Next. See, we can see here who can motivated to start the energies. The data clearly shows that 68, 85.5% of the people know about the others, so to get the motivate to get join that group. Next. We can see here group meeting. Occasionally the group meeting or monthly wise or weekly wise. We can see here 83.8% of the meetings were conducted in the weekly wise. Then place of group meeting. Place of group meeting, we can see here 51.2% of the group were connected permanent places. And also we can see the group it last how many hours they are going to conduct. 81.2% of the energies are under 1 hour only. These are the main that they are conducting their meeting in the particular area. Then next. This we just put that high score test for association between place of group meeting and districts. We can study we can see that the study also found that there exists significant relationship between the group meeting and districts. The significant level is less than 0.05. We conclude that the strong association between the group. Next. Records keeping. These are the major information regarding record keeping, leadership, level of attendance, and group formation. These are the major active things they are doing in the particular group. Next. Along with that, rules and regulation, enforcement. See, like written by law, that we can see clearly it's 70% of the groups were clearly keep it in their written by law and everything. So awareness about the bylaws, again the participation discussion in the group meeting, group functioning. We can almost every groups were keeping their rules and regulation awareness in the everybody knows how their group were the functioning in the particular group. Next. Then other activities, and other developmental activities like community development. Apart from that, credit, savings, then that group meeting, they are conducting so many other activity also, like energies in other activity. There's some major activities also. Agriculture unit, GOT unit, and other unit also. Grama Sabha meeting, they are participating in Grama Sabha meeting. Collective action for community problems. Like any problems in particular community, there are a lot of problems. They are solving the problem. These type of lot of activities are there. This we call social mobility, the social capital and social capital formation. They are creating their such things. Next. They are also energies. They are also involved in the cultural activities. Cultural activities and type of different activities also. Then next. the emergency fund. They are using, see, you can see here, 43.8% of the emergency fund used for that both medical expenses and children education for their, own purposes. Next. The group dynamics. See, the topic of discussion of the time of meeting, group having rules and regulations, report of the meeting, inform meeting, who informed the meeting, the secretary or president. These are the major activities. The skill asset for regular income, awareness about the savings. These are the main group, the group dynamics. They are creating that energies. Next. So in this regard, next in this just we factor analysis used was this study. Factor analysis attempt to identify the underlying variables, factors that explain the pattern of correlation with a set of observed variables. It is often used in the data reduction to identify the small number of factors that explain most of the variance observed in the large number of manifest variable. Next, there are 5 stages are there. We can use that factor analysis. The usual factor analysis model expresses each variable as the function of factors common to every several variables and a factors unique to the variable. These are that basic factor analysis used for this study. Next, the factor analysis, Kaiser model, Kaiser measure, online measures, sampling techniques used for this study. Next, that total variance explain the case of awareness about the group meeting. Extraction method, principal common analysis used for this study. Next. Rotated this factor analysis, there are 5 part is there. First, second, third, that is the reason that rotated common matrix in the case of group formation used for this study, that each and every variable you can see that the level of attendance in the meeting, all members awareness about the group formation, members aware about the bylaws, besides along the loan savings. These are all these things are put into that reduction in the that variable. Next, that factor extracted, we already seen that earlier slide. So you can see awareness, participation, discipline, and rules and regulations. We are getting awareness, level of attendance. These are the data reduction done in the factor analysis. Next, my conclusion, social capital formation positively contributing to the reduced economic vulnerability of vulnerable sections of society. The level of awareness, participation, discipline, and rules and regulations help in the forming, bonding, and bridging social capital at the grassroots level. Even though it is beneficial in addressing the vulnerabilities of marginalized section, more support from the government in terms of social special packages to address their social and economic spares in needed for the vulnerable section. Thank you.
Very good. Very good.
Next, I would like to welcome M. PhD research scholar and Dr. Assistant Professor PG and Research, Department of Economics, Vivekananda College, Agasthisharam, Tamil Nadu, for presenting the paper on the topic, a study of women empowerment and eradication of poverty through self-help groups in Agasthisharam, Kanyakumari district.
Good afternoon, ma'am. May I present, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am, thank you. First of all, thank you so much for this opportunity. I am Manju, PhD Research Scholar, Department of Economics, Vivekananda College, Vidishwaram, Kanyakumari.
Ma'am, am I audible? Ma'am, will you be presenting the paper or should we present it for you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we will present.
Today my topic is a study on.
Ma'am, can you present your paper online? You haven't sent it to us. Okay, can you
Share my PPT, sir. Wait 1 minute, sir.
can you please share your screen? Hello?
Sir, my PPT is visible, sir.
No, you haven't started to share your screen. Put it in screen share mode, please.
Okay, sir. Sir, my PPT is visible.
No, you haven't started sharing yet. Did you please, can you please select that share screen option and share the slide? Okay, now you have started to share your screen. Please take your folder file. All right, okay. Are you ready to begin?
Sir, visible, sir. My
Yeah,
screen.
it's visible. Are you ready to begin?
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Today's topic is a study on women empowerment and eradication of poverty through self-help group in Agadishwaram Taluk, Kanyakumari district. This slide about introduction. Today, SDGs are getting more importance that they create awareness about self-employment, saving, education, health, and family welfare, thereby making people, especially women, to be empowered. The main reason for starting SDGs is raised income and standard of living people in the society. In the past, women has calculatedly struggled against direct and indirect barriers to the social, practical, and economic problems. At present, women's movement is probably to make everyone understand the movement improvement and empowerment. This slide about statement the problem, poverty and unemployment are the twin problem faced by the development countries. According to the Planning Commission, more than India's total population, 1.65 billion, live below the poverty line. Policymakers in India have raised the need for generating employment opportunities at a large scale to bring the steaming billions of its population about the poverty line. All the labor force in the India is increasing its number of every year. Number of employed is soaring the takes from the Q block. Where the Integrated Rural Development Program, IRDP, the training of the rural youth for self-employment TRYESM and development of women, children in rural areas, WTCRA, the supply of improved to hit to rural artisans, SI, TRA, the Javagar Rogar Yojana, JRY, and so on. This program is general where aimed at providing supplementary employment opportunities, improving skill needs for self-employment and employment to social aspirations. Objectives of my study to analyze the problems in self-help group, to study the functions of needs of the self-help groups. Methodology of the research is a way to systematically solve research problem. The study is descriptive in nature based on the both primary and secondary data. The slide about functions of self-help group. They try to build the functional capacity of poor and marginal parts of society in terms of employment and income generation activities. They offer created free loans to segment of people who generally find it difficult to get loans from banks. They also resolve conflicts through transactional calculation and collective leadership. They are important source of microfinance services for the poor. They act as a transit point of the formal banking services to research the poor, especially in rural areas. They also encourage the practice of saving among the poor. The slide about need for self-help groups. One of the main reasons of the rural poverty is lack of or limited access to credit and financial services. The Ringrogen Commission's report highlighted for four main reasons: India lack of financial inclusion thereof, inability to provide categorical weak credit to absorption capacity, the insufficient range of cities, weak community network. It is recognized that one of the most important elements of create linkages in the rural areas is the presence strong community networks in the Indian village. SHGs played the vital role in the providing access to credit to the rural and is the extremely crucial in the poverty alleviation. They also play the major role in the empowerment women as SHGs helped women from economically disadvantaged areas to build social capital. The slide about women empowerment at SKGOs. Women empowerment principally aimed at enhancing their social functioning, but the quantitative change, particularly in the fields of education, health, and employment, which will bring the desired level of change. The government and voluntary education are providing many income generating schemes to raising the economic status of women. By realizing the importance of SHGOs, the government and banks are extending their supports by providing various schemes. It's about my findings. The findings with regards to the age of the respondents or more respondents or women age group 30 to 40 years. The findings with regards to the education qualification to the respondents reveals more respondents are in the category high schools or higher secondary schools. The surveys also reveals that 33% representatives are married. The findings with regards to the occupations of the respondents reveals that majority of the respondents are non-employed women. The survey also reveals the majority of the respondents to the income group of 1,000 to 2,000. Then the main reason for joining the SHG is women are promoting the savings. Most of the respondents are know about the SHGs is 26% save money bank and 6% of through other savings. The survey also reveals that majority of the respondent SHG, the monthly family expenditure is 2,000 to 3,000. Most of the SHGs face the poverty, lack of education, and lack of government supports. My own suggestions, the important suggestions for improvement in the functions of self-help groups are as follows. The SHGs members to overcome the constraints where sharing domestic work and childcare supports and encouragement from family members. Every SHG should maintain proper books of accounts. Every SHG promote literacy among members. Proper organizations and management of groups should be needed. SHG members should be prepared their regular. SHG should create self-employment through programs of training. Group conflicts among members should be reduced through awareness program. The women self-help groups are playing a prominent role. The eradication of poverty among the rural poor, the youth, especially unemployment, can be benefited and they can also involve themselves in the process of poverty eradications. Conclusion, SKSGs are likely to improve the opportunity for investment by the poor people. Simultaneously, the poor people will improve their savings potential, credit handling capacity, and access to the financial institutions, include entrepreneurial skills, and increase the risk-taking attitude through SKGs. The government needs to ensure adequate income generations. This SKGs should be considered as one of the best means to counter social and financial inclusion and enhance economic, political, and social citizenship, and not an end of itself. Thank you.
Ma'am, can you please stop sharing your screen? Ma'am, could you please stop sharing your screen?
Okay, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. I take this opportunity to welcome Amala Anna Alex, PhD Research Scholar, Department of Economics, University of Kerala, for presenting the paper on empowering fisher women through social and solidarity economy practices experienced from around the world. Welcome. practices, evidence from Asia. Slide is not working. Moving on. Okay, this is the structure of my presentation. The introduction. The growing inequality and the gender blind policies prompt a global debate on the meaning and the trajectory of development. And right now, there is an increasing attention focusing on social and solidarity economy as a very distinct approach towards sustainable and rights-based development. SSC distinguishes itself from the conventional private sector by focusing on those economic activities that prioritize social and environmental objectives rather than profit maximization within a democratic governance structure. We know that although women are significant participants of the fisheries sector, often their contributions go invisible and they are underpaid or in unpaid positions. A woman is said to be economically empowered when she has both the ability to succeed and advance economically and the power to make and act on economic decisions. And in order to do so, women need the skills and resources to compete in markets. To have the power and agency to benefit from these economic activities, women need to have the ability to make and act on economic decisions and control resource and profits. So in order to foster women's economic empowerment, we need to create some enabling environments and provide them the supportive framework for their engagement in the economic realm. And this is where the importance of a women's collective comes into picture, because a women's collective provides that supportive framework for their engagement in the economic realm. The statement of the problem. Fisher women have a greater role in the coastal economy than just their role in fisheries. There are many instances when fisher women often face uncertainties and seasonal variations. And during that time, women fisher folk become the backbone of the family and they produce the alternative source of income. So if we turn a blind eye to the contributions, we are in a way misleading our understanding about the dynamics of the economic and social issues of the coastal community. Nearly almost all the policies, fisheries policies, are gender blind, which translates into inadequate funding for women in the sector, and in turn, further marginalizing and undervaluing their work and contributions. So the scarcity of fisher women-led collectives often leads to the failure of bringing gender-specific issues into the forefront. The significance of the study. Right now, we are in the UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development and the 2030 Agenda. At this juncture, it's very critical to understand what is the interaction between the Sustainable Development Goals 14, that is life below water, and 5, gender equality, and in this context to discuss the importance of fisher women-led collectives. Women fishers also need to have a greater participation in management decisions and policies, especially in the habitats in which they are the main users. So collectively, the review of evidences from Asia highlight the importance of fisher women's collectives that have empowered them economically. The objective is to describe the evolving role of fisher women's collectives among fisherfolk communities and to understand the benefits of fisher women collectives through the review of evidences of successful fisher women collectives in Asia. The methodology studies qualitative in nature and draws on review of literature to gather evidences of successful fisher women collectives from Asia, and it also relies on secondary data from UN reports. The first one is Indonesia's Women Fisheries Solidarity. Fisher women in Indonesia, although they are hardworking just as the men, often see that, just like I said earlier, their efforts often go unnoticed. They are not allowed to register as fishers, and there is no concrete data about them or regarding their boat ownership, even though the fisher women venture out into the sea. There is also incidents of assaulting women, calling fishers to be low-level workers. Even though there is law, the policy's implementation has a negative effect on the fisher women who venture out into the sea. And to address this issue and to demand equal rights and social protection, Indonesia's women fishers solidarity took action. They organized themselves fighting against the patriarchal paradigm since 2013. Right now, this particular collective is spread across 16 locations around Indonesia. After joining the collective, fisher women have contributed to at least 48% of the family's income. The various economic roles and initiatives that are taken by fisher women and fishermen's wives have contributed to the local economy and have substantially reduced poverty. And right now, after the efforts of the collective, fisher women not only got recognition, but they were also provided with the insurance and fisher ID. They were allowed to benefit from the Indonesian ministry. They were allowed to benefit from the incentives that were provided by the Indonesian Ministry of Marine Affairs. So, but still now, the issue is that the access to aid for the fisher women by the government is not gender equitable. They are handing out assistance to fisher women in the form of cooking utensils because they are still grouping women along with the processors and marketers. So still there exists discrimination based on needs, as they also require engines, nets, fish boxes or fuel subsidy, which is only given to male fishers. And during the pandemic, the collective did advocacy work as well as provided the women with alternative sources of income. They also they were also involved in fundraising activities and providing masks and hand sanitizers to the fisher women prior to receiving government aid. So the experiences of the women from Indonesia show that collective action is essential to drive change, especially in the times of an uncertain pandemic. And these experiences further highlight that fisher women collectives have a key role to play when it comes to sustainable recovery from COVID. The second one is Samudram Fisherwomen Collective from India. The situation in Odisha was different because the traders often monopolized the fish trade and the women were left with the inferior species of fish, which fetched them very little money. And adding on to that, the coastline of Orissa was the nesting site for the endangered olive ridley turtle. And the state government restricted fishing during the peak nesting season from November to May. Although this helped in the conservation of the turtle, this severely limited the earning capacity of the local fishing communities. And these reasons led to the formation of the Samudram Women's Collective in response to these challenges. It was registered in 1995, and with the support of an international NGO in 2008, it was transformed into a cooperative, and in 2012, further into a producer company. But the initial steps towards the formation of this collective took place in 1980s when Chittama, a fisherwoman who had received no formal education, moved from village to village organizing other women. She launched an anti-liquor movement, fought against child marriage, and supported girls' education. She inspired them to form self-help groups adopting saving credits system. The women started contributing to their respective self-help group and started to explore the options for investment in fish trade. The Samudram Collective encourages women to collectively take part in auction, and this strengthened the women's bargaining power and helped them to trade on a large scale. And other than the social development, they also engaged in the conservation of the olive ridley turtles. Women, women became the shareholders of the company, and they involved in the end-to-end of the value chain, and they started to challenge the stereotypical roles. Because after forming the collective, they got the confidence to manage a business, be present in the market, handling the accounts and finances. And eventually, they paid off the debts that were taken by their husbands, which in return has brought about a change in the mentality of men. And in 2010, this Samudram Collective received the UNDP Equator Prize for its efforts in biodiversity conservation and poverty alleviation. The third example is from Nori Group in Japan. Women in Japanese coastal communities have been organized and collected to Fisheries Cooperative Association. Women's groups like the Nori Group, aspire to improve the economic and social development and environment of families undergoing depopulation problems, who need to increase the number of young people. So in Japan, women were mostly focusing on processing seafood as another initiative to improve their economic stand. And then in Japan, women's groups have become the main promoters of local fisheries products. They did so by encouraging people to take more fish. Women started to teach the school and university students the process of cutting and cooking fish. They also engaged in the promotion of fish products that they have already created. And in this case also, according to the Japanese traditional belief, women were taking part in activities that conserve the stock and also took part in activities that conserve the marine ecosystem. And the fourth example is from the Community Savings Group from Bangladesh. Another promising collective, Bangladesh, the Community Savings Group, comprising of 30 to 35 women, were created in 2015, aimed at promoting the saving habits of the community. This was created with the help of an international NGO, Ecofish. Members were trained for 6 months through the business literacy schools and encouraged to deposit their savings in the banks. And finally, the outcome of this was that women took the loans to invest in business, financial stress was reduced, and women's position in the household and the community improved. When women have the access to finance, this eventually reduced the domestic violence on women. The summary of findings. As the evidences from these countries illustrate, forming collectives for the economic empowerment of fisherwomen can take multiple forms. Although there is heterogeneity in approaches to forming the collective and promoting economic participation, commonalities exist across these examples. What emerges from these examples is the evidence that collectives empowering fisherwomen through solidarity practice require leadership and concerted efforts by fisherwomen, timely collection of qualitative and quantitative gender-based data, continuous delivery of targeted capacity building activities, monitoring and evaluation of the targets and activities of the collective, participatory process that engages all sections of the civil society, involvement of government ministries as well as international organizations for funding, and finally, long-term commitment. This is a chart that shows the benefits of forming fisherwomen's collectives. The benefits are, after forming a collective, it was found that gender-based data collection in fisheries improved, participation of women in decision-making meetings within the collectives as well as at home, alternative sources of income for fisherwomen, financial independence, spillover effect, that is, it led to the creation of more women-led collectives in the non-fishing neighboring communities, encouraging savings culture among women, conservation of marine environment, reduction in domestic violence, global recognition for contributions through award-winning reserves of the collective, the change in the status that fisherwomen were recognized as an independent profession that does independent work. Conclusion. These examples are illustrative and not exhaustive of the initiatives that can be undertaken to empower fisherwomen economically. Analyzing these experiences allows us to understand that using the SSC practices, survival strategies are already underway within the framework of solidarity based on collective values. In all the initiatives that are illustrated, women-led collective activities are incorporating care. They care at the same time for the family, for the environment, and for the local collective identities. Owing to the women's pivotal role, collectives which rightly target issues of fisherwomen could benefit not only those within the women's groups, but also the coastal community as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next, let me welcome Albert Raju, former student of the department, to present the paper on the topic, Mastering Women and Aged People into the Stream of Empowerment through MNREGA, a study with reference to Adinupura Gram Panchayat.
First of all, good morning, everyone. Today I'm going to present a paper on the topic, Mastering Up of Women and Aged People into the Streams of Empowerment through MGNREGA, a study with reference to Adinupura Grama Panchayat. Could you please share the slide?
Yes, 1 minute.
Okay. Thank you. Not to move the introduction, when the nation prevails in poverty and unemployment, the government initiated different programs for the upliftment of the poor. One of the most successful programs among them is Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme, which is a self-targeting and demand-driven program, which has its objectives in a vast way, which incorporates gender equity and empowerment too. The program aims to ensure the women and aged people equitable and easy access to work and decent working conditions, equal payment of wages, and representation on many decision-making bodies. The objectives of the paper were first of all, it's used to study the women empowerment and women inclusion in MGNRG in India, especially in Kerala. It also studies how the elder people are incorporated into this scheme or how they benefit from these schemes. Then the next one, I used a case study from Adramura Gram Panchayat in order to know the women empowerment and working of the MGNREGM. As you all know, the MGNRG is one of the flagship programs of the government. It has various spectra of objectives. So a lots of studies are done on this topic in its various objectives. So some of the studies which are related to the women empowerment includes gender sensitive policies and participation of women, a case of MGNRAGs in Kerala by Smita and Karna in 2021, which studies how the scheme can be used for gender sensitive policies of the government. It also analyzes the reasons for high participation of women in the scheme. Then the other one is one from Joseph, and it's women empowerment through MGNRG program, special reference to Mavur Gram Panchayat, and it's a seriously debated and seriously uh, uh, made program. Lots of studies are there. So it also many studies are done on the basis of women participation. The methodology, first of all, I used many secondary data sources in order to make the labor participation in order to note the labor participation in the scheme. The Ministry of Rural Development, the census, internet are also used as secondary data for this study. And as a primary data, I used the working of engineers through data collection using questionnaire through sample survey method. I used a sample size of 50 members, which provides a guideline for the data collection, and they were selected to lottery method. Thus, both primary and secondary data are collected. I used pie diagrams and tables used to represent the data. Before moving on to different things, first of all, we need to mention about MGNREGM. The National Rural Employment Guarantee Act, which was later renamed as Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act, is a flagship program introduced by the government of India to bring the rural people out of poverty. This act was passed in Parliament in August 2005, which came into effect in February 2006. It was introduced in two phases. In the first phase, it was enforced only in 200 districts of the country, and in the second phase, it was extended to all the districts of the country. The objectives of the program include ensuring social protection for the most vulnerable groups living in rural India through providing employment opportunities, ensuring livelihood security for the poor through creation of durable assets, improved water security, soil conservation, and high land productivity, strengthening drought proofing, flood management, aiding empowerment of marginalized communities, especially women, scheduled caste, scheduled tribes through the process of rights-based legislation, strengthening decentralized participatory planning through convergence of various anti-poverty and livelihood initiatives, affecting greater transparency and accountability in governance. These all objectives shows that how the government is planning to take the poverty out of the rural areas of the country, and how people can be added into the employment or workforce in India. The table shows that the participation of women in MGNRG from 2006-7 to 2020-21. We can see that in Kerala in 2006-7 it was 66%, which was when it comes to 2020-21, the participation of women in the scheme is 91%. In India, it's 41% in 2006-7. It's increased to 55% participation in MGNRG. In the case of India, especially, it's very difficult to find any profession or any job area where the woman is outnumbered the men. So it's one of the specialty of this program is the participation of women is above 50%. So it means that how the women are more attached, or how they are treated, how they may be unskilled, or maybe you sit idle in the homes. But when the program when the program is implemented, they are also incorporated into the scheme, and they became the primary workers in this scheme. Then the national participation rate of the program suggests that the women are actively participating in the programs. Various research shows that MGNRG is important work opportunity for women, which would otherwise remain unemployed or underemployed. Kerala ranks high in women participation rate in the program. The large participation of the women in the program is due to various reasons. In most states, they will get more wages in comparison to what they earn if they go for casual works. And the other thing is creation of decent and favorable working conditions. Work within 5 kilometers, less wage cap, the time and the work they are doing. All these led to high women participation in the program. In the case of Kerala, the effective participation of the MGNREGA is due to all these reasons, and also other one is the presence of Kudumbasri in Kerala. When it comes to Kudumbasri, the most of the members in the MGRG is also participants in Kudumbasri. So there is a mutual linking between both the schemes, which lead to more amount of people into the scheme. And the other thing is the implementation and planning and the identification of work in MGNRG in Kerala. The highest amount of working women participation in Alapura, which is 95.42%, whereas it's lowest in Idiki, whereas 72.67. In the other aspect is that the people above age 50. As we all know that the people above age 50 is very difficult to find jobs in our society, or maybe if they have low skills or low capabilities, it's very difficult for them to find a job. In the case of MGNRG, it shows that around 35 million people above the age of 50 are working under the scheme. The program provides job opportunities for these people, otherwise they may remain unemployed. The amount transferred through this scheme provides financial assistance to people of older ages to meet their needs. The program also ensures respect for them in the family as well as society. It brings experts and skills gained in life into action in the scheme, which will bring more successful implementation and working of the scheme. So the program can increase the respect in the families of for both old people as well as the women. So in the case of Adirampuzha Grama Panchayat, which I studied, it's a suburban village in Etumanur block of Kottayam district. The total number of job cards issued in the Panchayat is 2609, with an active working population of 577 people, where almost most of the workers are women. In the primary survey, it's the respondents, most of the respondents were below the SLC, or they have passed SLC. It means that about 90% of the respondents have SSLC or below educational qualification. And the other thing is it is increased the economic freedom of the people who are working under it. 80% of the participant responses that they were not able to make savings out of this income, but they were capable of meeting the needs of their education, health, and clothing in their family, as well as for their gained in respect in the society, which overall increase the standard of living of those people. About 90% of the women feels that the scheme made social, political, economic, and employability increase in their social. As majority of workers under MGNREGs are also members of Kudumbasri and other SHG, which also open another spectrum of the empowerment of women. The savings capacity also increased, as well as the availability of loans for these people increased. The work under the scheme increased the credit worthiness of the woman as being a member in MGNREGA itself as a security for getting loans. Then comes into the demographic composition of the people engaged in the work. About 75% of the people's or 75% of people work under the age group of 50, and under the about 75% of the workers were above the age of 50. as they were mostly unemployed before the implementation of the scheme and lacked essential educational qualifications. They were mostly out of employed force to the country. The scheme include them into the society as well as ensure financial independence for them. The major findings of the study are above 50% of the participation is women, whereas in Kerala it's above 90% in most of the years. The various reasons for increased women participation are demand-driven jobs, unskilled people can work, the flexibility of work and time duration, and the Kudumbasri also. The elder people are also increased their job availability, which the older ages it's very difficult to find a job. The scheme opportunities provide job opportunities for people without any prerequisites. Thus, the population of working under MGNREGA increased from 27 million in 2019-20 to 35 million in 2020-21. In the case of Adrimbula Gram Panchayat, where the scheme is functioning efficiently with the women who are educationally and economically mostly from the lowest strata of society, the participants were women and most of them are above age of 50 years. The woman and elder equally says that the scheme provided financial independence to them. The scheme also plays a significant part to increase the respect towards these people in the family and society, even though they were not able to make much savings, but it's a sufficient amount to meet their basic needs. The other thing is that when the COVID-19 strikes in the country, the participation of the people in the MGNRG scheme has increased drastically. That we can see that in 2018-19, the people who worked between the age of 50 to 60 is between 161.05 lakhs. But when it comes to 2020-21, we can see that the people working under MGNRG has increased to 230.77 lakhs. People above age of 80 are also working under the scheme, which has increased from 4.11 in lakhs in 2018-19 to 7.44 lakhs in 2020-21. So when a difficult or crisis times comes to the countries, people are mostly sticks towards these MGNRJ like jobs, which provide social security and life security for them. As conclusion, the program is introduced as a fight against rural unemployment and rural poverty. It has also wider objectives like environment, life security for elderly, opportunities for educated and educated people. MGNRGs turned out to be a stepping stone for the empowerment of women in Kerala, which directed overall holistic development of the society and the nation. Even though the productivity of the people engaged in the program is still a question, there's no doubt on its implications on livelihood security of the poor, especially women and the elderly people. It has provided an option for rural workers, thus providing them with economic independence and protection against poverty, as women and also elders are also about to gain much benefits under the scheme. Thank you.
Thank you. Now this platform is open for discussion for both online and offline.
So we are at the end of the session. Actually, I have heard 4 papers in this session, and I have some questions in my mind. Let me ask you some questions, some clarifications about your papers, paper presentations. So first, my question is towards Dr. Vimal Raj. Are you there, Dr. Vimal Raj?
I am here, ma'am. Tell me.
Okay. Your paper is on social capital formation through bonding and bridging, a case of Kudumbasri program in Kerala. Actually, in your paper, you have selected 3 places, 3 regions in Kerala. Have you observed any regional-wise difference in empowerment of women through this or social capital? Have you observed any regional-wise difference? You have mentioned 3 places. That is my first question. Second one is that you said that married women are engaged in this kind of activities, Kudumbasri activities. Then why unmarried women are not coming to this group activities? Is there any kind of social stigma existing in our society while we celebrate the collectives and while we celebrate the empowerment of women through this kind of collectives? That is my second question. Then third one is, how do the your paper title is bonding and bridging, but through social social capital formation through bonding and bridging. Then you didn't mention about the nuances of bonding and bridging. You said some kind of social capital, but how the bonding and bridging help the woman to formulate social capital, and why women are not coming into the leadership roles? Whenever we take local self-government and all, then we cannot see women are not at all coming from these collectives like Kudumbashree. They are not at all coming to the leadership roles. Then, so what is the purpose of group activities and group meetings, etc.? They are engaged in many number of activities. So, what is your observation in related? These are my questions. Have you got that?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
Shall I answer that question?
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, ma'am, I collected sample from that regional disparities from Wayanad, especially in some marginalized sections of people, means tribal people from Wayanad district, Thiruvananthapuram from slum dwellers, plantation workers from Idiki, and along with Muslims from Malappuram districts were selected for that particular study. It's 4 districts were selected in my study. Okay.
Have you seen the regional wise difference? Okay. Have you seen
that is the
any difference between?
No, there is no regional wise difference. Only I am selected for that particular community.
Okay. Any community wise difference have you observed?
Yeah.
In terms of empowerment, have you observed any community wise differentiation?
Yeah, definitely, because these things actually entire there are a lot of differences there. Actually, there we can see that plantation workers they are working in plantation 8 to evening 5 o'clock. So their community wise difference also is there. That along with that some lot of group activity is different from the district wise.
Okay.
What about the next question?
You said that married people are much more engaged in this group activities, whereas unmarried people are not coming to.
Yeah, because obviously, unmarried. Because obviously that they are engaging with lot of other activity also, especially in unmarried women. Their activities in different activity. They are very less as compared to unmarried women.
So which are the major factors which is hindering these unmarried women to come to this kind of activity?
So they are going to college and schools, college and all. That's why they are not engaging with this type of activities.
But most of the time, people, those who are having low level of education, are coming to these collectives. Then,
yeah.
Can you say that? Can you say that women are going to colleges and higher education?
No. That's why I am telling that because a lot of these people are especially they are coming to that particular particular group and activities. That's why I told you.
Okay.
Next.
Okay. Then why people are not coming to the leadership roles? Okay, they spend lots and many hours for meeting and activities related to the Kudumbashree, but women are lesser number of women are coming to the leadership roles. When we take into the example of local self-government, we cannot see women are okay. Although we always say that they are very much empowered. Women are actively engaging in Kudumbashree, etc. But they are not coming to the leadership roles like Grama Panchayat or Village Panchayat or Jilla Panchayat. Okay. Then why this is not happening? You said that in your paper, you said that, okay, people are building, bridging and through bridging and bonding, they are formulating some kind of social capital. Even though they are having social capital, they are not coming to the leadership positions. Why?
There is, there is some lot of things going on there. Actually, we have to give more awareness. We have to give more awareness, and we have to push them to come to the leadership. That particular groups. So we have to give more importance to give that they are coming to this particular this one.
Okay. Do you have any other questions to Vimal Raj? Okay. Do you have any questions to Vimal Raj? Okay, no question. Okay, my second question is related to Manju. She has presented a study on women empowerment and eradication of poverty through self-help groups in Agasthiswaram Taluk, Kanyakumari district. Manju, are you there? Manju? Manju, are you there? Okay, she's not there, but my point is that her title was about self-help groups in Agasthiswaram Taluk, Kanyakumari district, but she has presented in a generic manner, and she didn't mention about what are they. Okay. When you present a paper, it should be field-based. Okay, if you are mentioning a specific place, it should be field-based. That should be related to the Agasthiswaram Taluk, Kanyakumari district. We didn't get anything in related to Agasthiswaram Taluk. Okay, so that should be field or research oriented. And then that is a major point that I have to raise in this paper. Then and another statement that she has made in her abstract is that women have gained a measure of freedom from irrelevant customs, traditions, practices, and prejudices. I didn't understand the meaning of that. Okay, but the title is not at all compatible with the statement that she had made in the abstract. Okay, that is a comment about our paper. Then the third paper is Fisher Women in Solidarity Practices. Then Amala Alex, she has presented well. She has mentioned some of the cases and related to fisherwomen collectives in several parts of Asia. Then these are the good examples for women collectives. Actually, my one of my clarification that I needed is that in Kerala, I'm not asking about the Asian context. In Kerala, we have a lengthy coast than 590 kilometer lengthy coastal regions we have. We have 10 lakh, more than 10 lakh fishing sector. And the state population is 3 lakhs. And fishing population are facing problems. Like due to displacement, due to the construction of ports and other activities, and due to coastal erosion, many number of people are every year. Then and they are living somewhere else, and mainstream population is not at all taking care of this activities and livelihood of this fishing women. Then so why? Okay, we always say that in this session also we say that okay, many marginalized women are engaging in Kudumbasri and other women collectives. Why our coastal women cannot do such kind of activities? Why they cannot organize other women? Then what are the hindrances actually they are facing in Kerala? We always celebrate the model of Kerala model of development, and we celebrate Kudumbasri, MG, NRG, etc. But these women, why they cannot organize? What are the hindrances? What are your observations? Okay.
In Kerala, the main issue that we find is in these groups, it will be easy among them to come to a sense of shared identity, despite their caste, religion, creed, and so on. But when it comes to Kerala, we have more differences, and it is difficult for them to come under a sense of shared identity. And the next one is whenever there is a leadership which is coming from the part of women, it is often not supported by the civil society and as well as the government and international organizations. In the cases that I had mentioned, they always had the support of an international NGO.
So maybe because in Kerala, they are not able to find like the need-based, what is, they're not able to target the fishermen, women, what are their needs exactly, and then connect them to the respective international organizations. The funding is one issue, I think.
Okay, that's good. Do you have any question to Mala? She's physically present so that you can ask.
In mentoring.
Maybe the owners. They may be the owners of.
Owners of that kind of capitalist representation among the women is very. Do you find that kind of any activity or is it because of the way we have to actually existing among the particular community? It is actually encouraging the women to just go out and representation rather than coming together and starting enterprises that are related to fishing. That kind of things they haven't attempted. That kind of things are not there, but they have some enterprises on people making like some kind of value added. So is there any scope for that? That to the that the people. Have you seen that there is scope of that kind of investment and engaging in that field in a very positive way?
Information study, and I've done a literature review where investigate That's pretty much so in Kerala, the issue I had done a literature review, which and I came to understand that right now there is only one lady who is registered as fisher woman who actually goes out to the sea, and most of them, and she's from Alappuzha, I think, and rest of them are fish vendors, and they also have, as you said, other alternative sources of income like pickle making and related to marine bycatch products. But I think the reason is, one is they are not, even though they are ready and they have the potential in them, the patriarchal system, patriarchal paradigm that exists is one issue. And it is also difficult for them to, as I said in the study, there is an inadequacy of data which is related to fisher women. Right now, even if it's in the case of vendors also, we do not have a proper accounting for what the women are doing, where they are going, and almost all their contributions are going invisible. So even if they want to go itself, the boat's ownership, the net, the fuel subsidy, everything, for that we need data. And the whole side is totally under the blind eye.
They do not have any title there.
Yeah. Yeah. So they are not registered. They are not nowhere in the official scenario. Yeah.
And also,
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Then next paper was on mustering up of Albert Raju presented mustering up of women and aged people into the strings of empowerment through MGNR. Albert Raju, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you said that 7.44% of people are elderly, people are engaging in above 80 age, engaging in MGNREG activities. So can you tell me what kind of activities they are engaged then? Have you got that question?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I got.
Okay.
Ma'am, first of all, the amount of people registered under MGNRJ above 80 years of age is 7.44% in 7.44 lakhs in India. The total amount of people, it's taken from Ministry of Rural Department, And the main, first of all, the thing is that MGNRJ, mostly people are working in a collective environment. So the working has been shared into different
My question is,
different sections.
my question is,
So
what I understood from your presentation is that 7.44% of people, those who are at the age of 80, engaged in MGNREG activities in other Grama Panchayat. Am I right?
ma'am, 7.44 lakhs of people. It's not actually 7.44%. It's actually 7.44 lakh people working under MGNRJ in India. When it comes to Adrimbada Grama Panchayat, there is no person above 80 is working under the scheme. I just generally said that, ma'am, in all India statistics.
At the age of 80, if people need to work in the strenuous physical activities for their livelihood, can we call it as can we evaluate this as a welfare measure of the state? Because it is a responsibility of the government or the state to ensure the welfare of the citizens. Even at the age of 80, people people are engaging in the strenuous physical activities. How can we evaluate then? Can we call it as empowerment?
Yes, ma'am, it's a serious question. That the amount of people working under above 80 age, because in when it comes to the our society's structure, we feel that above 80 age people is only getting welfare schemes under some or lesser amount for their needs. They are from the government. They only get support in a less amount. So maybe if they are if they are independent in their whole life and they doesn't have any other opportunities to find a income to their substantiation, then they need to engage into such kind of jobs for their livelihood.
Okay, are these elderly people they satisfied in this kind of activities, and are they getting a regular monetary benefits or a remuneration for their work? And we could see some gaps during the period of COVID-19, and people are not at all. People said that they are not at all getting regular monetary benefits while they engaging in this MGNREG activities. But you said that okay, all people are majority of the people are satisfied.
Yes, ma'am. The thing is that MGNREG provides a sufficient income for their needs, but they were not able to. They doesn't able to make any savings or such things under the scheme. They were able to meet their demands for their health, for their medicine or their consumption of food, their education of their children, or like that objectives are coming into are successfully meeting, but they were not able to make any savings out of the monetary supplement given by the government.
Okay. When you publish your paper, you have to add that points also. Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any questions? No. Do you have any questions? No. Okay. I would like to conclude this session by pointing out some points. Then, of course, actually we know that Kudumbashree, MGNREG, and self-help groups, all these collectives actually help the women and empower the women to some extent. And most of the papers here, the papers presented here, pointed out only they projected the positive aspects alone. I didn't see any criticism in related to these schemes. Actually, there are many kind of constraints, many kind of challenges that these people are facing while engaging in these activities. While as a researcher, while we engaging in research, we have to bring some critical aspects in related to these schemes. Okay, that you have to take care about it when you present your paper, when you publish your papers. Then most probably Dr. Christabel will be publishing all these papers. At that time, you have to go through the nuances. You have to go through the challenges that they are facing, because these all schemes are much celebrated models in Kerala and as well as in India. But when we search all these schemes, we can see these mottos and objectives of all these schemes. That doesn't matter. But we have to take care about the challenges and other critical aspects while doing a paper. That is a major aspect that I have to point out in this session. Okay, so once again, I thank Dr. Christabel for inviting me to chair this session, and also I got an opportunity to listen some papers and related to that also enriched me. That enriched me. And then so thank you all paper presenters and all students. Some research scholars presented here, and they are actively listening in this session. Actually, even now the time is 1:10. Okay, so thank you once again for all for your cooperation and active listening and participation. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now I welcome Devi, the second MA Economics, for delivering the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, all. It is such an honor for me to get an opportunity to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of Third National Conference on Cooperatives, Mutual Aid and Solidarity Economies, experiences from around the world, organized by Department of Economics, University of Kerala. First of all, let me thank the chairperson of this technical session, Dr. Bushra Begum RK, Director, Center for Women's Studies and Assistant Professor in Sociology Department, University of Kerala, for the wonderful coordination of the session. Thank you, ma'am. I would like to thank Dr. Vimala J, Assistant Professor, Department of Dr. Ambedkar Chair, Indira Gandhi National Private University, Madhya Pradesh, who presented a paper on social capital formation through bonding and bridging, a case of good industry program in Kerala. Thank you, sir, for the valuable presentation. I take immense pleasure in extending my sincere thanks to M. Manju, PhD Research Scholar, and Dr. I. Uma Devi, Assistant Professor in PG and Research Department of Economics, Vivekananda College, Agastishwaram, Tamil Nadu, who put immense effort on their paper, a study of human empowerment and eradication of poverty through self-help groups in Agastishwaram Taluk, Kanyakumari district. Thanks to both of you for the wonderful presentation. Next, let me thank Amala Anna Alex, PhD Research Scholar, Department of Economics, University of Kerala, present the paper on the topic Empowering Fishermen through Social and Solidarity Economy, Practices, Experiences around the world. Thank you for the nice presentation. I would like to present my profound gratitude to Albert Raju, former student, Department of Economics, University of Kerala, presented a paper on mustering about women and aged people in the strengths of empowerment through MNPGA, a study with reference to Aditya Ramachandran. Thank you for the informative presentation. I also wish to express my gratitude to Dr. Shrija Esa, Head of the Department, Dr. Christopher PJ, Organizing Secretary, and all the other teachers for the endless guidance and support. Last but not least, I would like to thank each one of you present here, online and offline, by spending your valuable time with us. Thank you all for the kind cooperation and support for the session. Thank you.
Yes, yeah. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to welcome all of you to the sixth technical session of the third National Conference on Cooperatives, Mutual Aid and Solidarity Economics from the world, organized by the Department of Economics, University of Kerala. The theme of this session is healthcare and SSC. First, I would like to welcome the chairperson of this session, Dr. Gordon S.K., Associate Professor of Economics, Government College for Women, Thiruvananthapuram. He was awarded PhD in Health Economics from Achyuta Menon Center for Health Science Studies at Sri Chitra Tirunal Institute for Medical Sciences and Technology, Thiruvananthapuram. He also has a postdoctoral research experience of 1 year at IIM Ahmedabad. He has presented his academic works in different national and international venues and has publications in the field of health economics. I invite him to chair the session.
Thank you for inviting me to be chairing this particular session, especially to Dr. Christopher and my other friends in the Department of Economics here. Since it is a post-lunch session, it affects all of us in that particular context. But let me specifically come back to the theme. The social and solidarity economics, as we must be quite clear about. If you ask me which segment it has got substantial relevance, is primarily health sector. The reason is, if you look at this has been happening globally, because not only the state but the other side of the spectrum, you have the for-profit private sector. You have a huge number of charity and other non-state as well as non-profit or non-capital interested actors are actually predominant in this particular segment for a longer period of time. Okay, that is irrespective of capitalist, meaning the rich industrialized countries. It applies to even state, meaning countries and economies where the state is playing a substantially welfare-oriented role, as you would wish, meaning as we see in the Western European kind of models. So this is equally true in India as well. Despite we having a highly private for-profit oriented healthcare system, and about 20% of your health provision is done by the public sector, but we still have about of the 60,000 plus beds, we have about more than 5,000 beds, inpatient beds are there in the meaning mission sector or in the charity segment in Kerala, including all the non-state actors. Okay, in that particular sense, plus the OP, a lot of people attend to this ambulatory care mode for this healthcare. This kind of defines specifically in terms of the curative medical component. But broadly looking at if you extend the defined domain of health sector further, then the role of the non-state as well as non-for-profit actors actually is substantial. So given that particular context, this session assumes substantial significance. We have about 4 papers dedicated for this particular segment, and the first one is by our Dr. Manju, Professor Manju. She doesn't need any introduction for you. She's a very erudite person in this particular segment, and as well as in the general domain of economics. So it's actually a very honor for chairing for me to chair this particular session, and I straight away invite Dr. Manju for her presentation for this particular segment. Okay, thank you.
ഇല്ല എവിടെ മറ്റേത് കിടപ്പുണ്ട് പല്ലിയേറ്റീവ് കിട്ടിയില്ലേ ഇതില്ല ഡ്രൈവിൽ
ഞാൻ മൂന്നാമത്തെ കണ്ടില്ല. വീഡിയോ ഓൺ ആക്കിയിട്ടില്ല.
The first presenter of this session is Dr. Manju S. Nair, Professor, Department of Economics, University of Kerala. She is a gold medalist for her graduation and post-graduation from University of Kerala. She has authored several books, policy documents, and numerous papers. Today, she will be presenting a paper on Kerala model of palliative care, how community-based approach fosters social and solidarity economy. I welcome her to present the paper.
So good afternoon, everybody. Okay. Good afternoon. So, dear Dr. Christabel, dear Dr. Godwin, other persons are going to present the paper, and dear students and friends. So I would like to congratulate at the outset Dr. Christabel for organizing consecutively a conference on solidarity economy for the last 3 years. And I have noticed that the way in which she organizes the seminar is itself an example of the way by which solidarity can result in the successful conduct of a seminar. So special congratulations to my dear friend Christabel for that. And also so much delighted to present a paper where Dr. Godwin is the chairman, because Dr. Godwin is a specialist in health economics and public health policy. He completed his additional master's degree from Sri Chitra Tirunal Institute and also has PhD from that. And he has worked with several has maybe very important personalities in the field, and he has lots of papers also in this regard. So I was telling Godwin that, so maybe I will present for 10 minutes and the rest of the things, maybe his very genuine comments from the chair's part. And also delighted when two person, one is the coordinator and the other is the chair, when both of them are your juniors. So you normally become very happy to present a paper. And yeah, okay, so my area of focus is Kerala model of palliative care, how community-based approach fosters social and solidarity economy. And all of us know about the Kerala model of or experience of development, in which the Kerala model of health forms a very important part. Because with limited resources, Kerala was able to attain high level of health status, at least in the general indicators like fertility, mortality, those things. We were infant mortality rate, we were at par with international countries. And of late, there are several criticisms, those things I am skipping. And I will focus on what I would like to call a Kerala model of palliative care. And why is palliative care very important? It's because world over, there is a rising prevalence of chronic diseases, maybe because of the demographics, epidemiology, diet, lifestyle, etc. And this has resulted in ailing persons and in terms of public health, as well as the afflicted societies and countries' economies, the growth in chronic diseases is a highly problematic scenario. And the need for palliative care is thus becoming widely acknowledged because of the increasing prevalence of chronic diseases. And what is palliative care? So palliative care, I have selected three very important definitions, very insightful definitions of palliative care. The recent one also in 2018. In 2002, WHO defines palliative care as an approach that improves the quality of life of patients and their families who are facing the problems associated with life-threatening disease. So the patient is at the end of the life, and both the family and what the patient's quality of life is considered under the palliative care model through what the prevention and relief of suffering by means of early identification, assessment, and treatment of pain and other problems. So not only the pain, but the physical, psychological, psychosocial, spiritual problems and issues of both the patients and what the family is taken care of under the palliative care. I hope it's clear. The Lancet Commission 2017, it says palliative care should be an essential component of a comprehensive care for persons with chronic or acute life-threatening or life-limiting health condition. And it should be, that's also important, it should be practiced by all healthcare and social care providers and by palliative specialists, and that can be provided in any healthcare setting, including patient's home. These are all very important points because this should be provided not only by healthcare providers, but by social care providers and also by specialists. And the treatment setting need not be hospital. It can be what? The patient's house or home. And the Astana Declaration reiterates this by stating we should prioritize disease prevention and health promotion, and this will aim to meet all people's health needs across the life through comprehensive, preventive, curative, rehabilitative, and palliative care. So palliative care has now been, as Dr. Gordon was in his introductory remarks, he was mentioning that health is not only preventive. So there are lots of dimensions that are included, and of late, palliative care has also been included under what? The domain of health. Okay, so there are lots of statistics for this. Just from the world statistics, it's important that it's predicted that there will be around 1.2 million people who are 60 years of age or older by 2050. The number will increase to 2 million. So there is a growing need of palliative care across the globe. And this has led to the establishment of public health policies which focus on palliative care. And I'll focus on the Kerala scenario or the Kerala model. So Kerala is projected as a beacon of hope with respect to the palliative care services. So with only 3% of India's population, so the state is accounting for 2/3 of India's palliative care services. So we are having only 3% of the total population, but 75% of India's palliative care services are located in Kerala. And it is because of why? It's because Kerala is adopting a community-based social intervention strategy towards palliative care. And the Kerala model of palliative care focuses upon community-based outpatient clinics. So that's why I have written the title as Social and Solidarity Economy in Operation in the Palliative Care in Kerala. So we have a community-based outpatient clinic, supportive home care services, participation of trained volunteers from the community, empowerment of family to care for the patients, social rehabilitation services, free of cost services, use of locally available resources, training activities, etc. And all these forms the basic features of a solidarity economy. And my paper would look into the structure, the function and relevance of social intervention. Now, what is the structure, way by which this is being set up? And what is the function and what is the relevance of social intervention in the form of community-based palliative care services in Kerala against a solidarity economy background. And they'll also look into the impact that it has left over on the well-being of the palliative care patients and their families by looking into the attributes of the palliative home care models, effectiveness, quality of life, healthcare costs, caregivers, welfare, etc. So for an in-depth study, so we have conducted 3 studies, one in the government-owned palliative. Sorry, it's a primary health care center where the palliative care is being set. That is the center at Kilimanur Primary Health Center in Trivandrum. So Kilimanur PHC is the PHC which has received the first prize for the best palliative care unit in the state. So we have taken that as a case study, and we have also collected, as Dr. Godwin was mentioning, the role of non-governmental organizations in the sector. We have also identified two working. One is from the Karuna, where the ex-minister Saji Cherian is presiding in Chenganur, and another one in Kayangulam. 3 palliative units were studied in detail, and I'll present here the case of the palliative unit run by the local self-government, that is the Kilimanur PHC. And so that's why I have written, for in-depth study, the award-winning palliative care unit at Kilimanur Family Health Care Center is selected. So we have, when you look into the functions, the activities, the way by which the community-based organizations are being run, we should understand that this is on the basis of the policy formulated by Government of Kerala. Government of Kerala is the first state in India to adopt a pain and palliative care policy in 2008, which has been modified in 2015, and later we are now discussing a new policy. 2019, we have a draft policy, and I think that will be finalized very soon. And through this policy, I'll just cover the features of the policy. So because that's important to understand how what an interdisciplinary team, or you have a coordinated effort from several stakeholders, which finally, that's why a solidarity is happening, which finally results in improvement in the welfare of what a palliative patient and the caregivers. So through this policy, the government declared palliative care as an integral component of the primary health care and promoted community-based care under the initiative of local self-governments. And the National Healthcare Mission, Rural Mission, is also integrated into the project. The National Rural Healthcare Mission, or the Arogya Kerala counterpart in Kerala, is also integrated into the mission, which is supervising the whole thing. So starting from 400 panchayats in 2008, it now spreads across, palliative units spreads across all panchayats in Kerala, with primary palliative care units being set up along with the primary health center. Tertiary palliative care is associated with what the taluk hospitals or the block level hospitals, and tertiary care at the government medical colleges or district hospitals. Okay, and these are the short term. I'm not mentioning those, reading in detail. The short term objectives of the pain and palliative care policy is to train volunteers, to sensitize people on the need for pain and palliative care, and training this much doctors, nurses, those things, and setting up of around 100 palliative, community-based palliative care units, then provision of medicines, those things I'm skipping. And the long-term effect is that people should be sensitized of the need for having an effective palliative care in their society, and how this can be established in your own home with the help from what? The local self-government, with the help from the local PHC, how this can be established. So that's a long-term goal, to provide what? Sustained or continuous palliative care for the patients, and with also to provide it at free of cost. So to empower, the final objective is to empower the LSGs in the state to develop program for training volunteers and involvement of CBOs, those things. Yeah, lastly, to establish palliative care as a part of basic healthcare available for the community. So it also should become a part of, when you have a cold, you go to your PHC and get your medicine. Similarly, a person who is discharged from the RCC or from the medical college, and he can only have palliative care, he should, or his family must also have a possibility to get facility from an outpatient clinic in your hospital. So that is what is envisaged under the policy. Okay. And you know how different it will be to avail a service for a person who is under palliative treatment and for a normal person to get a primary healthcare facility. So what is being done? What are the guiding principles of the policy? The first one is home-based care should be the cornerstone. The role of family should also be established. The family is the primary caregiver, so they should be empowered as to the way by which essential palliative care services can be provided. And for them, they should be socially and emotionally supported. So that's also one the guiding principle of the policy. And the 3-tier government system, as I said earlier, at the 3 tiers, how they can coordinate with these activities. And we should also have the palliative field level workers, their supervisors, who would be able to locate or identify the palliative care patients. They should be able to convey the needs to the higher authorities and how the team can come, all these things. And the government will also make use of the community-based organizations, the NGOs, which are working in the area. And so there is clear-cut demarcation of the roles and responsibilities of each of these stakeholders. So that's also very important when you have a policy. So there is always a chance of what the co-option or somebody skipping those things, that rules and responsibility. Here you have a clear demarcation of what the NGO is to do, what the LSG should do, what the ward member should do, what the medical officer should do, what the community-based organization should do. You have a clear-cut what demarcation of involvement of these two. And under the, and then, these are the things. I'll skip this field level and what should the sub-center do? And what is the role of the primary health center and the community health center? And what should the taluk health office headquarters of hospitals do? What about the district hospital? What about the training centers? And what is the role of the community-based organization? These are the different activities of the stakeholders. Then capacity building is also very important. See, as a person, I'm not trained to provide what even emotional or psychological support to a person who is in my home who is under palliative care, because you are also emotionally in a traumatic state when one of your family members is in that stage. So I should also be supported to provide what the family should be empowered as they need to provide the support. So how is that the capacity building has to be taken? So you need trained volunteers. Students are trained. Kerala University also has got a student palliative, like NCC, we also have SCC, and we are giving training. So last year, 2 years back before COVID, we also conducted training programs here for all NSS volunteers, and 10 students are selected from each college to provide this. It's not medical service that they're providing emotional service. These students, they go to the home and talk to the palliative patients. So that itself is a very important method of social support that you are giving to these people. So that's why how the capacity needs to be built. There should be at least 1 doctor and 2 trained nurses in the palliative unit in your PHC. There should be a physiotherapist who is operating there. And for this, what is the methodology that is being adopted? Equally important is the availability of medicines. Morphine cannot be purchased from your medical store. Even the primary health center doctor cannot subscribe or give this. He cannot write this, the name or recommend this. For that, there should be the block level officer. So what is the mechanism by which adequate supply of medicines and what these things can be, the support system, the other devices that you need, these things can be provided. So that also is taken consideration under the policy. And these are the key stakeholders, the NRHM, the Institute of Palliative Medicine. I hope you have heard of it, where it is in Kozhikode, which is working in Malappuram, and they are coordinating the whole thing, the district level, medical personnel, the village level who was the coordinator. So it is a hierarchical model of what you have here. And what about the implementation? So I'll start discussing from here. So when this policy was initiated, every Grama Panchayat was asked to allow to form a palliative care team. And it was also made mandatory that from the next year, a minimum of this much percent, I think it's 3%, has to be earmarked for what? Palliative care. And there should be a palliative care nurse that is hired by the Panchayat in the primary health center. And there should be a palliative care van also, a vehicle that can provide palliative care service. And then in 2013, it was extended to what? The block hospital and district hospital. And a home care team. And what does the team do? A home care team comprising of trained palliative care nurses selected by LSJ, a medical officer, the ASHA worker, junior public health nurse, and an elected representative. See, you have your ward number, you have the local ASHA, the ward's ASHA worker. You will also have what? A medical officer in charge, a junior public health nurse. So this is a palliative team which is visiting what? For home care.
And the team, what do? They will assess the medical, emotional, and financial situation of the patient. Accordingly, medicines are given, including emotional counseling. Family members are also given advice. And in special cases, the home care team refers this patient to the secondary level palliative unit. And you also have palliative care units. They run an outpatient department at the health facilities where the assigned doctors and nurses support and monitor the condition of the patient. And now I will skip on. So this is the background of the palliative care policy that we have adopted. So it was a path-breaking policy as far as Kerala was concerned, because every primary health center should now have a palliative unit, and every Grama Panchayat should allocate or earmark this much percentage of their resources for palliative care treatment. And we looked into what is the progress in achievement of the long-term objectives of the policy by focusing on 3 palliative units. And I'll just share the results that we obtained from the award-winning palliative care unit in Ilimanur Panchayat. So it's called the Kanava Palliative Care Unit. It sets an example of the extent to which coordinated efforts of LSG, along with first-tier primary healthcare institutions, can bring in holistic care to the patients who are in need of palliative care services. So you have 2 very powerful organizations, institutions at the local level. One is you have the local self-government institution. And what is the second one? You have the primary health center. 2 dominant persons also. One is you have the medical officer, and the other you have the Panchayat president. So how are the 2 institutions being coordinated in order to provide this? So Kanava shows a very important example of how successful this can happen. And yeah, this unit possesses all the qualities to provide medical, psychosociological, and spiritual support to the patients. From ASHAs and ward members at the grassroots level to maintain regular contact to the patients, and the trained palliative care nurse and psychotherapists, physiotherapists to provide medical care under the supervision of the medical officer and the health standing committee chairperson. The unit owns adequate and skilled manpower. Now, this is complemented by the palliative care unit building at the primary health center with essential facilities including the nursing station, observation unit, IP ward, pharmacy, and an ambulance. Above all, what the research team observed is that it's a feeling of trust, empathy, and togetherness which extend from family to the community level under the aegis of the local public health institution, which makes this kind of social intervention effective and fruitful. And this was when we examined the history of initiation of this policy. So immediately after the government of Kerala announced this policy, a meeting was organized for all health standing committee chairman of Grama Panchayats at the Institute of Palliative Medicine. And this person, we interviewed him, it's Mr. Prince, who went there. So he was very much eager to adopt this policy to his locality. And the then Panchayat Standing Committee Chairman on Health, who attended the workshop, identified the need and possibilities of palliative care and its role in ensuring holistic care to the patients in his home Panchayat. As an offshoot, in the next Standing Committee meeting, he raised this issue, and a meeting was convened to discuss the matter in which doctors, paramedical staff, ASHA workers, LSG officers, etc. participated, and the need of the patients was identified. So immediately they asked the ASHA workers to do for a primary a basic data collection in the panchayats, and the field survey threw light to the pathetic condition in which the patients and the living and the neglect that they face from the family and the community. Many patients were found in unhygienic. Okay. So many patients were found in unhygienic conditions without receiving any medical care. So understanding this, the palliative unit, the Panchayat earmarked 50,000 rupees for this. And these are all tables which will show the beneficiary, the progress of the palliative care unit in addressing the needs of the society. We have from 48 in 2008-9 to 874 is the total palliative patients that are being registered. So these are the key stakeholders. That's why it's a solidarity economy in working palliative care nurse,
physiotherapists, ASHA workers, doctors, volunteers, etc. And yeah, the 25 ASHA workers are given the responsibility to maintain contact with the patients, and home care visits is done for 5 days in a week, and an average of 8 patients are covered in a single day. During Saturdays, the psychotherapist also joins the palliative care team. And this is the palliative care management committee where you have the Panchayat president as the chairperson, and you have the vice president as the health standing committee chairman. And these are the members of the palliative care committee, where you have very important persons from all institutions in the locality, and also the community representatives of the community-based organizations. There's also another committee which is called the Palliative Care Implementation Committee, which has to be summoned every month to check the registers, to understand the financial status, and discuss the other needs of the patients. And these are the services provided. So home care visit, how it is being conducted, I have written, but Dr. Gotin will not give me time, so I'm skipping that. Daily life skill training for patients and the caregivers, that's also very important. Essential knowledge and training to deal with daily life. Then the OP service, the ward, the medicines that are given, assistive devices are also given to these people. Now there's a methodology by which the eligible beneficiaries are identified. Food kit is given, the training is also given, financial and livelihood support, awareness class, and annual meet. Now, please think of the fact that if it is being conducted only by the LSGA or only by the medical officer, this holistic approach cannot happen. So all the needs or requirements of the family are being taken care of by the team, because it has stakeholders from all aspects of the society, and how this is coordinated, etc. And we have looked into the impact through how the beneficiaries' quality of life has improved. And I have several cases to share with you, what we have seen there, along with maybe my two other students. We visited the homes of the palliative care patients, and so many insightful experiences we had. And this is the way by which a quantitative impact assessment has been done, because they're all very important tools in palliative care. We have the QCPC questionnaire, the quality care palliative care patient recorded assessment, caregiver welfare assessment, quality of life of the patient, overall satisfaction, organizational care quality, etc. PCQC is the most important tool that has been globally accepted in order to understand the effectiveness of the palliative care. And there are 4 domains. One is the communication with the palliative team, and there are several variables that has been identified internationally, and that is averaged. Communication with the palliative care is an important measure of what? Understanding the quality of care that is being given. Then value of life, how the palliative team is able to convey to the patient and the caregiver the message about the value of life, variables for that. Support and counseling, what is that we are given? Accessibility and sustainability of care is also important. And this is the overall quality of care where you have 4 domains, and we see that that's highly rated by the patients. And also index on caregiver welfare and organizational quality, those things are also we have noted out. And we have 2 important publications in the Indian Journal of Palliative Care, where we have reported the case of Kanyavu and the 2 NGOs. So those who are interested can read those things and the cases that we have found out. So I'll conclude by stating these things, that there is the palliative policy. No, we don't say that this is equally applicable across all this, because recently I have received a fund for doing this at the block level, and we visited the block which was performing in palliative care at a highly rated scale last year. And this time when we visited, we found something, there was no inpatients there were some issues, and upon inquiry we understood that the new president has taken in charge of the block panchayat, and there is huge ego clash between the block president and the medical officer. And for all the meetings that the block office president conducts, the medical officer will not come. And for the meetings that are coordinated by the medical officer, this person cannot come. So we are not able to get a single data from the place. So we now shifted that to a new block level hospital, that is the Neamam block hospital. We are now continuously visiting that, extending the study to the block level. So that means that, yeah, there are even though the policy is very stringent on how these things must be done, there are cases when single human ego, even in the case of providing healthcare facility to the palliative patients are doing lots of problems. So yeah, if there is coordination among intra-departments or institutions in planning, implementation, and monitoring, this can become successful. There should be autonomy and independence that is given to the palliative care unit. And the 2008 policy and its revision is very important. And if the unit complaints goes along with this policy, that would be good. Then documentation of activities, registers, etc. And this success story of Kilimanur shows that it's a best example for the social and solidarity economy in working. And the last 2 years back, we invited the palliative care nurse to this seminar hall, and we honored her because when we went, we understood that all these families are waiting for her to visit. And the day they keep in their diary, these patients. So somebody is coming to talk to me in a very kind manner. The caregiver is also very happy, eagerly waiting for the person to come. So that type of changes are happening at the local level. And yeah, thank you so much for this opportunity. And thank you, Chair, and maybe to the conference coordinator, conference secretary. Thank you.
You might have already heard about the significance of the palliation question holds in the state, and we are reserving all the major questions towards the end, in the interest of time. But if you have any quick clarificatory questions, we will be happy to engage. Yeah. Yeah. Otherwise, you can also note those questions. Okay, yeah, in that case, yeah, you can definitely raise those questions, straight away. The significance of, the topic, which she has presented is quite, critical, because we would find, even from a strong, economics perspective as well, this is a segment where, there's a serious market failure. And there is no market at all, meaning we call it missing markets, because there are instances in which there are a lot of old age people who are terminally ill, who don't have any scope for their extending their life. The objective is to give them a peaceful kind of death. That's a whole idea behind a substantial idea behind this one. And the usual, the cure model fails in this particular case. That's the reason why you need something else has to come up to fill that, that huge vacuum. So that in that particular viewed from that context, this care economy itself is a huge one where, the government also fails in certain sense. So that's why you might have heard, ward number 9 in general hospital, that actually performs, substantially this kind of, there are no one to take care of them, but, and, no one to take, address their issues. So that's the reason why this becomes, from a humanitarian context as well, this becomes, important. And unfortunately, the sustainability, primarily, that's the last point that actually struck, each of us by, meaning kind of, shock, because any kind of, institution, and institutionalization of good practices actually broke down just because of the individual. So it should not be an individual based kind of one. Then we don't, that particular system breaks down. Then we don't call it a system. That's why this becomes more important. So you could actually raise the questions. Since he asked me to, yeah, please.
Actually, it was very nice presentation. We learned a lot. I have a question. Maybe it is, I'm not sure it is related to the topic or not. My question is here about the governance system of this community. You have spoken about the holistic approach to governing this problem. But as we know, holistic approach, as you mentioned, there are a lot of clash between the many peoples, the peoples that came from many sectors. There are a lot of clashes. So what do you think if we focus on more professionalism or more on professional aspect of government? So it's quite clear that nowadays we are going somehow from individualistic view to a holistic view. So you do not think that maybe this kind of holistic approach makes something challenges for the governance of this kind of, for example, sector? Thank you.
So this query on holistic approach. So I think the holistic approach itself is a good governance practice, because holistic approach also turns out to be very professional when you have, see, this is a sphere where government has failed, as Dr. Godwin was telling us. You have ward number 9 in the general hospital, which is a professional hospital, completely under a professional medical team. But once the poor are there without anybody to take care of them, the whole system is failing, because the doctors are also not trying to look into or examine them. The public sector normally has these types of practices in Kerala where the quality is often questioned. Okay, so here you have, as a binary or as a different model, as an alternative, we have a case where there are different functions or different structures or institutions which are by law bound to do their duties. But like any system, even if there are laws or a legal system that is going capable of keeping it all right, there are cases where people act against that. So that is the situation that we have seen recently in one panchayat, but that these are all rare cases. Generally, the policy, maybe if you survey across the 1,000 PHCs in your place or in Kerala, I'm sure that maybe only 1% of the total PHC may be having, the system may be having working like this. Because it's mandatory, it's a policy, it's an act. By law, it is, you should do this, you should do this. There is a palliative care implementation team or a committee. It is, the president is this, the vice president is a medical officer, you have the standing committees there. There are avenues where discussions can happen and you can reach a consensus. But at times people may act very indifferently. So not only in this system, everywhere we are seeing this. So they may act very indifferently, or they may have some ego clashes that normally should be or will be in the process solved, because you have venues or committees where this can be discussed. So that's why we came to know about this. So the DMO is now very conscious. The district medical officer is very much conscious of all these things, and steps are being taken to solve these issues. That's also a good governance practice. So you have transparency there. There's no role for corruption here. There is a rule of law. There is accountability when you have the system. Okay, when you have different stakeholders, the transparency is very high, and also your accountability is also high. Whereas in the medical college, a single doctor is there, there won't be any accountability for the doctor. So that's what I have noted. Okay, hope I...
Thank you, ma'am. The next presenter of this session is Advocate Devashree GS. She is a member of the Kollam Bar Association and is practicing as an advocate in the District Court of Kollam. She completed her MPhil program of Human Rights from Department of Law of University of Kerala in 2021. Today, she will be presenting a paper on need for an informal social support system among commercial surrogates in Kerala. I invite her to present the paper.
Am I audible? Excuse me, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
I'll be sharing my screen.
Okay, okay, ma'am.
Yeah. Is the screen visible?
No, ma'am, it's not visible.
Is it visible now?
No, ma'am.
Hold on.
Ma'am, now you have started to present the screen, but the slides are not.
Yeah, it will come actually.
Okay.
Wait a second.
Okay, ma'am, visible.
Yeah, is it? Yeah, thank you. So, good evening to one and all. On the outset, I would like to thank Dr. Christabel for giving me an opportunity to present a paper on this occasion. And also, I am super proud to see the upgraded version of CMSC in the consecutive 3 years. Congratulations to the entire team behind it. And now, distinguished chair, professors, teachers, students, and my dear friends, I'm here to present a paper on the need for an informal social support system among the commercial surrogates of Kerala. Coming to what is surrogacy? See, being a hot news topic, you all know at least what is this concept of surrogacy means. Surrogacy is the process of carrying and delivering a child for another person. Then coming to the types of surrogacy, we have two kind of surrogacy, that is commercial surrogacy and altruistic surrogacy. Commercial surrogacy is where being a surrogate, you will get the monetary benefit, or simply you can get payment for being a surrogate. Whereas this altruistic surrogacy means it is nothing like no compensation or no reimbursement or no payment, no monetary benefit is given to the surrogate. She ultimately carries a child for another another parents and will be delivering a child for those couples. Okay. This commercial surrogacy is legally allowed in countries like Russia, Ukraine, and Thailand, where it is totally banned in countries like United Kingdom, Denmark, South Africa, Australia, Canada, and Greece. And no types of surrogacy is permitted in France, Germany, Spain, Sweden, Italy, and Iceland. And the surrogacy requests in United States of America and Argentina are decided by independent surrogacy committees. Looking into the evolution of surrogacy, you can see the traces of surrogacy way back in 1976, where Keenbrock's first surrogacy agreement took place. You can go to this chart and see from 1976 to 2008, many iconic happening on this surrogacy took place. Coming to India and commercial surrogacy, a UN study conducted in July 2012 has put the surrogacy business at over $400 million with more than 3,000 fertility clinics all over the country in India. The usual fee is around $25,000 to $30,000 in India. This is comparatively, this is around 1/3 of that which is in developed countries like USA. This has made India a favorable destination for foreign couples who look for a cost-effective treatment for infertility, and a whole branch of medical tourism has flourished on the surrogate practice. Coming to the legal considerations or legal position on surrogacy, we have this ICMR guidelines, that is Indian Council of Medical Research Guidelines in 2005, Surrogacy Regulation Bill in 2019, Assisted Reproductive Technology Act 2021, Surrogacy Regulation Act 2021. But there are so much lacunae in the present law that blanket ban on commercial surrogacy, and only altruistic surrogacy is permitted in India. Unregistered ART clinics without licenses sprout like anything in India. There the concerns there of single parents, transgender, living couples. Even though law has recognized the act of them into commissioning parents in the case of surrogacy has not yet been considered. And this is very much funny that a surrogate mother in India should be a close relative of the intending couple. You know, whatever happens, this will not be a situation in the Indian scenario. A surrogate mother should be a surrogate only once in her lifetime. This is also a major repercussion in this field. Why this study? Out of 402 IVF clinics registered under the National Registered registry of ART clinics and banks, only 10 were found to be in Kerala. But officially, there are more than 3,000. And officially, there are more than 3,000 clinics in India and more than 50 registered clinics in Kerala. That too, more than 11 clinics are there in Trivandrum only. This presentation is based on a study that was conducted by me in association with IUCAE, University of Kerala, on social, legal, and economic considerations of commercial surrogates in Kerala. This was done in one of the leading fertility centers in India, that is Samanth Hospital, Part 2, Trivandrum. From 2005, almost 19 cases of surrogacy were carried out in Samanth Hospital. These cases were analyzed and the details were taken from lakhs. And this 4 to 5 lakhs will alone constitute the treatment cost of the hospital only. And it can vary according to the medical condition patient. There will also be insurance cover that is to be taken to the surrogate mother. The accommodation facilities, other routine charges, all has to be included. So the full cost of the hospital ranging from 10 to 20 lakhs, which constitute all the additional expenses. Here comes the concept of collectives. The global market relies on outsourced labor for production, most often exploiting vulnerable women to sustain commercial gain. ART clinics are at the same time becoming more competitive, not just in pricing, but in the hiring and retention of Indian females as surrogates. Since majority of the Indian surrogate mothers come from these impoverished and marginalized communities, they're not able to reach out to the formal support system or police. These women endure significant physical and emotional hardships during IVF and pregnancy, and they deserve to be commended and adequately compensated for the services they provide. Thus, where the surrogates can avail the requirements, opinion, where they can claim their right, is much needed. There's an informal social support system, or I would say a collective or a surrogate support system will be of great help in this scenario. Then what is the role? How can they help? They can provide informational, instrumental, and emotional support to the surrogate and also to their family. They can provide guidance to regulate the 9-month pregnancy to those eligible, uneducated, and poor surrogates. They can provide the procedure involved in this procedure. They can check whether the whether they are ready for this commercial surrogate. Validate a transparent common intending and the surrogate. Conclude, this surrogacy is a scientifically advanced treatment. No medical treatment guarantees cure and surrogacy is one among them. It cannot be denied that this process forward a wide arena of opportunities. The should protect it. Technology should be cut away, for which the collective consciousness can help. Such collectives can provide clarity with regard to the laws and regulation and can help in providing more transparency in the treatment of surrogacy. Just to conclude, surrogacy can open a wonderful way for individuals to help hopeful parents deprived of progeny, and a good support system can provide support, guidance, and help, and indeed for exploitation in this field. Thank you for listening. I will be open to your questions. Thank you. Excuse me. Ma'am? Am I audible?
Yeah, ma'am, you're audible. Ma'am, we'll take the questions at last. Now we can move on with the other presentations.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. The next presenter of the session is Noel Sebastian. He is a former student of the Department of Economics, University of Kerala. He is also a JRF holder in economics.
Today, he will be presenting a paper on Kerala's aging economy and the role of community-based care work. I invite him to present the paper.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today I will be discussing on Kerala's aging economy, and we will be exploring the role of community-based care work. This is an extended work of my master's dissertation that I did during my post-graduation at Kerala University. I thank Christabel Peche. She was my guide also during the time. Let us move fast to the topic. Today, what I will be discussing is on social and solidarity economy and the role of community-based care work. We will discuss the importance, what is it, why, and how this is actually going to work here. And my focus will be on Kerala's aging economy. We will be discussing the methodology and short information on the analysis of the work that we did. And we will be trying to relate the potential of COPS in Kerala scenario, which is one of the most practical method of community-based care work. Am I audible actually? So on social and solidarity economy, it is actually an economic approach which favors decentralization. Throughout, we were talking about the ideas of social and solidarity economy. The decentralized version, which is more focused on the local development, is driven by ethical values such as solidarity, fair trade, voluntary simplicity, and even beware. This is a Latin American concept, which is an integrated developmental approach, which involves individual, environment, and states. So the importance of community-based care work is, it is one of the most critical components of social and solidarity economy because provision of care and it reduces the impact of dependency on different age groups. The importance of community-based care work, or one of the most practical, that is actually what we are going to discuss right here. So in the context of Kerala, care work is something that stems on various kind of approaches. We know that Kerala's economy or Kerala's social society is behind a wheel of progressiveness always. Though we are actually calling out progressiveness, women are mostly confined in this state. So the care work is something that is attributed to women. And let us discuss about, is it necessary to confine women in the care economy or the care work? And what is the role of social and solidarity economy and care economy in order to help women to come out of this care economy's confinement? Regarding the theoretical background of care work, we can find Plato's spiritual pilgrimage. This is actually what Plato's explanation on care economy or the care work. This is actually kind of spiritual pilgrimage that one person entails throughout his lifetime. And neoclassical altruism is one of the go-to economic theory when we come to explain care economy. But what happens in Kerala is not just altruism; it is compulsory altruism. We are asked to give care economy a kind of compulsory kind of altruism. Another theory is the reciprocity, because since our parents took care of us, we have to take care of them. This kind of reciprocity is very elaborate in the care economy. Another two of the models are communitarianism and contractarianism. But as I said earlier, when this care economy confines women, this is actually having a grave productive economic loss in productivity loss. So COPS, one of the most important model of community-based care work, can be an alternative for this. Why COPS is an alternative? Cooperative societies or the COPS will always work on a not for profit motive. This is where we can actually cover the market failure that we were actually discussing quite before earlier. What we can do with the COPS is an integrated or inclusive model of health-based care services as well as income-generating activities. There are two kinds of COPS, that is user-based cooperative and provider-based cooperative. User-based cooperatives are those kind of institutions which are set up by community members to help them to meet their basic healthcare needs. Users determine the required health services and COPS negotiate contracts with service providers. This is one of the most important models which can help in countering the market failures. When it comes to provider-based cooperative, an example is Brazil's UCMed, one that is set up by the physicians or by entrepreneurs who wish to offer a wider range of services or to minimize costs through economies of scale. Now, let us come to the methodology that we did while we were analyzing Kerala's aging economy. We used Kerala Aging Survey of 2004 to 2019. This is a panel data by Center for Developmental Studies, Trivandrum. We used the samples aged 60 or above for the years of 2004 to 2013. What Kerala Aging Survey? Kerala Aging Survey is based on Kerala's Kerala Migration Survey, which was also done by CDS. First stage units, this is the methodology. Just for the information, we will be skipping that. And we also analyzed the labor force participation, and we did a forward logistic regression model in order to analyze the impact of different variables on labor force participation. So these were the major variables that we were discussing through the study. We were having age cohort of three kinds: young, old, which consists of 60 to 69 years of elderly, and old, from 70 to 79 years, and oldest old, 80 and above. Let's go to the findings. Initially, we were discussing about the demographic characteristics. I am trying to prove how elderly or how older is the Kerala's economy is, or how the economy of Kerala is getting aged, and what is the necessity of a community-based care work in order to tackle the aging economy. We know that the life expectancy at birth of Kerala is 74.9, approximately 75 years as per the Nidhi Aayog data for 2010 and 2000 to 2014. So what we did is we did a one sample test using 2013's Cmase data, and we proved that it is actually what Nidhi Aayog's data says is absolutely correct when we are considering the Cmase data also, because we got a p-value of 0.804, which is more than the confidence interval of 0.05. We rejected the null hypothesis, and we were able to prove that Kerala has a life expectancy of around 75 years. So most of the elderly will be in the old category in Kerala. So regarding the index of aging, which Kerala's planning board interprets as the ratio of economically inactive people who are above 60 to the number of young between 0 to 14. This is the extent to which population has aged. Kerala Planning Board says that index of aging shows that to the extent which Kerala economy has aged. Using the KS data, we are showing that during 2004, index of aging of Kerala was just 89%. But within 9 years, that has doubled to 196.46%. That means the index of aging, the extent to which the population of Kerala has aged, has doubled to 196.46% just within 9 years. Another two of the indicators that we will be discussing is economic and demographic definitions. Demographic definition provides the idea about the future productive population, and we will be denoting this as T1. T1 measures the extent to which the Kerala's economy is Kerala's future productive population. A high negative T1 value shows that we are having a worse demographic problem. The demographic problems are worsening. So see, for 2030, the T1 value is increasing. That means we are having a high T1 value, high negative T1 value that is increasing to minus 5.546. That means we are having, if the population of the people above 50 years of age increases, then D1 takes a negative value. What happens is we are having a very high negative D1 value, which measures that age population and an increase in D1, showing that we are having worse demographic problems in the future. Considering the economic definitions of aging, that is two measures, E1 and E2. E1 measures the relative number of persons over 60 years of age, and E2 explains the dependency ratio. Dependency ratio shows the burden on the working population. We know that there are two kinds of people who are dependent. One, the elderly, the other one is the children. So what happens is E2 is, while coming to E1 and E2, with regard to E2, we are having a high value of 1.413. That shows that we are having a huge dependent population in the Kerala's economic scenario. Regarding the chronic illness, we took 2010 and 2013 data, and people with chronic illness, the sample size of people with chronic illness was 3008 and 2059 during 2010 and 2013 respectively. The conclusions are high blood pressure, diabetes, and heart problems are the most common chronic illness among Kerala's elderly. Least reported are Alzheimer's, dementia, osteoporosis, cancer, etc. And old category is for support for the people between 70 to 79 years of age. Coming to the coming to labor force participation, major conclusions of the labor force participation are more than half of the women are unemployed during 3 of the 4 survey years. This is what I said. The women of working age, when they are involved in the care economy, women of the elderly population, then possibly they are unemployed and they are possibly in the caregivers taking care of the siblings or wards of their children. So that means they are mostly women are unemployed in Kerala's scenario. A chi-score dependency between labor force participation and the educational status of the elderly was also found, very significant chi-score dependency. And we also found a chi-score dependency between the educational status as well as the labor force participation of widows also. More illiterate were found in the labor market, which narrowly declined whenever the survey years were progressing. So people who were graduates or above only offered a very minimal number to the labor market during their older age. Perfectly, this shows a kind of operation of life cycle hypothesis, which we are studying in the macroeconomics. People who were well enough in their younger days, they used to have well education, they used to have the savings, and they used to decide during their elderly or older years. What happens is those people who were illiterate, they were not be able to save during their younger days, and they have to provide themselves to the labor market during their older years also. As I mentioned earlier, a chi-score test found a dependency between being widowed and their labor force participation also. Detailed tables are given in the paper. Regarding the forward stepwise logistic regression of the labor force participation, reference categories of each explanatory variables are discussed here. In 2004, 10 and 13, literacy was the most influencing factor. So as I said earlier, we found a huge dependency, a very significant dependency between educational status and labor force participation. Similarly, forward stepwise logistic regression also showed that literacy was one of the most influencing factors during 2004, 10 and 13. When it comes to 2007, old category influenced the labor force participation. So the takeaway from this is mostly we can consider that providing enough educational support to people will definitely help them to have enough savings in their or financial literacy will help them to have will have enough ability to save during their younger days, which could be used to decide so that they can be they could stay away from the labor market during their older days. So potential of co-ops in community-based care work. I took Kenya's and Lesotho's model from the paper of Ikano and Allen team. The paper was from 2011. So what happened in Kenya and Lesotho? These are the authors who were studying about the Kenya and Lesotho models. I found that cotton and sunflower crops were actually having these kind of activities, and these are some of the very important activities which we could also replicate in the Kerala context. So what happened is, co-ops were having economic empowerment through cotton and sunflower farming. At the same time, we were having dairy farming, fish farming, beekeeping, sale of tree seedlings. Coming from Lesotho, what we had is a savings and credit scheme to sustain village health works also. And at the same time, there were co-ops which support widows and has a home-based caregivers group in order to support the patients. So let us discuss the potentials of user-based co-ops in the Kerala context. Regarding engaging the elderly, what happens while I was actually considering to replicate the Kenya and Lesotho model in the Kerala context. In order to engage the elderly, what we can do is, if we are having user-based co-ops, what we can organize is reading clubs, yoga, or similar other activities. So most of the we also found that chronic illness is one, and high blood pressure is one of the most important chronic illness among elderly. Yoga activities, reading clubs, etc. will help them to counter these kind of problems. In regarding the income generating activities, dairy farming, poultry farming, beekeeping, these are highly possible in Kerala's context also. Kudumbasri's Genova brand of eggs was a scheme where poultry farming was encouraged. Kudumbasri people collected the eggs, they sold it in the sold under the brand of Genova. Regarding financial inclusion, life expectancy in Kerala is 75 years that we proved that. Formally employed might retire at the end of 56 or 60 years. So a savings and credit scheme can be initiated with minor contributions from all. We know that Ayalkootam scheme is very successful, something we could extend here from the perspective of elderly, and a user-based co-ops which could generate financial inclusion also. Regarding the services, transportation services to health facilities for the elderly can be organized by user-based co-ops, because income generating activities, once there is sufficient income generating activities and profit from these activities, what happened in Kenya and Lesotho models is these kind of services, but these user-based cooperatives were using the income generated from their own activities in order to fund other kind of services for the elderly or the members of the cooperatives. Better bargaining power to deal with the health insurance, organize health camps, negotiate with health service providers, etc. can also be organized based on the user-based cooperatives. Provider-based cooperatives organize caregivers like nurses and other trained members, job seekers as home nurses. We know that there is a huge migration to Israel from Kerala as home nurses. So Manjuma was also talking about the palliative care unit. I was talking to my friend who is currently in UK. I was talking to him yesterday. He is a PSW graduate. He graduated from Kerala and he just migrated to UK just because social workers is having no respectability in Kerala. They are jobless here. So if you're actually tapping the potential of these things, we can organize provider-based cooperatives by these people, and we can give services to elderly. Collaborate with the government to bring potential caregivers under one umbrella and give them training, and introduce health insurance funds, home-based services of physicians, etc. So of the total global paid plus unpaid work hours, 41% is unpaid care work, and women's share is as much as 76%. Only 36% of the total paid work time is of women's care work. On average, women's unpaid weekly workload is on average 3 times more unpaid weekly workload than men is provided by women in the care economy. So addressing migration of care workers, self-respect, as our same principle of self-respect says, self-respect to caregivers will definitely make a change in the Kerala scenario. Let me end by this beautiful quote that I found in my own Insta profile, Aisha Mahmood, popularly known as Aishuti in the Instagram handles. If we don't have kids, who will take care of us if we become old? She replied, old age homes, caretakers, retirement homes, professional help. Kids are not people we make as a retirement plans. Thank you. For questions?
Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. The last presenters of this session are Veena J.S. and Anjali Raghavan. Both of them are currently pursuing their Masters in Economics from the Department of Economics, University of Kerala. They are presenting a paper on the working standards of pre-admission centers in Thiruvananthapuram district. I invite both of them to present the paper.
Good afternoon, everyone. So we are going to discuss the working standards of the addiction centers in Thiruvananthapuram district. As you all know, drug addiction across all ages from school children to professionals is increasing in alarming way and from news every day. The crimes, accidents, suicide is also growing in the same way. The increasing trend in drug addiction has many reasons, and one of the current reasons is the easy availability of drugs. Drugs which can be sold to individuals only with doctor's approval can be available in shopping websites, causing no restrictions in availability in them. Tobacco and alcohol are the common drugs we were known of, but today drugs ranges from cannabis to MSC to LSD. Alerted by these serious situations, state governments, organizations like NGOs are conducting many programs and awareness classes. But while thinking about prevention, there's an important aspect we need to look upon, and that is de-addiction centers. Why? Because they are the ones which are going to play a very critical role in the process of bringing the victims of drug addiction back to their normal health life. For that, we need to set up new or improve the existing DDCs in the state. Hence, we took de-addiction centers in a study to see whether they meet the required minimum standard and are they capable enough to save lives from addiction. So as you can see, okay, there's okay. So the trafficking, drug trafficking is increasing. In 2020, it was 4,560 cases, whereas in 2021, it has increased to 5,331. But now in this year, we have 16,128 cases, which has increased 3 times. So we know the seriousness of this situation. So let's see the stages of drug addiction. Therefore, one is experimentation, then regular use, risky use, and then the last is drug addiction, where the human body starts asking alcohol. There's no sleep, there's no. So the treatments that are available in de-addiction centers are detoxification, counseling, behavioral therapy, and cognitive behavior. Behavior therapy and cognitive behavior is advanced treatments. It is for replacing the unhealthy behaviors with healthier improved behaviors. So let's see the initiatives by the Indian governments to tackle addictions. So the government of India has enacted the Narcotic Drug and Psychotropic Substances Act in 1985 and Prevention of Illicit Traffic in Narcotic Drugs and Psychotropic Substance Act in 1988. So National Survey on Drug Use and Dependence is also conducted annually under the guidance of the BPS policy. The establishment of drug de-addiction centers is coordinated by Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, and they also have launched many programs. And one of the latest one is Nasha Abhiyan. And the Government of Kerala have launched an anti-narcotics campaign in 2016 titled Vimukti. The motto of the campaign is drug-free state. Under the scheme, the Government of Kerala launched various programs in schools and colleges like Unnal, Nelvari, Balim, Amulyam, Shraddha, Nelchurga. So the services that we expect in the de-addiction centers are the registration, outpatient services, inpatient treatment, dispensing of medicines, availability of medicines, laboratory services, psychosocial interventions, regular or conservation of linkages, record maintenance. So the objective of the study is to examine the working standards of the centers in Trivandrum district. So we have taken a district study was undertaken at the government DLC centers, and we have taken 3 additional DLC centers altogether, and the data were collected by direct interview method, and questionnaire was prepared for the same purpose. So the first one is the DLC centers working under the field program, General Hospital near Chingra. So it's a government institute working 24/7. There is OP treatment, which is per year is 1,580, and IP is 600 per year. So 20-30 patients approach institution every day, and the common age of patients is between 20 to 40 years. Cannabis and alcohol is the type of drug which is used commonly by middle-aged and older patients. Normally, patients approach the stage of risky use or abuse. So they are mostly legally or by risk, or they approach institutions, and only few are by their own term. The success rate here is only 20%. That is, the drug addicts will come back or relapse. That is, the addiction doesn't go away. Only 20% of them are successful. So it is having same facilities with total 30 beds, 1 duty doctor, psychiatric consultancy services twice weekly, psychotic social worker, 3 staff nurses, and 3 securities. So DLC Center in Medical College Hospital Trivandrum. Here it is also in government institute, which is started 10 years ago, and the open patients are also come in the withdrawal stage. The data shows shift to left trend in patients' ages, the patients' age. That is, the patients which is approaching the institutions are very young. Patients approaching the institutes are mostly referred, mostly on referral or on family pressure or legally, and only few of them come in their own world. The success rate here is just 50 to 60%, and one of the many initiatives taken by the institute includes school level programs. So it is having legal advisor, medical officers, 2 doctors at a time, to 14 psychiatrists to clinical psychiatrists, 2 psychologists. So next is Science Hospital and DLC Center. My teammate Dina will take up on the next session. Thank you.
Science Hospital and the Addiction Centers. It is charitable trust started in 18 years ago, and it provides psychological treatments in addition with the drug de-addictions treatments. And the success rate is 15%, and the common age of the patient approaching in the institute is 31 to 15 years. They had initiated many programs and awareness classes among the youth, and only 5% of the total patients approach the institute by their own will. In the facilities, and it has both IP and OP facilities, that is inpatient and outpatient facilities, and 2 doctors per day are available, and total 6 beds are. And coming to success rate, and first the government hospital that is working under the Vimukti scheme that located at Nayatigra, then success rate is 20%, and in the Simons Hospital and drug de-addiction centers, which is 15% is a success rate, and Medical College Hospital success rate is 15%. And the total 100% of the success is only provided by the support of the patient, support of will of the patient, and also the family support. And drawback of the government and private drug de-addiction centers. And first is the poor record maintenance and unavailability of high-cost medicines, rigid environment, lack of capacity of existing staffs, that is lack of training on substance use disorders. Most centers depend on government, state government finances. Coming to suggestions, the prominent signage and public boards should be put up to public aware of the services provided by them. They should have a friendly environment emitting positive vibes. That will result quick result to the patients. An excellent example is the Punarjani Rehabilitation Center, and also the financial support for private de-addiction centers from the government is needed. And last is the monitoring and evaluation, which means built into the routine system. It must be an ongoing and periodic activities. It should be seen as an opportunity to improve the capacity and perceptions of the services beneficiaries is an essential component, and also the necessary resources would be allocated for the monitoring and evaluations. The conclusion part, drug abuse is a progressive terminal disease. Means a complete recovery heavily depend on the patient will and services provided at these centers. To conclude from this case study, it's clear that though minimum standard in de-addiction centers are met, the visited de-addiction centers had a rigid environment which can cause declines not only to the patient but also to their families too. And also private de-addiction centers need financial support from government to implement their activities efficiency with regulations and regular implemented. And hence an immediate makeover to this institution is necessary. And also it must be understood that the minimum may not mean optimum. Certainty does not mean ideal. Even after the adoption of minimum standard, there may be a scope for expansion of scale and improvement in the quality of services. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I think the time is already we are moving below the schedule, so I'll be brief. Four important papers have been presented in this particular segment, and since Dr. Manju's questions were already raised, so I'll comment on the other three papers, and and it's open quickly for my dear listeners for this. So since the three papers are at different stages of development, one by meaning Advocate Devishri, the other one by my other friends here, Noel, Sebastian, and Beena and Anjali. So regarding meaning Devishri's paper, since it's at a two preliminary level, meaning I have just a conceptual question to ask her. One fundamental conceptual issue that we need to raise, because currently, as you are all aware, the commercial surrogacy is permitted on a very limited scale, that too with only for the married population, not for the couples, not for the other segment in India, even legally. So, from an economic perspective, putting restrictions on any means other than through market-based kinds of instruments primarily are, meaning we consider them as, unnatural. But, one extended, the ethical as well as, moral questions are secondary for me is, it's an equity question as well, because commercializing any kind of health activities is primarily become a very hard nut to crack, because there is a transfer of health from the poor to the rich. That's their meaning. For example, that's the reason why commercial blood transfer is not permitted. Commercial organ transplantation is not permitted because of this particular issue. So if we extend further to commercial surrogacy as well, this kind of a meaning ethical question would be reigning at the primary level, at the conceptual level. Definitely commercial meaning could be discussed in greater detail, and I would suggest that from a methodological perspective, if we need to arrive at a kind of proper conclusion, I would request you to go through, engage some case study, because this is not a widespread, numbers are not there, larger numbers are there. So you could actually take up some case studies and throw up all these issues before them, and so that and the context in which the issue should have been taken up. So probably so that, all of us would be informed of a proper perspective. And definitely I would see that would be a very relevant study in any given context, especially in our context. And regarding the paper by Noel Sebastian, I fully agree with, the issues that, because it's a very critical issue again. The Kerala's context actually discusses, meaning two issues become predominant there. One, the average, the sex ratio and life expectancy hides that thing, because the life expectancy for men are about 72, and for the women it is actually 79 plus, and it again differs across social classes. In that kind of a context, there is a serious gender issue involved. Majority of the care part, meaning men live a lot of risky lives, and they get cared for by at an earlier age by somebody else. But and the women actually lose that particular privilege at the later part of her life, especially. The life expectancy is actually on meaning higher for them. So that kind of a disaggregated kind of approach might be more helpful, and identifying problems of these two particular segments separately, and not discounting the importance of the other kind of biological genders that one would identify. But since this binary is strong enough in any kind of a society, so that kind of a disaggregated approach might be much more, useful. Likewise, it is meaning we always, want the higher life expectancy to be a positive indicator of development. But there is actually when he was, I don't know whether if I understood that particular terminology properly, but is it problematic to problematize, the increasing life expectancy itself as a problem, meaning in the hypothesis segment, if you look at. So maybe, I don't know if I read that particular, that the spirit of your argument properly, but you can actually just, have a clarity on that particular segment. And I would also find, it would be good to write it as a paper if you can bring about, or make a kind of, connection between, the first part of the presentation, highlighting, using the CDS, secondary data, and the other part, but more, more coherent. Okay, this is a kind of, raw thought that I was getting at the, when you were making the presentation. And the third one, meaning the fourth one in that particular sense of this particular one, it's again a very critical paper from, if you look at, because in Kerala, you have of the, meaning those who consume alcohol, about 10% are called, the binge drinkers. And, normally all the drunkards are not problematic, but to be qualified, this particular 10% that's normally seen everywhere in this world, meaning, so they need a kind of, specific kind of, attention. And the other forms of intoxication, like, the drug abuse, etc., are also getting, a lot of currently, one of the major problem why, they were saying that, Beena and Anjali were saying that, the more often we come to address this particular problem at the terminal stage or the fourth stage of, the issue. Okay. An associated problem here is we have a lot of, stigma associated with, seeking care for any kind of psychiatric or even mental or the so-called issues. So more often de-addiction questions are associated or clubbed with mental health centers, and including even if it is referred to a general kind of hospital, people view it with a lot of stigma. So this, if you can address that particular part, a bit more, to have any kind of a policy relevance, then, to identifying people at the early ages of or early stages of addiction itself, could be very significant in addressing from a public health, point of view. Last question and last comment, and with that I will stop. they primarily have seen and defined, the standards as well as, the success rate, etc., from the point of view of the supply side, from the provider's point of view. I don't know what could be the reaction of the so-called success if you approach, that particular patient. So again, it would be meaningful if you approach, the difference between, the success rate in the private sector as well as in the public sector. It's a very complex issue, because if a de-addiction case is taken to mental hospital, definitely that particular person will be showing a lot of, violent behavior in most of the situation. So normal kind of, resistance, and, they attack the doctor and, the other staff as well. So this actually warrants a different kind of, approach in perspective in addressing this particular issue. And if we approach the physicians and, the patients, the demand side or the need side on a broader sense, we might get a kind of, different results and etc. So with this, I stop my, commenting on this, but all the four are quite, relevant in any context, and I have more issues, meaning issues to comment. I should restrain myself because, we are running all behind schedule, but still in the interest of, natural justice, I would request if there are any questions to come up, definitely we'll be happy to take for another 1 or 2 minutes. And since, you can actually ignore my points because they are primarily comments. So if there are any other questions, definitely you can respond to that. Devashree, you have any other questions? Yeah, Devashree, are you around? Okay.
Advocate Devashree, ma'am, are you there?
Yes.
Ma'am, would you like to respond?
No, I accept. I'm taking his comments and I will be incorporating in my paper. And regarding that commercial aspect, I also having that concept, like it is not commercializing, but compensating for what the taking it as a job. Like they have to be compensated rather than exploited. That's the simple concept that I was putting forward. That's it. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your comments.
Thank you, sir. Regarding the life expectancy part, actually life expectancy is not a problem as a kind. I was validating what Nidhi data said. We are having high expectancy of 75. We just validated that point. In some cases, life expectancy tends to be a problem also. We know that the immediate inspiration for me to take this project is my own family. I have the first-hand experience of care economy. So my grandfather is of 104 right now, and my grandmother was 94. She passed away last August. So what happened is my mother and my sister was having the complete onus to take care of these two people. I know, and throughout even the benefit of I am a receiver of all the benefits, like the efforts taken by them actually helped me to complete even my dissertation during my UG days. So that was my inspiration behind taking this same project as my dissertation topic also. So life expectancy at times tends to be a problem. And when it comes to the KSRTC's pension problem, we also take the life expectancy as one of the major aspects. നമുക്കറിയാം 56 വയസ്സ് മാക്സിമം ജോലി ചെയ്താൽ മതി. പിന്നെ ആക്ച്വലി സർക്കാർ പെൻഷൻ കൊടുക്കേണ്ടത് ഇത്ര 75 അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇത്ര 79 വയസ്സ് വരെ എന്നുള്ള ഒരു പ്രശ്നം പണ്ട് സിദ്ദിഖ് സാർ ക്ലാസ്സിൽ അവതരിപ്പിച്ച് ഞാൻ ഓർക്കുന്നുണ്ട് ഈ KSRTCയുടെ പെൻഷൻ പ്രോബ്ലത്തിൽ. സോ അറ്റ് ടൈംസ് expectancy tends to be a problem. So when it comes to the care economy, it is another aspect that we have to consider. In women disintegrated approach, I have considered the disintegrated approach during my dissertation work. The scope of the paper was actually limited, so that I just limited to these areas. And for the coming to converting the paper, converting this to paper, thank you. I will seriously consider this. And this is what actually Mr. Ma'am was also asking me for some time. Any other clarifications or doubts from the audience perspective? If not, thank you.
Now we can conclude the session. I invite Ms. Melody and October to deliver the vote of thanks.
Yeah, I think I'll be fine. Thank you is such a prayer that you cannot be seen or touched. It must be felt by heart. Good evening, distinguished guests, teachers, and fellow students and researchers. It is a great honor and privilege to deliver a vote of thanks on this eloquently conducted sixth technical session of the seminar. I would like to first and foremost thank all the honorable speakers, namely Dr. Manju S. Nair, professor at the Department of Economics, University of Kerala, who presented a paper titled Kerala Model of Palliative Care, How Community-Based Approach Fosters Social and Solidarity Economy. Secondly, being Advocate Davisri G.S., who is an advocate in Konam, who presented a paper titled Need for an Informal Social Support System Amongst Commercial Surrogates in Kerala. The third being Newell Sebastian, an alumnus of the Department of Economics, University of Kerala, who presented a paper titled Kerala's Aging Economy and Role of Community-Based Care Work. And finally, being Bina JS and Anjali, second MA Economics students, Department of Economics, University of Kerala, who presented the paper titled The Working Standards of De-Addiction Centers in Trivandrum District. Thank you all for gracing us with your insightful and informed presentations. I'm also thankful to all the organizers and coordinators of the seminar, in particular those responsible for this session. Most importantly, I would like to pass my heartfelt gratitude to the chairperson of this session, Dr. Godwin S. Pei, Associate Professor in the Department of Economics, Government College for Women, for the efficient and eloquent chairing of this session. I would be failing in my duty if I did not thank my fellow students and research scholars for being part of and participating in this session. Thank you all for a beautifully executed session.
Thank you, everyone. Now we will be starting the next session. Please do wait for the second.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the seventh technical session of the third national seminar on cooperatives, mutual aid, solidarity economies, experiences from around the world. This very session is centered around the theme marginalized sections and SSC with paper presentations unraveling sub-themes of great relevance. Now, let me get the duty that is entrusted upon me. It is my privilege to welcome the chairperson of the session, Dr. Smita Pavianus, Assistant Professor, Department of Economics, Christian College, Kathakala. She has secured her MPhil from Pondicherry University and PhD from University of Kerala. Dr. Smita has several publications and papers spanning over the wide range of economics. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you for those words. Good afternoon, all. It's my privilege to chair the seventh technical session in the third national conference on cooperatives, mutual aid, solidarity economies, experiences from around the world. The theme of this session is marginalized section and the SSC. In this session, I think we have 5 paper presentations touching the various aspects of social solidarity economy, mutual aid associations, NGOs, and self-help groups. As an emerging field of economics, social economy plays a vital role in the development of economics the development of society at the grassroots level, as well as in the larger economy. Social economy enterprises and the global cooperative movements provides a large-scale employment opportunities for especially the young people, women. Women and marginalized groups. This organization promotes people-centered approach for the poverty eradication. When I go through today's papers, I can feel that even after the 65 years of India's independence, there are still some marginalized groups or communities are still existing. For example, among the urban poor population, tribal people, informal sector people, etc. Government provides greater central assistance along with the NGOs to provide self-employment opportunities and in order to require for the improvement of the lives of their communities. With this introduction, I straight away request to present the first paper presenter, who is, I think, Dr. Gaurav, for the paper presentation. The first paper titled Tribal Development in Kerala, Issues and Challenges is presented by Shireen Beulah Aljos, PhD Research Scholar, Department of Economics, University of Kerala, and Dr. A.K. Prasad, Professor, Department of Economics, University of Kerala. Both of them has many publications and research paper under their credit. I welcome both Shireen Beulah Aljos and Dr. A.K. Prasad for the presentation.
As per the chairperson, Dr. Smita Pavianus, and the organizing secretary of this seminar, Dr. Christopher Sir, and research scholars and friends. I'm going to present a paper on tribal development in Kerala, issues and challenges. Tribals are the original inhabitants of India. They have their own culture and are poor in social economic condition. The greatest challenge that the government of India has been facing since independence is the proper provision of the social justice to these people by ameliorating their socio-economic condition. The government implemented many developmental programs for their upliftment, but desired result could not be achieved. The concerned efforts for the development of these groups by the central and the state governments have had only marginal impacts on the socio-economic condition in spite of the various welfare measures and constitutional protections. This paper attempts an analysis of development and welfare programs, addressing their poverty, education, healthcare, unemployment, etc., based on secondary data. District-wise distribution. The constitutional provisions relating to the scheduled tribes is given in the 1915 orders and lists 43 tribal communities in Kerala, which have been changed later due to exclusion and inclusion of communities. In Kerala, there are 36 scheduled tribe communities at the time of 2011 census. As per 1961 census, the total scheduled tribe population of the state is 2,12,762. In 2011 census report records, a total tribal population of the state as 4,84,839, constituting only 1.45% of the total population of the state. The decadal growth rate is 26.62%, which is 11.86% higher than the growth rate of ST population in 2001 census. Wayanad is the district with highest population of STs. In Wayanad, there are 1,51,443 tribal population. It was 31.43% of the scheduled tribe population of the state and 18.55% of the population of the district. IDK stands second to ST population. They are 11.51% of the ST population of the state. About 71% of the STs in Kerala are found in Wayanad, Idukki, Kasaragod, and Palakkad districts. Accessibility to settlements. Accessibility to settlements shows that about 60.31% of the settlements are connected to motorable roads. And in 1,225 settlements, only footpaths are available. In 145 settlements, absence of culverts obstruct the road connectivity. Even though the road connectivity is reported to be available in all settlements, there is no connectivity in 7.69% of the tribal settlements, and tribes in 15 settlements use boats to reach their settlements. Literacy. The Kerala is regarded as an educationally forward state than any other state in our country. It is evident from high literacy rate, improved enrollment of the students, etc. But the tribal literacy rate shows an underdevelopment. Inaccessibility to educational institutions is a major reason for the educational backwardness. Despite of the efforts by the central and the state government, the literacy rate of the scheduled tribes is only 74.44%, which is lower than the state average literacy rate of 93.91%. More than half of the tribals have education below primary level. The SSC holders are only 10.59% and only 1.56% is graduate. The lack of professional or technical qualification excludes them from government or private jobs. And apart from character achievements in literacy rate, primary and secondary education, the state could not actually make a similar development in higher education. Health status of scheduled tribes. The government primary health centers are not available for 1,305 settlements. It constitutes about 27.40% of the total settlement. It is to be noted that the government allopathic hospitals are not available for 73.75% of the tribal settlement. Likewise, for 85.34% of the tribal settlements, government Ayurvedic hospitals are not available. In case of the government homeopathy hospitals, they are not available for 90.70% of the tribal settlement. The tribal development report of 2013 shows that 30.88% of the families have chronic illness and 17.96% were differently able or mentally retarded. 13.09% families are affected by malnutrition. Approximately 15,130 families are affected by malnutrition. Housing condition. Despite of huge housing schemes for the tribals, their housing condition is still poverty. About 97,591 ST families have owned houses. They are 90.40% of the total ST families. The remaining 10,374 are houseless families and about 5,090 families are sharing the houses for their relatives. It is estimated that 1.14% of the families are staying in rented houses. Nearly 1.96% of the families are residing in childhood or other houses. Poverty. There are 55,392 BPL families among the scheduled tribes in Kerala. They constitute 51.31% of the total families. Wayanad has the largest number of BPL families, which constitute 34.81% of the total families. Wayanad district is followed by Palakkad with 6,728 BPL families, Idukki with 5,937 BPL families, and Kasaragod with 5,830 BPL families. Unemployment. Total tribals in the age group of 15 to 59 are 2,78,175. Among them, 84,207 were unemployed. They constitute about 30.27% of the age group of 15 to 59. Of them, 55,876 are in the age group of 15 to 29 and 14,919 in the age group of 30 to 44 and 13,212 in the age group of 45 to 59. It can be concluded that the types of poor socioeconomic status is compared to the sections of the society. They form the most deprived and vulnerable groups on the welfare development experience of the state. The central and the state governments have initiated schemes for the betterment of the scheduled tribes, but implementation of many programs are not effective to the tribes. And hence the government should take concerted steps to make them effective, and some more programs are to be introduced for their betterment. Thank you.
The second paper of this session is titled TriFed Driving Social Solidarity of Cooperative Economy for Tribes of India. This paper will be presented by Dr. Gaurav, research scholar, Devi Ahalya University, Indore, Madhya Pradesh. He is also the assistant professor in Career Vision College, Vikram University, and the director of Madhya Pradesh SC/ST OBC Welfare Association. Gaurav has published several research papers in UGC listed journals. I welcome Dr. Gaurav to present his paper.
Hello, everybody. Can you see me? Can you hear me? Hello. Can you see me?
No, sir.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, but the title of my paper is TriFed. You all know about the TriFed, Driving Social Solidarity and Cooperative Economy for Tribes of India. Okay. The scheduled tribes in India, as we all know, the indigenous people, they are still living lives in a very native, aboriginal, and such a pattern which have them still to very higher rates of unemployment and poverty. There are so many times we hear that tribes are being deprived of their rights. They are facing atrocities. They are facing political, economical, and many kind of deprivation in the society. So, what are the steps that should be taken to safeguard them? We all know that Constitution has also taken so many. There are almost more than 16 articles which are directly related to safeguard tribes. We all know. But lots of things have to be done. That's why earlier in 90s, the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment was bifurcated and a separate ministry, Tribal Affairs, was formed. We all know the tribal welfare needs a special focus. But before this bifurcation, the Ministry of Social Justice, under the aegis of Government of India, formed a multi-state cooperative society, which is known as TriFed. We all have learned about Markfed also. Just like that, the TriFed is there, which is a cooperative society made to develop, made for the developed socio-economic advancement of the tribes in India by institutionalizing the trade of minor forest produce. We all know about the minor forest produce. We all have come so much forward, but tribes are still living with their indigenous life. Many of tribes have come forward, but most of the tribes are still attached to their indigenous culture. So the minor forest produce, they produce, or the surplus agriculture produce, which we produce as a surplus other than their own requirement, that should be collected and cultivated. And an incremental progress, not enough just for India's jump to development of tribes. This punchline by the Prime Minister, the economic upliftment ranging from the formation of self-help groups. We all know that when we talk about the cooperatives, the role of the self-help group at the grassroots is very essential. And when we form a self-help group in the community, training is as well as very much needed. And with the training, we can train the self-help groups. We can create a module for training of them. But at the end of the day, we have to sell the products, the miners forest produce, either it is, or the surplus agriculture produce. So for that thing, we need to provide them extended marketing support. And we all know the TriFed, and we must know that TriFed in the name of Vandhan scheme is successfully settled up 50,000 self-help groups across the nation. It provides buyer-seller online platform to them, which is a bigger success ever in the field of tribal development, economic development of tribes. The farmer producer organization is another initiative which is successfully expanding throughout the nation. We all know that not just in tribal field, but in all the fields, in many fields, in the agriculture field, the cooperative pattern of FPO, farmer producer organization, which is also successfully has been running in Kerala also. It has given many good results. You know, there was an economic disparity in the nation where big farmers were achieving a very higher rate of development, and disparity was among both of them. So the FPO format of agriculture, it provides opportunity to small farmers to work together and form a bigger entity to execute their agriculture practices. And not just agricultural practices gets the bigger platform, but their approach toward market, they enter the market as a bigger seller entity. So it affects. And the FPO format, it is somehow benefiting tribes, collectives to attain an entrepreneur and prosper life. So my paper was basically based on a question, the TriFed's role in socio-economic development of tribes by evaluating the overall functioning of TriFed. Okay, its operational projects, its programs, with the help of analyzing that what are the physical attainment. And the paper adopted somehow that how the stakeholders and the programs inclined towards the identified goals. So as we can see, the TriFed has been, lots of, some of the stories are there, like in Madhya Pradesh, the successful collection and sale of mahua flowers is one of the success. We all have heard about the mahua collecting tribes in Madhya Pradesh. Apni Dukan is the another example where tribes are setting their own shops to sell the success projects. Just like that, in Assam, they are harvesting wild honey through the efforts of TriFed and mushroom in the Assam. Just like that, in Maharashtra also they are harvesting and marketing the mahua flowers. And in so many states, like Bandhan Vikas Kendra, I told you about that. It is also working very efficiently in Manipur. So many places it is working very effectively. Lots of, like in Jharkhand, like in Maharashtra, the tribes are selling their products. Yesterday, I was in a Central University of Jharkhand's conference, and on the platform of Ranchi, I saw a counter by the TriFed, which was selling very beautifully prepared bamboo art and other cotton works in that. So many people are just like that in Kerala and Tamil Nadu. Also, the tribes are getting benefited by the paintings of the tribes in Kerala are being marketed by them. So lots of programs are there. How it works? The TriFed programs are basically focused on one thing which is required: the retail marketing. What should we understand by retail marketing? The end consumer may get, every consumer, just like I know about when I visit the Jharkhand, I know about the bamboo arts being prepared by the tribes of the Jharkhand, but I will not go to the tribal villages. Then how will I get the tribal products in the retail? So the TriFed supports in retail marketing. In the changing world, where the modernity and technology and development has taken root, and primitive ingenious ways of living are, it creates big challenge for tribes because they are not that much spreaded in the modern technology culture. So tribal artisans, they live a very indigenous life. So how will their art and their craft will come to the community, and that has to become for their economic upliftment. So the the TriFed had helped in many ways by providing that we can say the retail marketing support. The another one which I said in the starting of the paper, that minimum support price for minor forest produce. We all know that for some of the grains and some of the cereals, the government provides the minimum support price. But for the minor forest produce, which tribals in their indigenous life prepares, also needs to get the MSPs. And so that is provided by them. One of the very wonderful scheme is the Bandhan Yojana. Prime Minister Narendra Modi in his Mann Ki Baat has so many times focused on Bandhan schemes. It is running in 27 states, including Kerala and Madhya Pradesh, Jharkhand, Odisha, and 307 districts, which provides not only the MFPs, but it also provides the facility of not just the direct selling or not just of the retail marketing, but also provides supports to collect the products and reach it to the value addition targeted markets. Okay. So what is the aim of this? The aim of this is to increase the income of the tribes. And at the end of the day, economic upliftment will definitely bring up the social upliftment. So the Bandhan scheme has been proven as the mechanism for the minor forest produce, and not just provide the minimum support price, but it provides the value chain for the market forest produce. And in 2018, 14th April, we all know what is 14th April. 14th April is the birth anniversary of Constitution maker Dr. Bhimrao Ambedkar, Bharat Ratna. In 2018, the TriFed as nodal agency at national level started the Bandhan scheme, which aims at providing we all know the marketing support to, as we all know that why a cooperative was built up for the development of the tribes. In 1987, it was registered as a cooperative, but later it was identified that the bigger entities of the market creates, somehow big challenges. Like if a tribe is producing a blanket, then the blanket by big factories will create a big challenge for them. So the ministry later funded corporate affair division in the TriFed itself, because to create primarily entrepreneurial skills enhanced in the Vandhan Kendras, which required mentoring and handholding. So the main purpose was mobilizing capacity building of the SHGs, incorporation of the former producing companies. I told you earlier that FPOs are running very successfully, not just in the tribal field, but in all the fields. The registration certificate, the MOU to build up, or article of association to build up, or other statutory compliance also need the support of the. If I have breached the 15 minutes limit, then please inform me, co-host. And business plan, finance modeling for produce companies, financing tribal SHGs, all these things needs the support from the, and another very essential thing is the supply chain linkage. It's somehow finances the warehouses, cold storages, and logistical supports, and concurrently it do a very good evaluation and review support. And another very interesting thing is that we all belong from the research fraternity, and we must understand that research and development is a concurrent process that must be go on. So to develop innovative and low cost process technology for tribal MFPs, the research and development sector is also in there. It works on methodologies, somehow to provide sustainable harvesting, somehow to ensure long-term survival for foresters, forest dwellers, enhance income through value addition. So many objectives are there, and so many products are there. And we can see that direct amla pulp is one of the products which has been sold throughout the country with the efforts of TriFed. And you can see it on the all platforms like Amazon. Okay, so I am required to sum up. So my study is somehow focused on TriFed's role in socio-economic development of tribes. So we can see that such a product which are only limited up to tribes, now these are getting the end consumers. So somehow it is helping tribes to get the social economic development and the ethos of the constitution, that equity. We all understand by equity. Equity is not about equality. Equity is about getting the equal access over the resources. And TriFed is working very efficiently for this thing. But lots of things has to be done. I am sitting in an office of a web Digi Vidyapeeth, which is working for local language modules for the tribal people, because language is a bigger barrier before the tribal people. So the TriFed's works have to be localized, not to be centralized. The decentralization is a procedure that has to be carried out, and lot of criticism are there. I have very less time, but thankful to the organizers that I have given the chance to present on the area, and to all the, especially to Christabel ma'am and all other organizers, university staff, and research scholar fraternity. Thank you.
The third paper titled Analysis of Livelihood of the Urban Poor regarding National Urban Livelihood Mission Kudumbashree in Kerala is presented by Abhirami A. and Manu Pradap, both alumni of Department of Economics, University of Kerala. Abhirami has published papers of utmost importance, and Manu Pradap has worked in several projects with reference to current economic scenario. I welcome both Abhirami and Manu Pradap for the presentation.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello. Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes.
So is my screen visible to you people?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay.
Slideshow.
Yeah, okay. Okay. So is it visible now? Hello?
Yes.
So very good afternoon, everyone. So today me and Abhirami are going to take on the topic, the analysis of livelihood of the urban poor. It's focused on the National Urban Livelihood Mission, which is implemented by Kudumbashree in Kerala. So here we will be going through what is Kudumbashree and what is NULM and its components and the analysis of the components, the performance of the components. So before going into the deep, I'm going to start with the introduction. So what is Kudumbashree basically? Kudumbashree is just a community organization of the neighborhood groups of the women. So the neighborhood groups means 10 to 20 women forming into a group in order to put in their efforts to encourage the women. So this program was basically inaugurated by Sri Atal Bihari Vajpayee on 17th March 1998. If we look at the structure of the Kudumbashree, it consists of a 3-tier structure. It consists of the neighborhood groups, which is at the grassroots level, as I explained earlier. Then we have area development societies. So basically the area development societies are the middle section and they act as a linkage between the neighborhood groups at the grassroots level and community development societies. And they encourage and they monitor the neighborhood groups at the grassroots level. Then we have community development societies. These societies are the apex institutions and they work with the local governments to initiate the socio-economic advancements of the group. So if we look at the progress of the Kudumbashree has been able to reach and help people, mainly women from rural and urban areas, and it help them to overcome to the forefront of the social world. That is by bringing these people into the forefront of the society and interacting with the local governance, etc., so that their needs can be put in front and it can be addressed. So the success of this, the success and the reach of Kudumbashree can be attributed to the universality of the reach, because they have reached each and nook and corner. They have been reached to many colonies, cities, etc. So it can be attributed to the universality of reach. If you look at the aim of the Kudumbashree, it focuses on eradication of the different multitudes and the manifestations of poverty. Now moving on to the National Urban Livelihood. So it is basically a centrally sponsored scheme which focuses on the urban poor. So the Kudumbashree has been delegated with the responsibilities of carrying the NULM in the state. The executive director of the Kudumbashree is the state mission director of NULM. Initially, NULM was launched in Kerala in May 2015. If you look at the futures of the NULM, it always focuses on building a grassroots institutions of the urban poor by mobilizing these peoples, by providing employment opportunities and developing their skills. Urban poor who are known for not having basic amenities, this program focuses on providing basic amenities. The urban street vendors are provided with financial credit and social security. These are some of the basic features of NULM, the National Urban Livelihood Mission. So the NULM was renamed to Deen Dayal Antyodaya Yojana National Urban Livelihood Mission, also called NULM. So basically in Kerala, NULM is implemented in a two-tier structure. That is, they have a governing council and an executive council. So the Kudumbashree, who is the executive, who is authorized to execute the NULM in Kerala, has an existing committee. So this existing committee is entrusted to act as the governing and the executive council of NULM. So it helps the urban poor by bringing them to the mainstream of society and realizing the goal of social inclusion. So moving on to the objectives, we are focusing on to elaborate the components of the NULM. There are different components of NULM, which is much important, and to conduct a component-wise analysis of the impact of NULM in helping the urban poor. That is, how much have they been successful in implementing these components of NULM, to analyze the activities undertaken by NULM over the years. Methodology, it has basically, the study has extensively relied on secondary data, which is published in Kudumbashree, and Excel was used to analyze. So now moving on to the National Urban Livelihood Mission and its components. So before moving into the components, I just want to share with you that what is urban poor. So urban poor can be considered are those families who has an annual income below 1 lakh residing in urban areas. So why is it much important to focus on the urban poor? It is very much important because according to the data of the Kerala State Planning Board, there has been reports that there has been a rising urbanization in Kerala since 1990s. And after the later half of the 1990s, urbanization has almost surpassed the average of the rest of the country, from the national average. So because of this rampant urbanization and also a large influx of people from other states to Kerala in order for the pursuing of jobs, it can create a social unrest in the future, because the resources are being unequally disturbed because of these two important things. There has been inequality in resource distributions, etc. So it is very much important to take a preventive action to prevent and social unrest in the future. We all know that the lack of employment opportunities concerning the urban poor. Many people are migrating to other places, especially the youths. Then we know that urban poor, who are mostly in the informal sector, which will be explained later, are mostly in informal sector. So they are mostly into different sects in an economy. That is, they will be everywhere, but they will be always in a very growth situation. So these are some of the issues which are faced by the urban poor. There were reports that resources like water, etc., are not properly supplied. So it is mandatory to help these sects come out of this growth. So what Kerala is focusing on is an inclusive development that is also include the urban poor. Now moving on to the components. The first component, we have totally 6 components. Among that, the first component is social mobilization and institutional development, SM&ID. So this component focuses on elevating poverty and overcoming that in a sustainable way by mustering all the poor people, urban poor people, and mobilizing them into a three-tier structure. The self-help groups, which is at the grassroots level. Then we have area level federations, ward level. Then we have city level federations at the city level. These are also, these 3 federations are synonymous with the NHGs, the CDS of the Kudumbashris. Okay, so these federations, they integrate or they partner with the local governance service providers such as banks or private sector and also the mainstream institutions so that they can implement the socio-economic needs of the groups of the urban poor. And the Community Development Society of the Kudumbashri is the main operational authority of resource organization. And resource organization is the organization that is entrusted with the job of implementing all the programs under this component. So under this, the SHGs are provided with the amount of 10,000 per SHG for training, bank linkage, opening up of bank accounts, formation of the federations and other related activities. Then a revolving fund of rupees 10,000 is also provided to the SHGs, and also one-time revolving fund of about 50,000 is given to the area level federations at the ward level, if ward level, one-time revolving funds. So the requirements to avail these funds is that the SHGs should be at least 6 months old and 70% of them should be classified as poor. There are several objectives. There are objectives under this component. One such objective is the universal financial inclusion objective, which aims at including the urban poor into the financial, inculcating the financial literacy in these people, creating awareness about skills in credit, savings, insurances, etc. So they try to focus on bringing at least one bank account from a family. Now moving on to the second component. This is actually one of important component of the NULM. It is the employment through skill training and placement. So this program mainly aims to provide skills to the unskilled laborers and enhancing of the skills of the medium skilled workers so that they can earn a job in private or the other sectors, and also if they want they can start up their own self ventures, entrepreneurship. So for increasing or enhancing the skills, the training are provided for these candidates. So the interesting feature is that the cost of training and all the travel allowance of these candidates are taken care by the NULM program. So and also these selected candidates will be certified by a competent authority of importance in the economy, and these certificates are of very important because they can be used to avail loans. So the trainings which are given to these people include soft skills. Other than soft skills, financial education for the poor people, informations of the various government schemes are also given so that they can create an awareness of what and all is going in the economy. So these make them easy to avail loans, and it also in a way can ensure inclusive growth of the urban poor. Now we have the self-employment program. So this is basically focuses on the urban underemployed and unemployed program. So they are encouraged to do the jobs according to the trained skills, their areas, and like manufacturing. Then we have petty businesses for which the local demands are much higher. So for these programs, for individual and also for group entrepreneurs, financial aids are given. Financial aids are provided by these people. Then credit facilities are also provided for these people for starting up of individual or group enterprises. For then for the capital requirements, these people are also provided with credit card facilities. The financial assistance to these people are in the form of interest subsidy of 7% for bank loans for setting up of individual groups and enterprises. For women SHGs, if they correctly repay the loans, 3% of interest subventions are given. Now moving on to the capacity building and training. This aims to improve the target group's capacity and construct the institutional structures at all NULM statewide city levels. Then coming to the support to the urban street vendors, the urban street vendors forms an important the urban street vendors are one of the important aspect of this whole urban poor. So they face a lot of issues, like they don't have credits and they don't have many of the essential amenities. So so the NDLM focuses to tackle this by access to linkages and credit, provide the vendors with the ID cards and licenses. Now moving on to the shelter for urban homeless. This is the last. Being the daily wage workers, no access to elementary services, the urban poor live in very poor conditions. So to end such miseries, the scheme provides financial assistance for construction and refurbishments of shelter homes. 400 lakh is given for the starting up of new shelter homes. For refurbishment, more than maximum of 50,000 is given, and a shelter home caters to about 50 people. So now, as the components are completed, this is just the number of the urban local bodies in Kerala, and maximum is in Ernakulam 14, and the least is in Kasaragod 3. These are the number of urban local bodies. So moving on to the performance of the components. So self-employment program, SEP. If you look at the SEP performance as of 2022, 23. So we can see that out of the total 1,999, 1,882 NSGs have availed for the linkage loan. That is 94.15% of the NSGs has availed for the linkage loans. That is an impressive figure, if you will. Then among this, if we look at the district-wise data, the highest NSGs availed linkage percentages for Pathanamthitta, that is 193.02, which is followed by Palakkad 186.17. The least performed is Thiruvananthapuram 34.75 and Kasaragod, which is 36.36. So this is the number of individual enterprises established from 2015-16 to 2022-23, and in column 2 we have group enterprises established. Looking at the number of individual micro enterprises established, the highest is in 2018-19, 1,216. For group enterprises, it is 2021-22, which is 317. The micro enterprises after 2018-19 has fallen in an percentage of 0.22, and it has not got any better, if we say. But in group enterprises, we can see that even though it has fallen through a small amount, it has raised back to 370. Now this is looking at the shelter for urban homeless. So this shows the number of urban homeless in various districts of Kerala. The highest is in Ernakulam, 510, which is followed by Kozhikode, 494. The lowest urban homeless is in Idukki, which is 39. Now looking at the proportion of the employment of the urban poor, the majority of the workers are coolies, accounting for 1,465, which is followed by the rack picking 627 and the street vendors 141. So this figure basically shows the shelter programs that is going on in Kerala. So we can see that in Kerala, the shelter homes completed accounts for 23, of which 5 of them are new and 17 of them are refurbishment. Kochi, where the urban homeless was highest, has recorded highest number of shelters, and followed by Thiruvananthapuram. So it is also a notable achievement if we look at the urban poor. Now, for explaining the rest of the components, I would happily welcome Abhirami A for explaining the rest of the components. Abhirami.
Thank you, Manu. Okay.
staying true to the hybrid mode, I'll be taking on from here. I'll be explaining the next three components, and before starting that, I will say that I will be analyzing what the target was set by the state and what was the achievements of these districts. So first component is social mobilization and institution development. As mentioned before, the major objective of SM&ID was formation of NSGs at urban local bodies. And we can see that almost all of the districts have met the target rate, but except Trivandrum, Kollam, Alappuzha, and Kasaragod. Moving to the next objective of SM&ID, NHGR, that is the revolving fund, as Nalu mentioned earlier, is a one-time payment made to the NHGs of rupees 10,000 for carrying out their activities and also for the formation of the NHG. So we can say that all the districts except Kollam realized the target, and out of those which realized the target, all except Trivandrum achieved an RF transfer higher than the target. Next slide, please. Okay. Now here we will be checking the SM&ID activities over the years, and summing up the activities, we can see that all the range of activities remain the same except for the shoot up of NSG RF in 2016-17. There had been a decline in the ALF, which is the area local federation over the years, and the data for ALF of districts is not available, so we haven't included that in the slide. So there's a decline in the formation of new NHGs also, and we can see that there is an abnormality here, right? There's a shoot up in 2016-17. This is due to the fact that implementation of NULM was in 2015. And this caused for the infrastructural funding in the 2016-17 time period. So the next component is employment through skill training and placement. We'll be looking at the mobilization and enrollment status. So first we'll be looking at the mobilization status. The red bars shows the target of the mobilization. The orange bars shows the achievement of the mobilization. And the line is the percentage of the achievement against the targets. So here we can see that Alappuzha district has the highest mobilization achievement rate of 598, and Pathanamthitta has the least of 6%. Next slide. Next we'll be checking the enrollment status of BSTNB. In the case of enrollment status, Alappuzha tops the list with 1,167.45% of the achievement against target, and the least achievement is with Pathanamthitta of only 24.84%. Next slide, please. So we'll be checking the activities of ESTNP over the years. Here we'll be analyzing based on number of candidates in skill training, number of certified candidates, and the number of candidates in wage empowerment. The graph indicates a clear decline in the activities of the component. The year 2020 or 22 witnessed a marginal rise in the certification of candidates. And the next component is support to urban street vendors. In support to urban street vendors, there are three major objectives. The first one is to complete the survey of all the street vendors in the urban local bodies. Next is to issue street vendor ID card, and the last one is to issue street vendor certificate. The survey was completed in all the ULBs of the state, and under the scheme, Kozhikode and Ernakulam has the highest ID card issue rate, and the lowest was achieved by Kollam. And the certificate, and in case of certificate of street vendors, highest was in Ernakulam, and most of the districts have failed to realize this component. As we can see, Trivandrum, Pathanamthitta, Idukki, Malappuram, and Wayanad has not issued even a single certificate. So coming to the conclusion, Kudumbashree, even though there had been several problems in the implementation of NULM, Kudumbashree has been successful in implementing this NULM when compared to other states. And over the years, there has been satisfactory achievements of the components of the NULM, except for some districts. And focus should be given to the least performing districts and help them to achieve the target. And let me conclude by stating that Kudumbashree has still many miles to go to realize the dream of inclusive growth of this forgotten minorities. Thank you.
Fourth paper of this very session is on the topic Indigenous People and SSEOs, a case study of Sneha Pacha in Pathanamthitta district, presented by Gayatri Prem B and Swati Krishna SS, both students of second year MA, Department of Economics, University of Kerala. I welcome Gayatri and Swati for the presentation.
Good evening to one and all. Myself, Swati Krishna SS, and my friend Gayatri Prem are presenting on the topic Indigenous People and SSEOs, a case study of Sneha Pacha in Pathanamthitta district. So, as we all know, the tribes are one of the most fragile and socially and economically backward communities who are facing a number of vulnerabilities. Due to which the government is mainly focusing on them and introduce many social welfare schemes and policy measures for their upliftment. So here we have focused on study on the social and economic backwardness of the tribes and the reason behind the ineffectiveness of the government policies that has been introduced for their upliftment and the role that the NGOs have in uplifting these communities. So here we have depended upon both primary and secondary data. We have conducted a case study on the NGO known as Sneha Pacha, which is functioning mainly in Pathanamthitta district. So to start with, let us see to the term scheduled tribes. Certain communities in India were suffering from extreme social, educational, and economic backwardness, due to which they needed some special consideration for safeguarding their interests and for their social economic development. Therefore, these communities were notified as scheduled tribes as per provisions contained in Clause 1 of Article 342 of the Constitution. They are found to be highly deprived of basic necessities such as quality education, health, and nutritional facilities. Most of these vulnerabilities that they face are mainly due to the misconceptions, misinformations, or lack of information which misleads them. Majority of the population has been found to be illiterate, due to which underage marriages and birth rates are very high around them and are also more or less ignorant about their employment opportunities. School enrollments are made by the children only to have the benefits of midday meal schemes and have little knowledge about the benefits of education and hardly have any impetus to study. Almost all of them are engaged in their indigenous activities and depend upon the same for their livelihood. Thus, it has been recognized that the government efforts alone cannot accomplish the stars of development of scheduled tribes. Hence, nowadays the role of NGOs has been found to play a large share in the upliftment of the tribes. So let us see to some of the tribal communities in Kerala. We all know that there is a large number of tribal communities in Kerala. However, let us see to very few of them. These include the Adrian families, concentrated mainly in Wayanad district, the Arunaran found only in Nilambur forest of Malappuram district, Eravallan district, Tilpulayas found in Idukki district only, Idula community distributed in Palakkad district, Parvika distributed mainly in Trivandrum and Kollam, And Korea and Maragudi found only in Kasaragod district, Kurchens in Wayanad, the Malay tribes found the eastern hill areas of Kollam and Pathanamthitta districts. And this is the community on which we have focused and conducted our case study. Socio-economic conditions of the tribal communities in Kerala. So we all know that despite these social welfare schemes that has been adopted, still even in this modern world, most of these tribal communities are in a very backward situation. Their social and economic conditions are actually deplorable. And most of us wonder what is happening because lots and lots of schemes are being implemented, but still they are backward. They actually have many loopholes. These are not being implemented properly, or the people are not. These tribes itself are not accepting these policies. They don't understand the actual objective. So that is a major issue due to which these policies are not becoming effective. So socio-economic conditions, we have mainly focused on the settlements, health, education, and their employment status, etc. So settlements, these people generally live together in clusters or settlements known as Hindu. And according to the report on the socio-economic status given by the Scheduled Tribes Development Department, Government of Kerala in November 2013, altogether 4,762 settlements have been identified in the state, out of which 1,473 are having a family size of 5 to 9 and 2056 with a family size of 10 to 24. It has been found that 60.31% settlements are connected by motorable road and only footpaths are available in 1,225 settlements. Food intake, there are 2,487 tribal families who are able to manage food only once in a day. And the peculiar nature of the lifestyle is the major reason for the intake of food once in a day. So the level of malnutrition is very evident from this picture. And altogether, 14,134 families are apparently affected by malnutrition. And the tribals of 2,464 settlements have to cover more than 5 kilometers to get food articles from ration shops. Access to source of drinking water. Despite the efforts of the state government, central government, and the local governments, drinking water is a scarce commodity for many tribal settlements. Drinking water is available within the settlement only for 10% of the settlements. Access to health institutions. Inaccessibility to healthcare institutions is a critical cause of the severe health problems of the tribes. There are 1,451 settlements more than 5 kilometers away from the nearest healthcare institution. Literacy. Literacy rate of scheduled tribes in the state is worked out at 74.44%, which is lower than the state average literacy of 93.91%. And it has been found that the highest literacy is not in Kottayam district. Access to educational institutions. Inaccessibility to educational institutions is a major reason for the educational backwardness of the scheduled tribes in the state. For 170 settlements, Angarwadis are found to be more than 5 kilometers away from the settlements. Electric power situation in settlements. As regard extension of electricity, 1,285 settlements are still unelectrified. Even though solar electrification has been provided to 5.29% of the settlements, only 1.57% are functional. We can find that most of these people are engaged in the forestry sector, agriculture, and non-agricultural and allied sectors. So forestry sector consists of collection of forest producers, traditional occupations, collection of herbal plants, etc. And the agriculture and allied sector includes animal husbandry and agricultural labor. The non-agriculture and allied sector consists of petri trade, employment, and the Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Scheme, etc. The role of NGOs in the upliftment of the tribes in Kerala. The significance of the presence of NGOs has been greatly increased in our country due to the great influence that it already has, and can also have in the future on these tribal populations. As I said earlier, these policies or welfare schemes introduced are not being implemented properly. And one major reason is that these tribal people, they do not understand the actual objective. So they don't cooperate with the government officials or people because they feel scared. Even if they simply approach them to take some survey or something like that, they feel scared and they just go inside because they think something dangerous is going to happen. They don't have that friendly feeling, or they don't take it positive. So the first and foremost thing is to be done is the government should set maybe a small group of people who can talk in a very friendly manner to them, or approach them and have some very casual talks and interact with them, so that they will start understanding, or they will start accepting the government schemes or changes that the government would like to bring for their accomplishment. So this is very necessary if you want these policies to be effective. So there comes the role of the non-governmental organizations. And therefore here we have conducted a case study on the impact of NGO known as Snehapacha, which is functioning mainly in Pathanamthitta district, and Malapandarans, the tribal community which they are focusing into. So to speak much about this NGO Snehapacha, I now invite Refan Gayatri Bray. Good afternoon. First of all, I will make a brief discussion about the organization Snehapacha Charitable Trust. This was initially started as a Navamadhyama Kuttaima in 2016, and later became an NGO with the help and cooperation of the district administration and the forest department, and came to be known as the Snehapacha Charitable Trust. The main provisions under this trust are the food and study materials. The food includes the grocery items, the grains and cereals, and the study materials includes the books and pens provided for the school-going students at the tribal areas. They were able to provide these facilities at the time of COVID and at the time of 2 consecutive floods also. And this is even on a monthly basis. Then the funding is mainly non-monetary in order to make the transactions more accountable and transparent. And these are in the form of products like grains and grocery items. They are getting access to these tribal areas with the help of forest guards and Vana Samrakshana Samiti of that area. This Snehapacha Charitable Trust mainly considers the area in Pathanamthitta district, especially on Laha, Nilakil and Agamudi, Mudiyar areas. And they are protecting almost 80 families there. And also they have extended their programs to the nearby district Kollam, to the provinces in Avingav and Achenkoval. So the observations made by the trust is that, first about the health, we are focusing mainly on health and education here. Most of the children in these provinces are malnourished, especially among children. They are poorly nourished because of the lack of diversification in their diet. And early pregnancy issues are so common in that area. It's been found that girls, even of the age 13, are carrying in those areas, and they are not getting adequate hospital facilities there. And there is a high fertility rate. They don't know how to prevent the pregnancies and all. They don't know to use the contraceptive methods, and they are lacking behind with other people's in the district itself. Then they are not timely vaccinated also. It's because of the reason that they are especially nomads. They move from one place to another in search of the resources. At times of, especially in times of monsoon and all, they move deep into the forest. At that time, the authorities are not able to identify them and make them vaccinated. So this also causing a lot more of infectious and communicable diseases among the children. And one of the most interesting thing that they have found out is that they don't know how to cook. Many of the things, even though the government is providing a lot of incentives and they are giving subsidized pulses, cereals and all, most of the time they don't know how to cook the peas, grams and all, and they simply throw that away. So how to cook should be a mission that should be made accomplished for that people of that tribal area, so as to make them more nourished. Then other thing is that they don't know how to wash the clothes and use. If they are using a cloth, then they will use that up to the point
that is torn away or that can't be used further, and they'll just throw that away. So that shows that they don't have the basic knowledge about hygiene and all. And there is no haircut, no nail cut and all. This is all shows the lack of knowledge that's been provided to the tribal people of that scheduled tribes of that area. And if we consider the case of women and girls, they separate themselves from other tribes during their menstrual periods. For that 6 to 7 days, they separate themselves and be in another sheds. And the mother and child after delivery also separate themselves from the tribe and be in other sheds for 28 days. So those are the times when they need to be getting emotional and physical support, but they are lacking all of such things during that period. And the other thing is that they have different cooking styles. They don't consume sugar. Even though the trust have provided them sugar, what they say is that consumption of sugar will cause them cancer. So they have such kind of misbeliefs in their mind. And they intake rice for all the 3 meals a day. Even though they are having tubers and other roots and all for their food items, for their diet, they lack the diversification in diet, which is a major cause of the deficiency diseases that is being faced by them. And if we take education, they are going to school only for the sake of getting up once per meal. And parents have an apathy towards children's education, especially among adolescent girls. They are made to do the household activities and they are forced to take care of their younger siblings. And the male adolescents are also involved in collection of the forest resource and other outside activities. So for them, education is of the least priority. And there is misconception regarding government jobs, due to which they are least interested in public sector employment. For example, if you are asking, why don't you join the police force or why can't you be a part of the administration, they say, I don't want to beat others, because that's a kind of mentality, that's a kind of structure in which they are developed. So that should be changed. And for that, a lot of awareness is essential. The other issues is that there is no electrification. They still use fire for getting energy and light and all. And these NGOs are familiarized them with the use of candles. And the technical know-how is very limited in that area. Due to the at the onset of COVID and after that, the online education system came, they became more accustomed with internet. They can use mobile phone, the small children, but still they have to go to rely on the nearby forest office for charging their mobile phones because there's no electricity available there. And for water consumption, they depend on lakes. They have created small artificial ponds and all for water collection. There's no tap system, no well is there. The government have provided small water tanks for collecting water. That's the only thing that they have for collecting water. And most of the inhabitants are nomads. Here we are considering about Malam Pandarams. It's a special tribe in that in Agavi and Amuria areas of Pathanamthitta district. And they usually don't reside at a single place. They used to move from one place to another along with the tarpaulin sheds and utensils from one time to another. So the threat from wild animal is also very much there. There is no security for their lives. But still, there is a ray of hope. Because of the constant interaction of the NGOs with these scheduled tribes, a change is visible. The tribes began accepting people from outside since they understood that they didn't come to harm them. Their food kits were accepted by the tribe. So this acceptance of these people, the outsiders by the tribes, make them easy to make new development projects in the areas. And this trust was also able to make scheduled tribes aware of the importance of education and good health. There's an example in Plapalli, 2 students got 3 A+ each in SSLC examination, and they have joined for the 11th class. This may not be a very glorious thing for us, but for a student from the scheduled tribe at that Pathanamthitta region where basic education is not available, this kind of initiatives and the progress in education is of very that must be glorified in a great extent. Then the trust is also going on with anti-drug campaigns among the school-going scheduled tribe children, and they taught tribes how to cook food which gives them the maximum nutrients. And in many of the governmental projects, they have been included, like the driving classes for 10th past
ST students of that area. The trust is providing non-financial support in the form of awareness, data collection along with PSS and all. And they have made some curry powder unit and candle making unit in those areas for making the women of that area more self-sufficient. And they have also put forward the idea of an education promoter. Even though there is a tribal promoter there, the education promoter can do a lot more regarding the education of that region. So as a conclusion, what I need to say is that the organization like Snehapacha are really working altruistically for the betterment of the lives of scheduled tribes. The role of NGOs in developing and formulating new perspective into the minds of the tribals are undeniable. Even though the government initiatives and policies are trying to better the lives of ST, the effectiveness of such policies are often questioned due to the lack of regular follow-ups. More than the provisions of essential good, awareness programs and regular field visits are inevitable for the whole-round development and prosperity of the tribal people. To an extent, the NGOs succeeded in achieving the aim, yet far more progress is essential. Future undertakings by the NGOs will hopefully meet the needs. Thank you.
The fifth and final paper is titled Potency of SHGs as Platforms for Development Programs in India, presented by Aisha S. and Dhanasri Suresh. Both of them are second year MA students, Department of Economics, University of Kerala.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Dhanasri and my teammate is Aisha. And I would like to thank Mr. Ma'am for this wonderful opportunity. And our topic is essentially of self-help groups as platforms for development programs in India, studying with reference to the NRLM scheme. So let's look into the introduction part. A self-help group is a financial intermediary committee, usually composed of 10 to 25 local women between the ages of 18 and 40. So basically, this is an informal group, and this group is not registered in any government authorities, and the people of similar economic and social backgrounds associate generally with the help of any NGOs or government agency and try to resolve their issues and improve their living conditions. A reasonably educated and helpful local person has initially helped the poor people to form the groups. This person is called an animator or a facilitator. The animator is the person who known to the community. He or she will need guidance, training, reading material, etc. from a voluntary agency or non-governmental organization. The developmental department of the state government or the local branch of the bank. The group should meet regularly once in a month or once in a week. Books are kept by an associate minutes book, a savings and loan register, weekly, monthly registers and members, a passport.
The major functions of an SSG are savings and thrift, internal blending, discussing problems and taking back loan. The motto of the SSGs are savings first and credit later. Our objectives are that to analyze the efficiency and equity of SSGs as platforms of a development program with reference to the Day NRLM program, to study and evaluate the role of development programs in empowering the entrepreneurial skills of rural women through SSG. The methodology, we use the secondary data for the study and data collected from the Ministry of Rural Development in India provides information about the various schemes for women through the self-help groups. Data collected from the various published sources like censuses, information collected by government departments, organizational records, data that was originally collected for other research purposes, etc. And our first objective is SSG as platforms for development programs with reference to the NRLM program. There are various government schemes dedicated to the promotion of SSGs. Some of them are Swami Jayanti Gram Sarojgar Yojana, SPSY, to promote self-employment in rural areas through the promotion and scaling of SSGs. The Ministry of Rural Development India restructured the SPSY in the year 2030 at like Deen Dayal Antyodaya Yojana, National Rural Livelihood Mission. The NRLM is under the Ministry of Rural Development across the country in a mission mode with the objective of organizing the rural poor women in self-help groups and continuously nurturing, supporting them to take economic activities until they attain appreciable increase in income over a period of time and improve their quality of life and come out of abject poverty. The program is being implemented in all the states and union territories except Delhi and Chandigarh. So on the 13th June 2022, about 8.39 crore rural poor women have been mobilized into more than 76.9 lakh SSGs. In Punjab, about 3.4 lakh rural poor women have been mobilized into over 33,500 SSGs. From financial year 2013-14, an amount of rupees 5.20 lakh crore bank rate has been accessed by SSGs under the NRLM. And the NRLM, under the livelihood component of the NRLM, the ministry has implemented the Startup Village Entrepreneurship Program, SBEP, and Mahila Kisan Sashaktiikaran Pariyojana sub-schemes under the NRLM. The objective was the SBEP is to help the SSG members to set up enterprises at the village level in non-farm sector, while the NKSP has the primary objective of empowering women in agriculture by making systematic investment to enhance their participation and productivity. They also create and sustain their agricultural-based livelihood. The SEVP is looking to non-farm sectors, while the NKSP is looking to the agriculture-based livelihood. The mission is also working on the development of front among the rural poor, creating greater awareness on issues like nutrition, health, sanitation, and gender, etc. The program aims to ensure that at least one woman member from each rural poor household is brought into the fold of women SSGs and their federation within a defined time frame. This made sure that the home participation of women in the SSGs. As on the 31st May 2019, 5.96 crores women have been mobilized into 54.07 lakh women self-help groups under the program. Under the NRLM program, revolving fund rupees 10,000 to 15,000 per HSD and community investment support fund CISF at maximum of 2,50,000 per SSG is provided to help self-help groups and their federation to take up self-employment for generation. The RF fund, the revolving fund, is the amount that you give among the group members, while the CISF is that it's given for the better achievement for the their group, and capacity building and technological support is also provided to the target households for taking up income generating activities both in farm and non-farmer sector. And this is the data of total allocation by the central for the NRLM program and the total expenditure. We can see that gradually the expenditure and the total allocation has increased. The government for giving much more attention to the total allocation sector, but we can see in the chart that but the expenditure side, expenditure line is also above than the total allocation. In the year 2022 and 23, we can see that the expenditure, total expenditure is going down. That because we collected the data up to 30 June 2022. The end of the financial year, we can get a clear picture about the total expenditure. And the next objective is that the role of development programs in empowering the entrepreneurial skills of rural women. We take Aisha.
Good evening. My name is Aisha. I'll be taking the rest of the part of the presentation. First of all, I would like to thank Mr. Ma'am for giving us an opportunity like this. The second objective of our study is to analyze the role of development programs in empowering the entrepreneurial skills of rural women. The main theme of SSGs are women empowerment and the development of entrepreneurial skills among the women. Their most important function is to encourage the members to save their money, persuade them to make a collective plan for generating additional income, and to act as a conduit for formal banking sectors to reach. Before SSGs, we all know that in a very patriarchal society, men were the only people to save and to run the financial area. So after the implementation of SSGs, women started to save and they started generating additional income. SSG meetings are intended to be spaces where women engage in research and openly discuss relevant issues. So the SSG meetings are not only from the financial perspective, women also used to discuss their family issues, other rituals, and also they stood as support for each other. So this was a very important step in empowering them. According to 2021 government press release, around 70 lakh SSG and 7.6 crore women have engaged in SSG. So this increase in the government participation is because of the Day NRLM program. 2020 report by the World Bank states that more than 1.9 crore masks were produced by 20,000 SSGs across 27 Indian states, in addition to over 1 lakh liters of sanitizer and nearly 50,000 liters of hand wash. The main agenda of SSG is the empowerment of women both economically and socially. Through SSG, the women get health awareness, gender equality, and they will understand the need for economic independence. And when the world was scrambling for resources to deal with the COVID-19 outbreak, India was fortunate to have a motivated cadre of women assisting the fight at the local level. And this was a major step to empower their entrepreneurial skills. Gender sensitization has been undertaken for SSG members in selected blocks in the states and action, and innovation on gender issues like child marriages, retention of children in schools, gender-based violence, etc. has also been initiated. NABARD has been working as a catalyst in promoting and linking more and more SSGs to the banking system. These are the main programs for the development of women entrepreneurship in India. IRDP, training rural youth for self-employment,
development of women and children in rural areas, Jawahar Rozgar Yojana, Sampurna Gramin Rozgar Yojana, Assistance for Rural Employment Guarantee Schemes, National Social Assistance Program, National Rural Employment Guarantee Act, and National Food for Work Program. So coming to our findings and conclusions, the government gave more importance to the SSGs and more funds were allocated to their functioning. Deen Dayal Antyodaya Yojana, National Rural Livelihoods Mission, NRLM, has its footprints in 6,769 blocks of 706 districts in 30 states and 6 union territories. It has mobilized a total of 8.01 crore women from poor and vulnerable communities into 73.19 lakhs SSGs. At first, it was SGSY, and government restructured it into day NRLM scheme. And after this, the participation of women increased in a very high rate. It indicates that government gave more attention to the SSGs in recent years. Also, in 2021, our Prime Minister Narendra Modi interacted with the SSG members by the program Atmanirbhar Bharat Nari Shakti Samvad, and suggestions from women were taken, and he also implemented various other programs that were enriching them. From financial year 2013-14, an amount of rupees 5.20 lakh crore bank credit has been accessed by SSGs under Day NRLM. Under the livelihoods component of Day NRLM, the ministry is implementing the Startup Village Entrepreneurship Program and Mahila Kisan Sashaktikaran Pariyojana as the sub-schemes under Day NRLM. Women entrepreneurs can play a major role in social and economic development of a country like India. The government has already prioritized the NRLM and aimed at raising the annual income of each woman in SSGs to rupees 1 lakh by 2024. It is aggressively promoting entrepreneurship and economies of scale. Today, 8.35 crore women are connected to NRLM and there are 5.9 lakh bank linkages, while the NPAs have reduced to 2.5%. The major development programs are IRDP, TRY-SEM, DWCRA, and Sampurna Gramin Rozgar Yojana. This will motivate other rural women to engage in micro-entrepreneurship with the right assistance, and they can strengthen their capabilities besides adding to the family income and national product. These are the references that I used for this study. Thank you.
Now it is time for the audience to ask questions to the speakers, if any. Next, I cordially invite Dr. Siddha Kavinus for expressing her concluding remarks on this session.
Now, all the 5 presenters are, sorry, 5 papers are presented here. We move to the end of this. We move to the end of this session. First of all, I congratulate all the paper presenters, those who are presented here. Our first presenter is Sherry. Her paper attempts to analyze the various welfare programs implemented for the tribal population and the unemployment situation of tribals, literacy rate, educational status of tribal population, etc. Thank you, Sherry. It was a nice paper. We know that tribes in India experiencing a higher rate of unemployment and poverty than any other communities. Therefore, government adopted so many programs for the upliftment of the tribal community. But I think the desired result could not be achieved. My question for you is that, what is the main reason behind that? And the next presenter, I think
Thakat Gaurav. Are you there? Okay. It was an informative session, but due to the connectivity problem, we didn't hear some part of the presentation. His study emphasized the importance of trifid's role in the socio-economic development of tribes. Our next paper presenter is Abhirami and Manu. They presented a very contemporary, relevant topic. We know that urban poverty is a reality and it is considered to be the most demanding urban challenge. And this poverty leads to many other problems in urban areas. So in Kerala, we know that urban poverty is almost doubled as compared to the rural poverty level. We know that government implemented so many programs like SGSY, Chandran project, and that one is NUML project. The paper tries to analyze the impact of the National Urban Livelihood Mission in Kerala. My question for you is that how the beneficiaries are selected under the NULM program, and what are the important criteria for selecting the beneficiary? Okay. And the fourth paper is presented by Gayatri Prem and Swati Krishnan on the topic Indigenous People and SSVOEs, a case study of Snehapacha in Pathanamthitta district. Your presentation was a very informative one. Thank you, both of you. Your presentation exhibits the role of non-governmental organizations for the betterment of the tribal development. Thank you, Gayatri and Swati, for raising a very socially relevant topic. I think the last presenter is Aisha and Dhanasri on the topic Potency of SFG as platform for development program in India. We can see that women-led self-help groups are increasingly being utilized as a platform for delivering different development activities. At COVID-19 situation, women SOGs are producing so many face masks, and they are running community kitchen, and they provide delivering essential goods for the people, etc. These are my general comments about this paper. Once again, I congratulate all of you. Finally, I extend my sincere thanks to Economics Department and Christopher teacher for inviting me to chair this session. Once again, thank you all.
Thank you for the question. And the government implemented many programs and policies for historical people. These programs and policies are sometimes run to describe results, so that's why the results is not achieved. That's why the policymakers says that we need some more effective policy in relation to the tribal development. Thank you. To answer your query, the beneficiaries for each components are selected according to the guidelines on each component. We have mentioned about the SCP component, right? Self-employment program. So that component requires the beneficiaries, like they have given some guidelines for this, how to select the beneficiaries. And speaking about SM and ID, will be the mobilization and institution development. They will be selecting each SHG
which are to be given the assistance in the form of revolving funds. So each SHG will be selected with the level of income the people the total level of income that the people in the SHG has, and it will be given accordingly. And ALs are also selected in that manner. And coming to the second component, EST and P, the people who are not employed in the energies are selected, and they are actually nudged to come and enroll. But even that is not exactly applied there. But almost they are reaching out to the people in order to come and enroll. But most of them are not actually enrolled, and most of them are not actually engaging in trainings. And the coming to the third component, the self-employment program, as I mentioned, for there's a special guideline at the national level as well. And then the shelter for urban homeless, of course, the homeless are identified, survey is conducted, and the homeless are identified, and then they are given they are selected as the beneficiaries. And support to urban street vendors is through surveying the street vendors in the urban sectors, and then they are given the issue of ID cards and issue of certificates. That's all. Thank you so much.
Finally, I welcome Amruta Govana, first year MA Economics, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good evening, one and all. As we come to the closure of the 7th session of the 3rd National Conference on Cooperation, Mutual and Solidarity Economies, Experiences from Around the World, organized by Department of Economics, University of Kerala, it is a great honor for me to propose the vote of thanks to all who have helped in making this session a resounding success. First, I would like to express our gratitude to Dr. Smita Pavinos, Assistant Professor, Department of Economics, Christian College, Katakada, who has been the chairperson of the session. Thank you, ma'am, for your valuable time. Now, I take this opportunity to thank Dr. Gaurav, Devi Ahilya University, Indore, for the enlightening session on Trifid, Driving Social Solidarity and Cooperative Economy for Tribes of India. Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to thank Shireen Beulah Eljos, PhD scholar, Department of Economics, University of Kerala, and Dr. A.K. Prasad, Professor, Department of Economics, University of Kerala, for their enriching session on tribal development in Kerala, issues and challenges. Thank you, ma'am. I now take this opportunity to thank Abhirami A. and Manu Pratap, alumni, Department of Economics, University of Kerala, for their informative discussion on the analysis of the livelihood of urban poor regarding National Urban Livelihood Mission, Kudumbashree in Kerala. Thank you, dear speakers. On behalf of all, I would like to extend my thanks to Gayatri Prem B and Swati Krishna SS, 2nd MA Economics, University of Kerala, for their session on Indigenous People and SSEOEs, a case study of Sneha Pacha in Pathanamthitta. Thanks to both of you. I would also like to thank Aisha S. and Dhanasri Suresh, 2nd MA Economics, University of Kerala, for their valuable presentation on potency of SSG as platforms for development programs in India. Thank you. I also take this opportunity to thank Dr. Christabel PJ, Organizing Secretary, who has been the pillar of strength throughout the event. Thank you, ma'am. Finally, I would like to thank Dr. Shija Esa, Head of the Department, Dr. Prasad A.K., Dr. Manju S. Nair, Dr. Anita V., Shri Siddiq R., and other faculty members, research scholars, and students, both online and offline, who made this session a great success with their valuable presence. Thank you all.
Thank you everyone. With that, you reach the end of day 2 of Cmase seminar for cooperatives and solidarity economies. And I hope that all of you will join for the next day of the seminar. Thank you. Thank you all.